Chapter 281. The two queens surrendered, and they still had more than 40,000 elite soldiers under their command. 60,000 of them were killed by Gu Fan before. Seeing that each elite soldier was a strong man of the four forbiddens, they came to surrender without stopping. And these elite soldiers were all air forces. Mosquito Legion, Fly Legion. Add to the previous Cockroach Wolf Legion, and the 3 small legions, and there are a total of 6 legions. The total number of the 6 legions is close to 60,000. Gu Fan must accept it, of course. But before accepting it, Gu Fan still has to see how sincere the two queens are. How to see? It's nothing more than a range detection. Soon, Gu Fan found through detection that the light radiating from the two queens was white, that is, they were all radiating goodwill, and were unlikely to betray in a short time. In that case, I will agree to you, but before that, I want to ask, what does the so-called insect general mean? Gu Fan asked curiously. Of course, I will be a general leading soldiers. We two girls can lose our mother's identity, and transform from mother to powerful insect soldiers. After all, my 20,000 elite soldiers are all born by me, so I can choose to be the general of the Fly Army, and lead the Fly Army. The Fly Queen explained nervously, of course, if you are afraid that my military power will affect your rule, then I can choose to give it up, even if it means being a small insect soldier. Gu Fan understood what the Fly Queen meant. He looked at the other 3, the original 3 little ones. Spider's sister, Centipede's sister, and Dragonfly's sister. You 3 should also remove your mother's identity, just like the Fly Queen and the Mosquito Queen. Gu Fan ordered. There was a flash of dissatisfaction in the eyes of the Dragonfly sister, but she still obeyed Gu Fan's order. Are you still unhappy? Letting you remove your identity, as the mother body is to save you. On the side, Hu Xiongbo slapped the Dragonfly sister's head. The Dragonfly sister was very aggrieved. Seeing this, Wang Tingting knocked on Hu Xiongbo's head and shouted, "Okay, Boss Hu, be gentle to girls. After all, we are companions fighting side by side." Hearing this, for a moment, the Dragonfly sister felt a little grateful in her heart. Little did she know that this was just the red face and white face of the two. Waiting for the other 5 mothers to lower their status, a reminder sounded in Gu Fan's ear. Your pet, Cockroach Wolf sister has obtained the submission of the original Mother Fly clan. Do you want to absorb the blood of the Fly clan? Your pet, Cockroach Wolf sister has obtained the submission of the original Mother Mosquito clan. Do you want to absorb the blood of the Mosquito clan? Your pet. The message in his ear startled Gu Fan. Cockroach Wolf sister, what's going on? Why can they let you get the blood of their mother clan after they have released their mother clan and become our Zerg generals and Zerg soldiers? The Cockroach Wolf sister answered, Master, this is the characteristic of our Zerg. The stronger the Zerg, the more blood types it has. For example, the previous Spider Queen has the blood of spiders and dragonflies. This requires the other mother to willingly submit to it. At the same time, the Queen of the South, the 4 kings, and the Queen Mother must have more than several types of insect blood, and can use a lot of abilities, and the combat soldiers born will also become more diverse. It can be done willingly, so simple? Gu Fan muttered to himself, and had a new understanding of the Zerg. Yes, it is so simple to obtain genes for our Zerg, but because you are my master, you need to decide for me whether to absorb these 5 genes. After the absorption, the 6 legions will be controlled by me, and then these 5 mother bodies will lose their mother body identity. The Cockroach Wolf girl stared at Gu Fan with her big watery eyes, and seemed to want to obtain these 5 genes. Will letting you obtain these 5 genes greatly strengthen you? Gu Fan asked curiously. Of course, master, you will know if you think about it. The more gene fragments, the stronger the Zerg mother body. At the beginning, I was just a little cockroach, but now I have become a cockroach wolf because of your werewolf injection. Seeing this, Gu Fan no longer hesitated and helped the Cockroach Wolf girl obtain these 5 genes. Soon, the next moment after receiving them, the Cockroach Wolf girl continued to apply yellow liquid, wrapped herself, and then fell asleep. The other 5 mothers also sprayed the juice in their bodies, like the Cockroach Wolf sister, wrapped themselves, and then fell to the ground. Gu Fan asked some Zergs to carry the 6 small mothers into the Cockroach Wolf sister's nest. Although the Cockroach Wolf sister's nest was inlaid according to the structure inside the mountain, the engineer bugs had already moved it out of the mountain, and then carried the Cockroach Wolf sister's nest and followed the army. Although the nest was huge, there were many engineer bugs, as many as 1 or 2,000. In addition, the characteristic of the Zerg itself is that it is small but strong. Afterwards, Gu Fan ordered the 6 species of engineer bugs to expand their homes, and try to accommodate a full 60,000 troops. Time passed quickly, and soon another 2 days passed. Now Gu Fan has accumulated 5 copies, but he didn't use them. Instead, he continued to accumulate them. Anyway, it didn't matter what day it took. Finally, the cockroach wolf girl woke up. However, her appearance changed a lot. The wolf ears, wolf tail, cockroach wolf wings, and long antennae remained the same. However, her eyes turned green, as if she was wearing green contact lenses. At the same time, her skin turned silvery white, which is the characteristic of flies. In addition, she also grew a small mouthpart in her mouth. Maybe because of the human aesthetics, she didn't look disgusting, but rather cute. In addition to the big cockroach wings, she also grew 2 pairs of small wings on her back, which is the characteristic of dragonflies. However, the spider and centipede characteristics were gone. According to the cockroach wolf girl, these became recessive genes, because the body has too many genes and cannot express them one by one, so some are recessive and some are dominant. Master, I have evolved. The cockroach wolf girl shouted proudly. Yes, the next step is to start a new round of brigades and give birth to children, Gu Fan ordered. After receiving Gu Fan's order, Cockroach Wolf's sister went to brigades again. This time, there are too many types of soldiers to choose from. The first is spiders and centipedes. These land soldiers can exist alone or be fused with werewolf blood. Spiders, centipedes, and werewolf blood can also be fused together. Of course, Cockroach Wolf's sister fused 3 bloods together to create a more powerful land soldier. Air soldiers cannot be spared: flies, mosquitoes, dragonflies, and cockroaches. For bloods are combined together, plus the werewolf blood, 5. 5 is already the limit. Exceeding 5 will cause genetic mutations, and then there will be no certainty in the combat insects born. At the same time, the 5 small mothers who lost their mother identity, they obtain the identity of insect generals, used to command the previous troops and lead the troops to fight. However, the development here was very fast. Other Zerg scouts were not unaware of the news. They all returned to their respective nests and told their queens. However, although many queens and great queens knew that a new enemy had appeared. However, Queen Mother Nan still did not know that a terrifying army was constantly developing in the south. In her eyes, she was the king of the southern continent and did not need to care about these ants who had not even reached the 4 forbidden areas. Chapter 282. Because the cockroach wolf sister has obtained a large number of genes. Her ability to spawn soldiers has obviously increased a lot. Before the number of races has not reached the upper limit, she can basically spray a few eggs in 10 seconds. Of course, this is also because the number of the entire legion is only 60,000. Although it looks like a lot, it is obviously not as good as the hundreds of thousands of troops of the Southern Queen. Therefore, it is precisely because of the small number of people that the spawning of soldiers is smooth. When the number of legion members is too large and the number of combat insect soldiers reaches more than 100,000, the cockroach wolf sister will feel some pressure, and then the speed of spawning soldiers will be slower. When the number of legion members increases, it becomes more and more difficult to spawn soldiers, so she has to participate in one battle after another and absorb the genes of one Zerg after another. This is the development route of the Zerg mother body. However, when too many genes are absorbed, it will also lead to confusion of thoughts. The 4 forbidden queens and the 5 forbidden queens have to rely on the instincts in their genes, and then continue to give birth to mother bodies carrying various gene fragments. These mother bodies will carry the ability of genes and then disperse again. The Zerg is constantly integrating and reincarnating, and the entire continent is in the Zerg hegemony. Because the competition among the various insect tribes consumes a lot of food, and before the war, the 2 mothers will choose to eliminate the large forces within a radius of more than 10 miles. Fighting back and forth, fighting and giving birth continuously, the number of insects increases, destroying the ecological environment, and there will be continuous wars, reducing the number of insects. When the number of insects decreases, they will continue to give birth and multiply, maintaining a dynamic balance. Another 5 days passed, and the number of cockroach wolf sisters completely reached 100,000. There were some restrictions on reproduction, and Gu Fan immediately led his troops to fight, and then defeated one small force after another. In this way, the southern edge of Queen Mother Nan was completely pacified. Gu Fan's troops reached a total of 200,000, with 200,000 insects. Cockroach Wolf Sister once again obtained 7 gene fragments. At this time, Cockroach Wolf Sister's HP was more than 17,000, which was very powerful. I am afraid that Queen Mother Nan was no longer her opponent. With the blessing of the morale of the Moon Lord and the morale of the 2 Star Lords, the troops under his command could also reach the 4th Forbidden. As for Cockroach Wolf's sister, with the blessing of the morale of the Moon Lord and the morale of the 2-star lords, it seems that reaching the 5th forbidden is not a problem. Now Gu Fan's army has developed too fiercely. You know, even Queen Mother Nan, although she has hundreds of thousands of troops, those troops are at most close to the 4th forbidden. However, Gu Fan is not in a hurry to annex Queen Mother Nan immediately. Even if it is hundreds of thousands of chickens, it will take a long time to chop. If Queen Mother Nan can be made to seek peace, it will definitely be even better. At this time, in the core area of the huge nest, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan hugged each other and enjoyed themselves to their heart's content. There was no other way. They hadn't done this or that for many days. Xia Shulan and Gu Fan couldn't wait any longer, and now that they had a strong military force, it would be easy for them to annex the Queen Mother of the South. Well, husband, I love you. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan and kissed his face. I love you too, little Shulan. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan scored twice again. Soon, the big loli collapsed in Gu Fan's arms, her eyes full of charm. After keeping each other warm for a while, Xia Shulan said softly in Gu Fan's arms, Husband, now there are 10 copies, and you probably have 8 copies left before you can crit. It's better not to use it on the morale of the Moon Lord, and give it directly to the lower grade treasure chest of the king. What Xia Shulan said was not without reason. Gu Fan's army is now almost invincible, although it cannot compare with the Queen Mother's millions of troops. After all, the Queen Mother has 5 prohibitions, and the combat insects of the millions of troops are all 4 prohibitions. But according to the current development, it seems that defeating the Queen Mother is very easy. When the Cockroach Wolf sister breaks through the 5 prohibitions with the werewolf bloodline, as long as the number of combat insect soldiers is more than 1 million, it will not be a problem to defeat the Queen Mother. That's right, then I will use these copies first, and then give the critical hits to the treasure chest. Gu Fan nodded, and then gave 3 of the 8 copies to the life-prolonging potion type 2. 5 copies were given to the Black Dragon Barret. 1 Black Dragon Barret was given to the Cockroach Wolf's sister. Yes, because the Cockroach Wolf's sister's strength grows rapidly, it is very powerful with the Black Dragon Barret, who can grow with the master. The other 4 Black Dragon Barrets were prepared to be given to Xiao Bai, Jiangyu, and Xuannu Luzhen also wanted one. All of them were the leaders of the team. As for Nalanya and Hu Xiangbua, they already had them, so of course they didn't need them. The last copy was a critical hit. It was given to the king's lower grade treasure chest. As Gu Fan expected, the king's lower grade treasure chest became a king's middle grade treasure chest after the critical hit. Of course, this king's middle grade treasure chest needs to be copied and stored, and then given to Xiao Shulan. Xiao Shulan rubbed her hands, and opened the king's middle grade treasure chest. Ding! Obtain king's middle grade armor, king's battle robe. Wearing it can increase 6,000 points of defense, and 8,000 points of health. At the same time, you can consume the king's power once to increase the next attack by 50%. The power of the king can be stored up to 3 times, and each time it takes 2 days of cooling time to recover. The king's robe is very simple and crude, and it can only be said that it is worthy of being a king-level weapon. Wearing it can increase a full 8,000 points of health, and 6,000 points of defense. The value is indeed too powerful. It is many times better than the previous star energy armor. Of course, this is also because the quality gap between the 2 equipment is too large. One is star glory, the other is king, and there are eclipse moon and falling sun in between. The most outrageous is the power of the king. Consuming the power of the king once, any attack in the next time can increase the damage by 50%. At the same time, Gu Fan took out his Black Dragon Barret and found that the strongest attack power has been increased to 10,000 points. The original 2 levels were 4,000 points and 8,000 points, respectively, and the health points required to be consumed were 500 points and 1,000 points. However, because of the increase in his own strength and wearing the king's robe. At this time, Gu Fan's Black Dragon Barret was greatly strengthened, with a damage of 10,000, and the consumed health points did not increase. Now Gu Fan took out the Black Dragon Barret again and attacked the enemy's head. If it caused a critical hit, it would be more than 20,000 if he used the king's battle robe before this. The damage of Gu Fan's Black Dragon Barret was more than 30,000. This is a very terrible and terrifying damage. You know, the blood volume of the 5 forbidden is only 20,000 to 50,000. Now, I finally have the ability to be seriously injured. No, if I'm lucky, I may be able to kill the 5 forbidden strongmen. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. Xia Shulan was also very excited. The stronger her husband's strength was, the more excited she was. Husband, Let Xiao Shulan see how powerful you are after wearing the king's battle robe." After saying that, Xiao Shulan laughed and hugged Gu Fan and began to bite him. I will not let Xiao Shulan down. An hour later, Xiao Shulan fell asleep in Gu Fan's arms. Chapter 283. 2 more days passed, and Gu Fan recovered his strength. He copied 2 pieces of the king's robe. One for Xiao Shulan, and one for Cockroach Wolf's sister. Cockroach Wolf's sister is the core of the entire Zerg Sky Island. At the same time, Gu Fan's attribute panel also changed greatly. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xiao Shulan. Talent, S-level daily copy, S-level perception, S-level control of lightning, S-level turning force, A-level life pistol. Title, unswerving until death. World's richest man. Skills, Bull Fist, beginner, Vidraw Palm, beginner, infinite invisibility. Special skills cannot be upgraded, Vidraw Fist, beginner, terrifying sandstorm, minor success, Star Lord morale. Realm, 3 forbidden health value, attack, 1150. Status, comfortable. Today's Gu Fan's attack power is still average. But speed and life, it's already against the sky. Especially the speed, which is more than 20,000. Gu Fan can probably hold Xiao Shulan and do something while flying around the entire Zerg Sky Island. Xiao Shulan's attribute panel has also been greatly enhanced, and is basically the same as Gu Fan's. Let alone the 5 bands, even if it is 6 bands, as long as it is not particularly strong and the defense can break the defense, Gu Fan probably has a chance to fight it. Don't worry about the attack power, there are all kinds of equipment, plus my 2 talents are related to health points, but this shortcoming must be added. Gu Fan analyzed secretly. And Gu Fan's thoughts were overheard by Xiao Shulan in his arms. Especially what just now. Holding Xiao Shulan. And then flying around the Zerg Sky Island. Such abstract words made Xiao Shulan feel ashamed, and she kept hitting Gu Fan with her little fists. Bad husband, bad bastard, full of shivers. In the afternoon, the Cockroach Wolf's sister came to the insect nest, the door of the room where Gu Xia and the others lived, and knocked carefully. Wait a minute. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 let the Cockroach Wolf's sister in. Master, Queen Mother Nan has noticed our forces, and has sent several 3 forbidden messengers. Do we need to welcome them? The Cockroach Wolf's sister asked curiously. Finally noticed us, that's good. Gu Fan muttered to himself, let's go and see the attitude of these messengers. The 2 rode on the Cockroach Wolf's sister's back, and the Cockroach Wolf's sister fluttered and flew up. Then they kept moving through the intricate insect nest. The whole insect nest is very exaggerated. It's so exaggerated that it's not an exaggeration to describe it as a maze. If there is no Cockroach Wolf's sister leading, Gu Fan and Xiao Shulan may not be able to get out of this complex and huge nest maze. After all, the entire insect nest has to accommodate more than 200,000 insect soldiers. Even the worker insect soldiers, there are as many as 20,000 to 30,000. And 20,000 to 30,000 huge worker insect soldiers can only barely move the insect nest. Soon, Gu Xia and the Cockroach Wolf's sister came outside. Several insect soldiers, who looked similar to moths, raised their heads proudly, and looked at the Cockroach Wolf's sister, and Gu Fan Xiao Shulan, who came out. Humph, I really didn't expect that the ones who ruled the southern edge were cockroaches that depended on humans. The moth insect soldier said with disdain. Then you can take a look. The Cockroach Wolf's sister snorted coldly. Only Gu Fan Xiao Shulan in the world can look down on her. Others are absolutely not allowed to look down on her. This is the pride of the Cockroach Wolf's sister. The next moment, the aura of the 4 forbidden suddenly spread. It was equal to that of the Queen Mother of the South, and even more powerful than that of the Queen Mother of the South, which shocked several moth soldiers. No wonder they were very curious, why the insect soldiers they met along the way were at least 3 forbidden. It turned out that their queen, the Cockroach Wolf's sister, was actually 4 forbidden. Why is this? With the rule of the Queen Mother of the South, most of the resources, that is, the biological energy for giving birth to cubs, are in the center of the southern region. There are no creatures in the marginal areas, and wars are very frequent. How can there be time to develop into 4 forbidden? Where is the problem? Could it be that the problem is with humans? The moth insect soldier looked at the human behind the Cockroach Wolf's sister, who had an equally powerful aura. For a moment, it didn't know what to say, and was filled with fear. Okay, what does the Queen Mother of the South want to ask me for? If it's not something particularly important, then you guys don't need to live. A hint of murderous intent flashed in the Cockroach Wolf's sister's eyes. The Cockroach Wolf's sister, who broke through to the 4 forbidden, gradually had a hint of the taste of a queen. Her way of speaking and her arrogance are constantly improving. Ahem, originally, the Queen Mother of the South wanted to recruit you to our big family, to develop and cooperate together, so that the southern insect race will become stronger and stronger. However, now, I still maintain this idea. This Queen Mother, I admit that you are very powerful, but the number of troops under your command is at most 100,000, but our Queen Mother of the South has nearly 1,000,000 insect soldiers. The moth became more and more confident as he spoke, so, you still have to go to the Queen Mother of the South's territory and become her companion. After all, you are the Queen Mother of the South's child after all, and the Queen Mother of the South will give you a position second only to one person and above 10,000 people. At this point, the moth couldn't help but feel proud. He looked at Gu Fan and Xia Shulan with a proud look. You two beast like humans, although you look powerful, and I don't know what method you used to seduce the Queen Mother, but the Queen Mother will make the right choice in the end, if she doesn't want to be drowned by nearly 1,000,000 troops. Which one? The cockroach wolf sister and Gu Fan and Xia Shulan didn't express their opinions, but looked at him like a mentally retarded person. What are you looking at? The moth insect soldier said angrily. Go back and tell the Queen Mother of Nan to clean her neck and wait for us, either become a slave, or be wiped out by my army. Gu Fan said coldly, and then raised his hand. The terrifying thunder and lightning instantly destroyed its companions beside it. It was left alone, trembling, with fear on its face. You will regret doing this. Although Queen Mother Nan is the weakest of the 4 kings, she has a huge foundation after all. You said she is the weakest king, so what is there to be afraid of? The moth soldier was afraid that Gu Fan would kill him, so he could only retreat madly and fly away. And Gu Fan did not kill him, just to defeat Queen Mother Nan openly, and let him go back to tell Queen Mother Nan the news. In this way, maybe he can subdue Queen Mother Nan. At least that's what Gu Fan thought. The moth soldier stumbled and was terrified, and soon returned to his nest. Queen Mother Nan's nest is even bigger, with a population of about 800,000 and a military force of about 700,000. It is an extremely terrifying force. It is a king and a hegemony in any sky island. Chapter 284. Southern Mother Insect Nest. At this moment, the core of the Southern Mother Insect Nest. Queen Nama listened to the entire report with a gloomy face. Her eyes flashed with deep murderous intent. You didn't lie to me. Did the mother body that rules the South really say that? Mother, your majesty, it wasn't the mother body that rules the South that said that. Who else could it be? The messenger hesitated for a moment, and quickly told the truth. My lord, it was the 2 humans behind her who said that. Humans? Shock flashed in the queen's eyes. This mother body that unified the southern edge area actually has 2 humans behind it. Could it be an outsider? If so, I have to be cautious. Queen Namu muttered to herself. My lord Queen Namu, what should I do? The messenger asked. Send the army to suppress it first, then you go to the west to meet Queen Mother of the West, and let Queen Mother of the West lead the army to support you when the time comes. The messenger nodded, not quite understanding, and could only do as he was told. Don't worry, Queen Mother of the West and I have a friendship. Once I fall into a crisis, she will come to help me. Moreover, this possibility is very small, and it is just to prevent accidents. Our army is close to 1,000,000, and the possibility of accidents is very small. After the messenger left, Queen Mother of the South quickly announced that all combat insect soldiers would gather and come out in full force to prepare for a new round of war. At the same time, Queen Mother of the South's military advisor came to Queen Mother of the South. Its body is a cricket, and its aura is also very close to the 4 forbidden. Lord Queen Mother of the South, why did you summon so many soldiers? It's the cricket military advisor. Queen Mother Nan glanced at the cricket strategist and explained the whole thing. Cricket strategist shook his head quickly, with anxiety flashing in his eyes. No, your majesty Queen Mother Nan. Why? My plan is already very perfect. It can attack or defend. Why not? Cricket strategist could only explain slowly. What if Queen Mother, she took the opportunity to annex you too? The relationship between the king and the king is not that simple. You can't cherish the old friendship and expose your back to danger. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Besides, the other side has only tens of thousands of soldiers, and there are nearly 1,000,000 insect soldiers. What are you afraid of? Queen Mother Nan waved her hand. Her body was a moth. In an instant, the big wings behind her also waved. Cricket strategist was blown away by the strong wind. 1,000,000 troops attacked, and there was an obvious tremor on the ground. There were also many moth insect soldiers in the sky, filling the sky. Gu Fan also hurriedly asked Cockroach Wolf's sister to organize the army and welcome the enemy. The Cockroach Wolf's sister asked a group of generals, previously subdued mothers, to stand in the front row, ready to welcome the war. Soon, the two armies confronted each other. Queen Nan was not stupid. She hid at the back to prevent being attacked and killed. Although her army's morale was greatly boosted, there might be more combat power. But if the insects died, everything would be gone. Queen Nan naturally did not dare to take this risk. The two armies exuded a strong murderous aura. It is worth mentioning that most of the South Mother Army at this time were cockroach soldiers, and they were huge in size. It can only be said that Queen Nan is worthy of being the mother of the Cockroach Wolf sister. In addition to the powerful moths, her gene expression also includes cockroaches and various insect creatures. The two sides did not fight any verbal cannons, and soon rushed to kill each other. Gu Fan and Xia Shuan saw this. Without hesitation, they used powerful skills together. Moon Lord Morale, Star Lord Morale X2. The next moment after the skill was activated, a terrifying aura erupted in Gu Fan's army. Every insect soldier was like a chicken blood, and instantly entered the 4 prohibitions. 4 prohibitions killed 3 prohibitions, which was a dimensionality reduction attack. Scythes, claws, and various limb weapons crushed the invading enemies. The enemy was shocked when they saw this. They only had 3 prohibitions, which would be as easy as being killed as a chicken. Not to mention, Hu Xiangbue and others, Xuan Nu, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan also participated in the war. These people can annihilate a large area of the enemy's body with just one skill. Even if Gu Fan's army was completely surrounded by millions of insect soldiers, it was of no use. A gap was opened, and Gu Fan led the insect soldiers and Cockroach Wolf sisters to rush straight to the base camp of the Southern Queen. Charge! Kill! Follow me to fight until the last moment. The thunder on Gu Fan's body continued to destroy the bodies of the enemy. The insect soldiers behind him were also like chicken blood, fighting against several enemy insect soldiers alone. Queen Mother of the South learned the battle report in the rear, and she had the ability to control the insect soldiers, so she naturally knew that her side had suffered heavy losses. How is this possible? They are just bastards abandoned to the edge. Why do they have such terrible power? Queen Mother of the South muttered to herself, with shock flashing in her eyes. She only hoped that Queen Mother of the West could provide timely support. She must not let the two outsiders dominate the entire south of the Zerg Sky Island, otherwise. And as she expected, Queen Mother of the West took action, and the troops around Gu Fan's army increased, all surrounding Gu Fan's army. Queen Mother of the West's army joined the battlefield, and the number of enemy troops reached 2 million. Gu Fan was also shocked when he learned the news from the intelligence army, but Yu Jun's morale lasted for 3 hours. If the enemy cannot be completely wiped out, or most of the enemy cannot be wiped out in 3 hours, it is very difficult to say. Gu Fan's army will most likely be wiped out. Once 3 hours have passed, Gu Fan's army will lose its amplification and return to the 3 forbidden. Although there is a gap between the 3 forbidden and the 3 forbidden, the gap is not too big. The enemy is too large, and will be wiped out sooner or later. Therefore, this is a thrilling war that must be fought quickly. 3 hours, a full 180 minutes. The enemy has 2 million. Our side has about 200,000. In other words, 10,000 enemy insect soldiers must be killed every minute. For every 200,000 enemy insect soldiers, it is not difficult to kill one enemy insect soldier in 1 minute. Gu Fan thought of this, and asked the Cockroach Wolf sister to join the war. The Cockroach Wolf girl stared at herself with her big cute eyes, and pointed at herself. Ah me. Yes, it's you. Now that you are blessed, your strength is enough to rival the 5 forbidden creatures. What are you afraid of? Gu Fan said speechlessly. I am the mother body, and I can only hide behind and command the war. If I participate in the war, I may become mentally disordered. After all, there are too many troops. The Cockroach Wolf girl said a little embarrassedly. Okay, then you work hard to reproduce, create as many troops as possible, and then defeat the enemy. Replenish the number of your own troops, Gu Fan ordered. It was only at this time that he realized that the mother body could not participate in the war. She had to control a legion of tens of thousands. If she participated in the war, it would only be more trouble than gain. In other words, in the future, she will face the Queen Mother in the Central Plains. It will not participate in the battle either. Gu Fan also understood why this Zerg Sky Island clearly had 5 forbidden creatures, but was only regarded as a Sky Island close to the 5 forbidden difficulty by the game system. Chapter 285. However, if you misunderstand that the Queen Mother is not strong enough, then you are definitely wrong. The reason is very simple. After using the Moon Lord Morale and the Double Star Lord Morale, the pressure of the Cockroach Wolf sister at this time is very strong in Gu Fan's eyes, even stronger than Hu Xiongbo and other people and other confidants. It's just because of the nature of the Zerg mother body that she doesn't like to fight. I'm sorry, master. If you want me to fight, I will actually grit my teeth and insist. Now the master lets me command the generals and the army in the rear, which is really flattering. The Cockroach Wolf sister said teally. The little Shulan in her arm suddenly exploded like hair, and scolded, "You dead Cockroach Wolf, you can also play T-art." Seeing Xia Shulan unhappy, the Cockroach Wolf sister bowed her head again and apologized weakly. After the Cockroach Wolf girl left, Gu Fan stroked Xia Shulan's head. "Little Shulan, you are so cute when you are anxious, come on, give me a kiss." Xia Shulan's bad temper was immediately calmed down, and she cooperated with Gu Fan's behavior. The Cockroach Wolf girl turned around and looked at the two of them with envy, feeling very uncomfortable. I don't know when I can find a partner. I think Sister Dragonfly and Sister Centipede are pretty good. How about I become a partner with them? The Cockroach Wolf girl's little head does not distinguish between the opposite sex. Because there are no male soldiers, the Cockroach Wolf girl can also give birth to children. This is the ability of the mother. Soon, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan continued to fight the enemy. The cooperation between the two was very tacit and powerful. Thunder and Magma fists plundered a large number of enemy lives. Queen Mother South and Queen Mother West only realized something was wrong at this time. Queen Mother South's body was a moth, while Queen Mother West's body was a locust, both of which were high-level insects that could fly into the air. Moreover, they both had the ability to be poisonous. The poisonous gas of moths and locusts were both very powerful. Not to mention, they also had the genes of many other poisonous insects. Queen Mother West, something is wrong. Why do we have a full 2 million troops, but still suffer countless casualties? If this continues, we will be wiped out in less than 3 hours. Queen Mother South sat in the nest, facing the Queen Mother, who also had wings, and was wearing revealing clothes behind her. The two were full of sorrow. Yes, Queen Mother South, this won't work. Our insect army will be destroyed. The two Queen Mothers were originally the overlords of a region, controlling vast lands, and nearly 1 million insect soldiers. But now they are extremely pitiful, watching their insect soldiers become fewer and fewer. Queen Nan, why don't we surrender? Queen Shi finally sighed and expressed her thoughts. My spies told me that in addition to their unstoppable insect soldiers, there are several humans and other species. Those humans and other species are powerful and can kill or injure dozens or even hundreds of insect soldiers with one move. If this continues, surrender is the only way out. Queen Shi's proposal was rejected by Queen Nan. Impossible, I absolutely disagree. Instead of surrendering, why not ask for help? And then fight to the last moment. Queen Nan patted her thigh and shouted angrily. Forget it, if you don't surrender, I will. Queen Mother West was about to leave and surrender to Gu Fan, but unexpectedly, the small mouth on Queen Mother South's pretty face suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Queen Mother West in one gulp. Queen Mother West came into Queen Mother South's stomach. Ah, what are you doing, Xiao Nan? Queen Mother West could never have imagined that her good friend Queen Mother South would actually do something to her. Siusi, give me everything you have, I will eat you and then help you get revenge. Instead of surrendering, you might as well fulfill my wish. Queen Mother South's beautiful big eyes were full of tears. She was obviously very sad about eating Queen Mother West. The mastermind behind the Legion is not the mother body, but the terrible human, outsider. Are you really willing to let our Zerg continent be occupied by mere humans? Perhaps because he was moved by Xiaonan's persistence. Or perhaps because the Zerg's genes began to exert their power, after learning that the enemy's mother body was controlled by humans. Rather than surrender, it is better to become a part of Xiaonan and contribute the last bit of strength to the Zerg. So, Queen Mother West no longer resisted. After Queen Mother South devoured Queen Mother West, her whole body's strength surged again, until her breath was close to the fifth forbidden. This kind of strength, even if it is not as good as the Queen Mother, should be almost the same. Queen Mother South's eyes flashed with surprise. Soon, she planned to go there in person, against the genes of the Zerg, and participate in this war. If it weren't for Gu Fan and Xia Shulan controlling the Cockroach Wolf sister, Queen Mother South would not have done this, and might have surrendered long ago. Half an hour later, Queen Mother South was supplemented by Gu Fan with the Black Dragon Barret as a soldier. This brave mother body, in order to save her insect soldiers, wanted to destroy the enemy alone like a moth to a flame. For the mother body, the reproduction of the race. is more important than anything else. If the South is lost, the territory of the insect race will no longer be complete. If the mother body behind is not controlled by humans, it will be fine. Even if the Queen of the South fails, she will not go crazy and die. After her death, the remaining hundreds of thousands of insect soldiers did not choose to surrender, but fought to the death. But what's the use? Gu Fan's insect soldiers are very powerful, not to mention that the cockroach wolf sister is still multiplying. A large number of insect soldiers will be created when a large number of them die, and the army of 200,000 is always maintained. In the end, in the last few seconds when Yu Jun's morale lasted, nearly 2 million enemy insect soldiers were completely wiped out. The new Queen of the South in the entire South is the Cockroach Wolf Sister. The title of Cockroach Wolf Sister also completely changed from Cockroach Wolf Sister to Cockroach Wolf Queen. One day later, Gu Fan gave the king's middle-grade treasure chest that he had used up once, and then asked Xia Shulan to open it. After Xia Shulan opened it, she got something new. Evil Goo Worm Gene Fragment X1. Introduction. The mother organism that takes the evil goo worm gene fragment will have the characteristics of the evil goo worm, and its strength will be slightly enhanced, and it can reproduce evil goo worms. Side effects. Taking it will temporarily deduct 7,000 health points. An ancient product of the Zerg Sky Island. Maybe you can use it to dominate the entire Zerg Sky Island. New gene fragment. Gu Fan's eyes lit up, and then he quickly used various means and some strange tricks to reward Xia Shulan. Little Shulan is still as lucky as ever, Gu Fan thought secretly. This gene fragment is just like the ability of the Zerg. Common ones include cockroaches, spiders, centipedes, dragonflies, etc. As for the extraordinary ones, Gu Fan has not seen them yet. Now he has obtained the gene fragment of the evil demon poisonous insect. Obviously, the ability of this thing is very special. It is said in the introduction that it is a product of ancient times. If this ability is absorbed by the cockroach wolf sister, how powerful will the resulting soldiers be? Gu Fan is hard to know. It was not until the next day that Gu Fan copied the gene fragment of the evil poisonous insect once, because he wanted to keep one of it. After getting one more gene fragment of the evil poisonous insect, Gu Fan took the gene fragment with the appearance of an injection in his hand, and went to find the cockroach wolf sister. Although the outside world calls the cockroach wolf sister the cockroach wolf queen. But she is just a little sister in front of Gu Fan and others. Cockroach wolf sister, open the door and let us in. There is something important. With the explosion of troops in the past 2 days, the number of people in the Legion has reached a full 250,000. But this is obviously not enough. It is easy to defeat 2 million soldiers. But once there are 5 million or even more insect soldiers, if they cannot be completely wiped out in 3 hours, then Gu Fan will definitely lose, unless he helps the cockroach wolf girl break through to the 5th forbidden level now. But this is not easy. Although the werewolf bloodline has 5 forbidden levels in terms of qualifications, it also requires time to accumulate. Now it has only been a few days, less than 10 days. From the beginning of 0 forbidden levels to 4 forbidden levels, it is already a very amazing growth speed. Among them, it is also inseparable from Gu Fan's vigorous cultivation. However, a babbling sound came from inside. The panicked voice of the cockroach wolf girl came from it, as if she was caught cheating. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and strange colors flashed in their eyes. Cockroach wolf girl doesn't seem to have a partner, right? Master, wait! 5 minutes later, the cockroach wolf girl opened the door. On the bed, the mosquito girl huddled in the quilt, revealing most of her head, looking at Gu Fan in fear. Huh? How could the dragonfly insect general be here? Gu Fan asked curiously. Generally speaking, there should only be one mother in the Corps. Gu Fan didn't understand, but Xia Shulan looked at the cockroach wolf girl and the mosquito girl meaningfully. She seemed to guess that something was wrong. Although the cockroach wolf girl didn't know whether it was right to do this at this time, she was extremely guilty now, and didn't dare to look at the two of them, for fear that they would punish her. I'm here to give you the gene fragments. Why are you so nervous? After saying that, Gu Fan took the injection of the evil insect and stabbed it into the cockroach wolf girl's neck. The cockroach wolf girl immediately felt a strong force spreading from the wound on her neck to her whole body. She sat on the bed and meditated, constantly absorbing the power of the evil insect gene fragments. Not long after, 2 hours later, gray lines appeared all over the cockroach wolf girl's body. She opened her eyes, and circles of gray appeared in her pupils. With wolf ears, wolf tail, cockroach wolf wings, and cockroach wolf antennae. Not to mention, it's pretty cool. You will be called Evil Cockroach Wolf Girl from now on. Gu Fan gave the new name of Evil Cockroach Girl. Afterwards, he explored the attribute panel of Evil Cockroach Wolf Girl again. The health value is as high as 18,000, and the attack and defense speed is also 3,000, close to 4,000, which is almost close to the strength of the 5 forbidden creatures. Evil Werewolf Cockroach Mother, Evil Cockroach Wolf Sister, Realm, 4 Forbidden, Mother Queen, Health, 18529. Attack, 3569. Defense, 3458. Speed, 3552. Skills, produce engineer bugs, consume some physical strength and its own nutrients to give birth to engineer bugs. The strength of engineer bugs is 1 forbidden level lower than that of the Great Queen Mother, which is 2 forbidden levels. Engineer bugs can be used to produce combat bugs, consume some physical strength, can give birth to combat bugs. The strength of combat bugs is higher than that of the Great Queen Mother. Produce special bugs, nesting, can create a nest. The defense level of the nest is the same as that of the Great Queen Mother. In the nest, it can be used to cultivate engineer bugs, combat bugs, special bugs, etc. Transform into werewolf. Can be forcibly transformed into a werewolf, with the strength doubled and the acuity greatly increased. The time lasts for 2 hours. On the full moon day, it will automatically transform. Absolute loyalty. The produced and bred Zerg will be absolutely loyal to the cockroach sister by genes. Unlimited reproduction. Automatic reproduction at all times, provided that there is sufficient nutrition. Evil Goo, able to create combat insects with the blood of Evil Goo, greatly improving their strength, and the Evil Goo will have the initial power of the 4 forbidden things. Yes, Master, is this a new power? The Cockroach Wolf Girl said with surprise. But soon, she found that her blood, that is, her life value, had been consumed a lot. Master, I am very weak now, and need to rest. Of course, because the power of the Evil Goo gene has side effects. This kind of ability with side effects is not easy to crit. If tens of thousands of life points are deducted after a crit, then this time is wasted, because no 5 forbidden creatures can bear it, let alone the Evil Cockroach Wolf Girl now. Breathe some evil poisonous insects, let me see. Gu Fan said, and walked out with Xia Shulan. Give the Evil Cockroach Wolf Sister enough privacy. Evil Cockroach Wolf Sister looked at Mosquito Sister with some embarrassment. Mother Queen, you are busy first, I will not disturb you for now. Mosquito Sister was about to leave, but was stopped. Evil Cockroach Wolf Sister shook her head, wait, don't go, it's not a problem. Another 3 hours. The Evil Cockroach Wolf Sister bred 3 evil poisonous insect soldiers. Gu Fan looked at the 3 evil poisonous insect soldiers in front of him, and was very satisfied. It was seen that it had gray armor all over its body, the genes of wolf claws and wolf tail were retained, and the genes of cockroach big wings were also retained. At this time, the evil poisonous insect soldier was like a ferocious and terrible warrior. Gu Fan quickly consumed the cube coins to explore. Evil poisonous insect soldier. Health value, 10025. Attack, 1523. Defense, 2538. Speed, 1825. Skills, Evil Impact. Charge up and hit the enemy in front, causing 6,000 damage. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Evil Shockwave. Charge up powerful power in the mouth, causing 3,500 damage to a large area in front. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Evil Wolf Howl. Coax, improve the morale of part of the own army, increase its own health by 1,000 points, and attack and defense speed by 300 points. Each of these evil insect soldiers is close to the level of the Mother Queen. But this efficiency. 3 were born in 3 hours. That is to say, only 24 can be born in 1 day. This efficiency is more or less a bit slow. Only 3? Why so slow? Gu Fan frowned and asked. Master, the strength of the evil insect is too strong, and it takes a lot of energy to cultivate the evil insect soldiers. I really tried my best. The tone of the Evil Cockroach Wolf Sister was full of depression. Chapter 286. Then how should we improve efficiency? We should cultivate at least 1,000 per day. Gu Fan asked. We need a lot of meat. Such as our own insect soldiers and enemy insect soldiers. In fact, there are 250,000 insect soldiers under our command now. Add the remaining engineer insects, which is a large army of 270,000 or 280,000. The daily food is a lot. The other insect soldiers go hunting, or eat the old, weak and sick ones. Or they start wars one after another. And then eat the corpses of the enemy. For now, there are 2 million enemy corpses, so there is no need to worry about food and grass. The ones who deal with these food and grass are also engineer insects and logistics insects. What if the corpses of the insect soldiers were given to you to eat? Gu Fan asked. That won't improve it at all. Perhaps because he is afraid that his master will say that he is greedy. Evil Cockroach Wolf's sister quickly explained, Master, this is a soldier of the same level as mine after all. Although it is still weak in my eyes, it is already comparable to the soldiers of the Queen Mother. Naturally, it needs a lot of energy to reproduce faster. Gu Fan thought for a moment, and opened the trading market to see what was on sale in the trading market. Unfortunately, the meat in the trading market is at most 3 band, and it is also limited. In desperation, Gu Fan opened the Cube Mall. In order to meet the needs of most players, most of the things that appear in the Cube Mall are garbage, and Gu Fan has never bought much. In the trading market, the progress and strength of most players are far inferior to Gu Fan. So generally speaking, Gu Fan is currently in a situation where he is worth hundreds of millions, but cannot buy anything really useful. Most of the equipment and useful things still depend on daily copying and opening treasure chests. However, today, as if the goddess of luck favored him, Gu Fan took a look at the things in the block mall. He really saw some useful products. For forbidden creature meat, random 4 forbidden creature meat. Price, 500,000 block coins. 1 for forbidden meat, 500,000 block coins. Gu Fan was tempted and bought 100 copies directly. There are all kinds of creatures that have never been seen before. They look strange, but most of them are divided into 5 categories. The meat of the werewolf clan, the meat of the dragon and snake clan, and the meat of the giant clan. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took it first, and then enjoyed the increased attribute points after taking it, and the remaining 90 pieces of meat were all given to the evil cockroach wolf's sister. How about this meat? Can you give birth to many evil poisonous insect soldiers? Gu Fan asked. Of course, master. The evil cockroach wolf's sister drooled at the corner of her mouth. She couldn't help but eat all the meat. That's fine. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan went out to let the evil cockroach wolf's sister reproduce. He led a part of the army to occupy the vacant western position. The West Queen's army was gone long ago. Although he didn't see the West Queen, Gu Fan didn't think she was still alive. Either she was eaten by the South Queen, or she was accidentally used as a soldier by a servant or pet. In short, since the West Queen is dead, the entire western area should be occupied. In this way, Gu Fan occupied almost 2/5 of the territory. However, it was only more than 10 days later, and there were still 20 days left, so there was still plenty of time. During this period, Gu Fan also encountered the army of the Queen of the North. Obviously, this was because the Queen of the North saw a vacant position in the west, so she wanted to see if she could take a chance. After noticing Gu Fan's army, she quickly tried it out, and found it extremely difficult to provoke, so she left in a hurry. It took less than a day for the entire western area of the Zerg Sky Island to be pacified. The Queen of the North and the Queen of the East also learned more or less about what happened, and hurriedly sent messengers to investigate the situation. After understanding the clues, they realized that it turned out that a genius mother appeared in the south, unifying the south and the west. The Queen of the South and the Queen of the West were not the opponents of the genius mother. Indeed, the evil cockroach wolf's sister is a genius. It's just an artificial genius, werewolf blood potion, some potions that increase life and have enhanced abilities, and the gene fragments of the evil poisonous insect, etc. There was even Gu Fan who spent a full 50 million square coins to feed it. In short, any mother body that receives Gu Fan's training can become a strong man who stands tall and proud. After learning about what happened, the North Queen and the East Queen were not fools. They quickly united and occupied the Northeast together, and at the same time sent envoys to contact the Queen Mother in the Central Plains. Of course, the success rate of seeking help is not high, because whoever has the strongest ability can be the boss among the Zerg. This is the eternal rule of the Zerg. If the Queen Mother is strong and the army is strong, then she can be the boss. She will not form an alliance with other Queen Mothers, which is something she disdains. Even if the Cockroach Wolf's sister really leads the army, if the Queen Mother is defeated, she will hand over the world. However, when these two Queen Mothers learned that there were several humans behind the Cockroach Wolf's sister, they would definitely use Gu Fan and Xia Shulan to make a fuss. If the entire continent is swallowed up by the southern forces, then are the Zerg still Zerg? Definitely not. So they are confident that they can persuade the Queen Mother to support them. Soon, a day passed, and the Queen Mother learned the news from her two daughters, the Queen Mother of the North and the Queen Mother of the East, in the core area of her nest, and suddenly fell silent. She is tall, a full 5 meters tall, with a majestic scale in front of her, and an exaggerated figure with an S-shaped curve. But this is not the point. The point is that she has several ancient Zerg bloodline genes, which are manifested in the phantom butterfly insect, the sky-breaking mantis, the star-devouring leech. These terrible genes make her originally fair skin as pure and flawless as snow, and on her slender back, a pair of huge and colorful wings are stretched out, and the feathers are constantly shining, which is extremely beautiful. At the same time, above the 2 jade hands of the Mother Queen, which looked like they were carved from white jade, there was a pair of creepy long sickles. The sickles were extremely sharp, flashing with cold light, and were the genetic expression of the sky-splitting mantis. As for the genetic expression of the star-eating leech, it was related to the mouth. The Mother Queen's facial features should have been delicate and beautiful, but because of that gene, her mouth was abnormally open, with the corners of her mouth split all the way to the roots of her ears, presenting an extremely weird and terrifying appearance. Just like the legendary slit-mouthed woman, this is the Mother Queen who rules the Zerg continent, with the terrifying power of the 5 Forbiddens. I didn't expect that the Queen of the South and the Queen of the West failed, and were killed by a small mother body with cockroach blood. It's a bit interesting. I heard from my 2 good daughters that there are also shadows of outsiders in this, right? Chapter 287. Outsiders. If outsiders occupy the entire continent, it will be a devastating blow to our Zerg. The Queen Mother muttered to herself, send 2 5 Forbidden generals to support, and lead 2 million troops. I don't believe that we can't kill the 2 outsiders. She didn't want to do it herself, because as the Zerg Queen Mother, her hobby is to lie in bed and give birth to children every day, giving birth every moment, eating some children with good meat quality, and cultivating some children with strong genes and strong qualifications. As for the 2 5 Forbidden generals, they were cultivated yesterday. And, just after the 2 5 Forbidden generals were cultivated, it was yesterday that a prompt sound appeared in the ears of Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, and other players. The prompt that the difficulty of the Zerg Sky Island has officially increased to 5 prohibitions, and 2 people need to be careful, but this is not a big problem. Anyway, the 4 Forbidden Combat Insect Soldiers and Evil Poison Insect Soldiers are now built at will. In one day, more than 2,000 were built. If these 2,000 evil poisonous insect soldiers are helped by the morale of the Moon Lord and the morale of the 2 Star Lords, their health will be enough to reach 17,000 or 18,000. So, there is really nothing to be afraid of the 5 forbidden creatures. With the addition of 2 5 forbidden generals, and a full 200 insect soldiers, the North Queen and the East Queen were very excited. At this moment, in the newly established insect nest in the northeast region, because of the union of the 2 queens, the insect nest was also merged under the construction of the engineer insect. The East Queen and the North Queen, the 2 queens knelt on one knee in front of the 2 5 forbidden generals, looking very respectful. Although the 2 generals of the other side were just ordinary insect soldiers, they were powerful, and in the Sky Island where strength was respected, the East Queen and the North Queen had to greet the 2 generals with great respect. The 2 queens don't have to be so respectful. It is the purpose of our insect race to fight against foreign races. One of the generals in armor said slowly. It had tentacles on its head, dense hair on its body, and a very large mouth. Its body was a star-devouring leech named Xiaotuan. Xiaotuan's tone was full of determination, and neither humble nor arrogant. Then I'll trouble you, General. When will you declare war on those outsiders, and the mother body occupying the southwest? Now! Xiaotuan said slowly, the battlefield will be chosen in the southwest where they occupy, and the southwest will also become their grave. Xiaotuan's voice was hoarse. There was admiration in the eyes of the 2 queens. With such a powerful and determined general, why worry about not losing? So, the army marched towards the southwest, in order not to disturb the Queen Mother in the Central Plains. The 2 5 forbidden generals deliberately chose to go around from the north, and then headed southwest. But by chance, Gu Fan was also preparing to march to the Queen Mother of the East and the Queen Mother of the North. Because the army was close to the south, they were ready to attack the Queen Mother of the East first, and the army marched to the east. So, the 2 largest armies besides the Queen Mother army just happened to stagger. Gu Fan, who came to the northeast, was very curious, because he kept looking for the armies of the Queen Mother of the East and the Queen Mother of the North, but he couldn't find them. Helplessly, he could only return to the south to formulate a battle plan again. After 3 days, the 3 days of replication have accumulated. At the same time, the number of evil poisonous insect soldiers has reached 8,000, which is an extremely terrifying force. There is no doubt that if Gu Fan had 1,000 evil poisonous insect soldiers before, he could directly unify the entire Witch Sky Island. Xiaotuan and the North Queen and the East Queen could not find the trace of Gu Fan's army, so they decided to return to their own territory and wait for the rabbit. As a result, the two armies staggered again, which made Gu Fan very confused. He quickly sent 50,000 scouts to investigate the news everywhere, and then he knew that such an absurd and bizarre thing had happened. Send an envoy to tell the North Queen and the East Queen that our army will attack them, and there is no need to look for us. Gu Fan sent an envoy to the northeast region to tell the two queens this information. This arrogant attitude immediately angered one of the queens, and caught all the envoys and ate them. The evil cockroach wolf's sister told Gu Fan that they had learned the news, and Gu Fan also had a new battle plan. Sister Cockroach Wolf, their territory is in the northeast, you lead the army to attack from the east. The current army has about 350,000 people. Although it seems huge, the actual strength is average. I know, master, what about you? When you start the war, I will lead Hu Xiangbua, Xue Nu and others, as well as 8,000 evil poison insect soldiers from the west to the north, and sneak attack the rear of their army. Don't worry, the bonus of the morale of the Moon Lord and the Star Lord is still there. You only need to resist for half an hour. Gu Fan intends to use this strategy, although he doesn't know if this strategy will work. However, this method of attacking from both sides, especially the rear of the army, suddenly there are so many 8,000 evil poison insect soldiers who are about to approach the Five Forbidden. It would be strange if they don't win. Soon, the entire army followed Gu Fan's plan. The previous army, with 340,000 troops, attacked from the east, attacking the armies of the East Queen and the North Queen in the northeast. Gu Fan led a group of elite subordinates to attack from the west, and traveled a long distance to attack the rear army. However, in order to prevent accidents, Gu Fan still asked Jiang Yu and Chu Lin to follow the army to protect the Cockroach Wolf's sister. With Jiang Yu and Chu Lin, plus the Cockroach Wolf's sister, the high-end combat power was not worth mentioning. Other high-level officials followed Gu Fan. The army was advancing in a mighty manner. If there were other Mother Zergs on the road, they would not dare to provoke them when they encountered Gu Fan's two armies, and they would run away in a hurry, fearing that they would be captured as food. At the same time, in the far north, the place where the savages lived. The place where the savages lived was not in the far north before. During this period, due to the turmoil of the Zerg and the weak strength of the race, they were driven to this place where no one was going to shit. The far north is cold and desolate. Most of the savages were hungry and cold, but fortunately, the leader of the savages broke through to the 5th forbidden level some time ago, and had reached the peak of the 4th forbidden level before, which prevented the savages from extinction. In the snow palace of the savages, some spies who were investigating intelligence reported the news they had discovered to the Savage King on the Zerg Sky Island. King, there has been turmoil on the Zerg Sky Island during this period, outsiders. As the spies answered, the Savage King was stunned. A mere outsider actually has such terrible strength. He soon brightened up. Now it is the hope of our savages. After the battle between the outsider forces in the southwest and the Northeast Queen Mother in the northeast, our savages will also participate in the battlefield. Then Lord Savage King, which side are we savages attacking? The spy asked curiously. The Savage King looked deep in his eyes, and called the savages' military advisor, Yigliang. Although Yigliang was only a 4th level forbidden, he had wisdom beyond the reach of ordinary people. His dream was to lead the savage army to dominate the entire Zerg Sky Island. Yigliang, tell me, how can we savages win in this turmoil? The Savage King asked coldly. Yigliang smiled. King, I think we should observe the situation. If the foreign forces are in crisis, we will help the forces of the Eastern Queen and the Northern Queen to crush the foreign forces together, so that we will not be implicated in the future. Because if the foreign forces cannot be pacified even by the armies of the Eastern Queen and the Northern Queen, how can we believe that they can pacify the Central Plains? So if we take action against the foreign forces, we can also increase the Zerg's favorability towards our wild people living in remote areas. Yigliang's words are well-founded. The eyes of the Savage King lit up. Continue. If the outsiders barely defeat the Northeast Queen's army, then we can secretly help the outsiders, but we can't get involved too much, because barely defeating the Northeast Queen's army does not mean that we can defeat the Queen's forces in the Central Plains. However, if the outsiders are unstoppable, and defeating the Northeast Queen's army is like killing a chicken, then our savage army needs to help the outsiders, so that the outsiders will have a good impression of us and discuss the matter of pacifying the Central Plains later. The Savage King nodded. His eyes were very satisfied. Okay, then do as military advisor Guliang said. Call on the savage army to go on the expedition with me. Chapter 288. The savage army decided to follow Yigliang's plan. In short, whoever is stronger will be helped. Soon, the armies of both sides advanced for most of the day, and because of the outstanding strength of the army, they soon arrived at the place of battle. Wars between Zerg are usually plain and unpretentious. As soon as the two armies approached, they fought together. Although the armies under the command of both sides were 3 forbidden, because the Queen's 2 million legions had 4 forbidden, so, as soon as they met, the Cockroach Wolf army fell into a disadvantage. The evil Cockroach Wolf sister was shocked and hurriedly told her master Gu Fan about the current situation. Gu Fan knew that he couldn't delay either. Although there was still about 20 minutes away, it would be hard to say if he didn't use the Moon Lord's morale. So, Gu Fan hurriedly used the Moon Lord's morale. For a time, the momentum and strength of the Cockroach Wolf army were greatly improved, and in a blink of an eye, they reached the 4 forbidden. At the same time, the Cockroach Wolf sister also improved to the 5 forbidden. Jiangyu and Chu Lin were also greatly strengthened by the effect of Yu Jun's morale, and began to kill enemies and make merit. Cockroach Wolf sister thought about it, although it was very tiring to command the army now. But now the pressure of the first 20 minutes was on the army. She decided to go to the battlefield in person, and kill the enemy with Jiangyu. At the same time, a monster wearing silver-white armor, with dense appearances, and even tentacles on its head, came to the sky. It gathered one light ring after another in its hand. The light ring emitted extremely terrible damage. The next moment, the light ring fell into the army, and countless casualties were immediately killed and wounded. Countless combat insect soldiers looked up at the sky in shock. In the distance, Jiangyu and Chu Lin learned that the other party had a strong individual combat power. In order to save the number of Cockroach Wolf combat insect soldiers, the two hurried to fight. When they approached that direction, they were shocked. The monster in front of him was a strong man, who surpassed the 4 forbidden and reached the 5 forbidden. Jiangyu spent some cube coins to find out the news. Swallowing Star Leech HP, 25256. Attack, 5250. Defense, 4852. Speed, 5823. Skills, Swallowing Aperture, creates a huge damage aperture, causing 10,000 points of range damage. Star Leech Mucus, creates mucus full of powerful damage and terrible corrosive ability, causing 15,000 points of damage, and then deducts 100 points of corrosive damage per second, which lasts for 60 seconds. Devouring Power, can devour creatures with a HP of less than 10,000 and digest them in itself. How is it possible? Could this Swallowing Star Leech be the Queen Mother? Why does it have the strength of the 5 forbidden? Jiangyu said with an ugly face. With the blessing of Yu Jun's morale, she barely has the damage of the 4 forbidden. Anyway, we have to ask Sister Cockroach Wolf to help. Her current strength should be 5 forbidden. The 3 of us must solve this terrible 5 forbidden damage. Chu Lin said solemnly, his whole body burning with flames. At the same time, there was another 5 forbidden general hiding in the dark, not taking action. He was preventing accidents. If the Devouring Star Leech could defeat the 2 humans and the mother body, he would not need to take action. The next moment, another 5 forbidden breath appeared beside him. Evil Cockroach Wolf sister looked at the Devouring Star Leech with a vigilant face. The Queen Mother actually cultivated a 5 forbidden combat insect soldier. It's unbelievable. Evil Cockroach Wolf sister looked at the Devouring Star Leech and saved it. At the same time, Xiao Tun also stared at the Cockroach Wolf sister. Is your blood given by that outsider? So what? That powerful outsider is not here. Tell me, where is he? You 3 are no match for me. After saying that, Xiao Tun flashed to Jiangyu's front, and was about to punch Jiangyu. Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared in the fighting army below, and an insect soldier of the other side appeared in front of Jiangyu with a confused look on his face. The flames ignited all over the insect soldier's body. It was Chu Lin who made the move. The strange insect soldier howled in pain. In the army, Xiao Tun reappeared, and it looked at Jiangyu curiously. What kind of ability is this? Why did I switch positions with an insect soldier? You don't need to know. Jiangyu snorted coldly, and at the same time, the Cockroach Wolf girl also made a move. Her body suddenly became tall, the hair all over her body became longer and longer, and the skin of her whole body turned gray. Transformed into a werewolf. Evil Cockroach Wolf sister used a skill, and transformed into a real werewolf. The characteristics of the insect had completely disappeared, and her body became very exaggerated, just like Xia Shulan. Moreover, her whole body attributes changed to twice, and with the bonus of Yu Jun's morale, the Cockroach Wolf sister was extremely strong at this time. With a life value of over 40,000, a trace of fear flashed in Xiao Tuan's eyes, and then she fled madly. It didn't understand why the mother body of Cockroach Wolf's sister was so much stronger. However, in the shocked eyes of Jiang Yu and Chu Lin, Cockroach Wolf's sister came to Xiaotuan in just a moment. Goodbye. She punched Xiaotuan's armor, and the armor was instantly torn into pieces. The next punch hit Xiaotuan's head, and his head exploded. The arrogant Insect King's 5 forbidden generals died so easily. The insect soldiers below saw the scene, and their eyes flashed with excitement. Their mother body is so powerful. All insects charge. Crush the East Queen Mother Core. Crush the West Queen Mother Core. Cockroach Wolf's sister shouted. At the same time, the elite corps led by Gu Fan, the evil poison insect corps, had arrived in the northeast region, which was the rear of the army. Under the double attack, the East Queen Mother and the West Queen Mother could not resist this terrible offensive at all. As for the other 5 forbidden generals, they were also pulled out by the Cockroach Wolf's sister and killed. 2 hours later, the evil Cockroach Wolf's sister became extremely weak. Her cooling time was very long, and was not displayed on the attribute panel. It would take at least several days for her to rely on the moonlight to restore the werewolf power. There is a full moon day once a month. On that day, the Cockroach Wolf's sister will not have any restrictions, and will transform completely. This is the terrifying power of the werewolf. The doubled attribute change is enough to make the Cockroach Wolf's sister's blood value close to 40,000. Even the powerful Mother Queen has the strength to fight. However, it is not the full moon day yet, at least there are still a few days. In the past few days, because of the forced transformation into a werewolf, the Cockroach Wolf's sister fell into a weak period. Another half an hour later, the evil poisonous insect soldiers led by Gu Fan defeated the 2 large legions of the Northeast Queen Mother, and the 2 million reinforcements of the Queen Mother. Even in the late stage of the war, the Savage Legion suddenly appeared, and the Savage Legion helped Gu Fan's legion to wipe out the enemy together. This surprised Gu Fan a little. The savages on this empty island were quite smart, and did not refuse their help. Now, except for the Central Plains, the rest of the place will be controlled by Gu Fan. Chapter 289. The Zerg flew to the northeast region of the Sky Island. Outside the nest of the Cockroach Wolf's sister, Gu Fan and his confidant stood at the entrance of the nest with a calm expression, watching the original inhabitants of the island come. That is, the Savage tribe. At this time, the Savage King came to Gu Fan with a savage holding a fan. Respected outsider, I am the Savage King of this continent, but, according to your side, I should be the Savage King of this Sky Island. Looking at the Savage King in front of him, who was dressed very similar to someone before, Gu Fan and Xiao Shuan couldn't help but look at each other. Both of them understood each other's meaning through their eyes. Yes, the Savage King on the Zerg Sky Island looks too much like the Savage King on the Savage Sky Island. It's as if they were cut from the same mold, except for their strength. Xiao Shuan, how come this dress is so similar to the Savage King I met at the beginning? Gu Fan, I don't know, maybe every Savage King on the Sky Island has the same aesthetic? Xiao Shuan, humph, it looks really disgusting. If the Savage King knew what Xiao Shuan was thinking, I wonder what he would think. The two of them were whispering in their hearts, and Xiao Shuan even wanted Gu Fan to take action against the Savage King. Kill him and avenge the injury he was shot by the female savage at the beginning. But Gu Fan still refused. These Savage Kings are not the same, let alone the same level. Obviously, the Savage King also has the 5 forbidden auras. There is no benefit in killing this Savage King. Of course, Xiao Shuan was just acting cute and didn't really want Gu Fan to kill this Savage King. The Savage King was very nervous. Although Gu Fan's band number was not high, his aura was very strong. He had a hunch that he was definitely not Gu Fan's opponent. Not to mention, there were a lot of companions beside him, including the powerful evil Cockroach Wolf's sister, Hu Xionghua, who was staring at him, the fire-breathing Chu Lin, the mysterious Jiang Yu who could turn any object around, and the scary woman with 1 white and 1 black pupil and wearing a white dress. This woman also had dragon horns and a tail. It was obvious that her bloodline was not simple. In addition to the white tiger and the scary pterosaur. Sir, the outsider. The Savage King shouted nervously. Yigalian on the side pulled the corner of the Savage King's clothes, signaling him to keep calm. Don't be nervous, I know your purpose. You savages want to rise again, right? After all, the Zerg occupied your continent, so you savages went out to help us in order to defeat the Zerg Queen and take back your homeland. Gu Fan's tone was full of coldness. Yes, sir. We, the savages, are willing to contribute our strength. We only hope that you, sir, can give us the northern land after pacifying the Zerg Sky Island. The rest of the land is yours. The Savage King said loudly. He also knew that he was asking for a high price, but this was also for the purpose of bargaining later. After all, raising the requirements first will allow the outsiders to accept less high requirements later. The Savage King's goal is 1/3 of the land in the north. It is enough to have so much land. I thought it was something else. Gu Fan shook his head, looking indifferent. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the Savage King. Is this outsider so easy to talk to? But soon, Gu Fan said coldly, how many people are there in your Savage Corps? How strong is it? The Savage King was stunned for a moment. About 6 figures? More than 200,000 troops, but most of them are 3 forbidden strongmen, and a small part are 4 forbidden strongmen. With this level of ability, you want to occupy 1/4 of the entire Zerg Sky Island? Gu Fan asked with a sneer. Seeing that something was wrong, Yigalion quickly said, Sir, we don't need land. We just need enough resources, food, drink, and mineral resources, and our Savage Clan will help you to defeat the Zerg Queen together. With our Savage Clan and the Savage King's fighting power, your possibility of defeating the Queen will increase again. Yigalion's weakness made Gu Fan look better. This is the correct negotiation. What strength you have, what appetite you need. If you don't have the strength, don't be so cautious and hide it. Gu Fan couldn't help wanting to kill the Savage King when he asked for so much. To avenge the arrow shot by the previous Savage woman. Even if the previous Savage King was not the same one. Xia Shuan also looked at the Savage King with disdain. But the latter didn't care. The Savage King bowed his hands and said, Sir, this is the treasure of our Savage Clan. Please take a look. Soon, the Savage King asked his brothers to take out the treasure box and put it in front of Gu Fan. There was no greed just now. This respectful look made Gu Fan very satisfied, and he opened the treasure box immediately. There were rolls of paper inside. Gu Fan picked it up and found that it was a guide map of Sky Island. There were 1 forbidden, 2 forbidden, 3 forbidden, more than 50. This is? Gu Fan asked in shock. So many Sky Island guide maps, what's going on? The natives here are obviously not players. Why do they have Sky Island guide maps? Could it be that they were looted? Sir, you come from the void, passing by various Sky Islands. There are savages on many Sky Islands. There are savages on the more than 50 drawings marked here. The Savage King gritted his teeth, took off his necklace, and handed it to Gu Fan. Sir, with this necklace, any savage whose realm is lower than the 5 forbidden will obey your orders. Although the savages above the 5 forbidden can't obey, they will also regard you as a friend and won't attack you. This treasure, there is only one in my tribe. I just hope that you can lead our savage tribe to defeat the Mother Queen. Looking at the description of the necklace, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Not only Gu Fan was surprised, Yigalion also looked at the Savage King with a shocked look. You know, this is the heirloom of the savages, equivalent to the imperial seal of the ancient royal family. In fact, this strategy of suppressing first and then promoting was proposed by Yigalion. But he didn't expect that what was originally promoted should be the more than 50 guide maps of the Sky Island, but he didn't expect that it was actually the heirloom of the savages. Chapter 290. Heart of the Savage King. Quality, lower king grade. Increases HP by 2000. Increases critical hit probability by 20%. Increases critical hit multiplier by 10%. Effect. Savages below the 5th level will automatically surrender when they see the owner of the Savage King's heart. No matter what they do, the loyalty of the surrendered savages will not be reduced. Savages above the 5th level will greatly increase their favorability when they meet the owner of the Savage King's heart. If the owner is a female savage, they can even invite her to have fun together. Looking at the necklace, a hint of greed flashed in Gu Fan's eyes. This necklace is obviously very useful, especially for developing power. Moreover, the bonus of this necklace is very powerful. Uncommon critical power, the probability of critical power, and the multiplier of critical power damage have increased. Previously, the multiplier of Gu Fan's critical power was a little higher than the normal 200, but not much. Now, the bonus of the Savage King's heart is quite a lot. You know, in addition to ordinary attacks, skills also have a chance to cause critical power. Now Gu Fan's health is more than 18,000 with various bonuses, and the maximum damage of lightning is 36,000. If it causes critical power, it is a full 72,000, which is also a very powerful damage. However, the probability of critical power of skills is very small. At least Gu Fan has rarely caused critical power until now. 72,000 damage. I am afraid that the King of Death will also encounter a lot of trouble. Not to mention, this Savage King's heart can also be used to develop power. At that time, according to the guidance of the blueprint, When you encounter a group of savages, you can subdue them. Gu Fan really wanted to see what kind of expressions the Savage King and the Savage Woman he met at the beginning would have if he had the chance to meet them. Fear? Terror? Or would they rather die than surrender? At the same time, this thing can also hit critically. I just don't know how powerful the quality will be after the critical hit. It's hard to say whether he can subdue the savages with 6 or even 7 prohibitions. Very good necklace, you are thoughtful, Savage King. Gu Fan smiled kindly. Thank you, sir. Then, sir. The Savage King's meaning is very clear. His first suppression, and then praise made Gu Fan really want to help the Savage King. Why don't you, the Savage clan, follow me? Gu Fan said in a deep voice, I will lead you to glory. At that time, you can move freely in not only the northern region, but the entire region, until you kill the Queen Mother. Yigiliang's eyes lit up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gu Fan's current realm aura is only 3 prohibitions. But his strength is extremely strong, especially the lightning on the battlefield before. The Savage King felt that he would be electrocuted to death. And what if Gu Fan broke through to the 4th forbidden, or even the 5th forbidden? So, following Gu Fan is definitely a good choice. Yi Guiliang quickly signaled the Savage King with his eyes. The Savage King knelt on one knee. See you, my king. Anyway, the Savage King's heart has been given, so he is no longer a real Savage King. This thing is equivalent to the Jade Seal. It is very precious. The Savage King is willing to give the Savage King's heart to Gu Fan, because they can't stand living in the extreme north. The tribesmen are not well fed and warm, and the Zerg are very powerful and numerous. If he wants to turn things around, he can only rely on outsiders, who are also human beings. This is a big gamble of the Savage King. If the gamble is right, the Savage tribe will gradually grow larger, the tribe members will be well fed and clothed, there will be more and more Savage warriors, and he, the Savage King, will be able to become stronger and stronger in the future. If the gamble is wrong, because of the loss of the Savage King's heart, the Savage tribe will fall into an irretrievable situation. The Savage King stared at Gu Fan with a sharp gaze. In this case, Gu Fan will not treat him unfairly. After consuming 2 copies, he gave the longevity potion type 2, and then threw it to the Savage King. This thing is for you. The Savage King's pupils contracted. In addition to increasing life by 10 years, the number 2 longevity potion can also increase 1,500 health points, 300 attack and defense speed, and 100 physical and mental strength. It is very powerful. Number 2 longevity potion is twice as much as the above. No wonder the Savage King was so shocked. While waiting for the Savage King to take 2 longevity potions, his breath became much stronger. Thank you, King. The Savage King shouted. You don't need to call me King, just call me Captain. Gu Fan waved his hand. Then, Captain, can I lead the army to join you? Of course, there is enough food, Gu Fan said. Then, late at night, the Savage army came to the vicinity of the insect nest in the northeast region. The engineer bugs and storage bugs collected a lot of enemy corpses, some of which were 4 forbidden, and some were 3 forbidden, and the meat was very delicious. And the number of corpse meat pieces was so large that Gu Fan couldn't eat it all. The savages have a big appetite, and the remaining can just be given to the savages. And Yi Guiliang invented a method of pickling food with salt, which can be stored for a long time. Originally, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan also discussed selling the remaining corpses and insect meat to the game system. After all, these meats are 4-band and 3-band, very expensive, and selling them to the game system can also bring good income. However, since the savages need it, Gu Fan will let them go. The Savage King's heart given by the Savage King is already very precious. Another day passed. Gu Fan's number of copies returned to 2. Then, he organized the army and prepared to attack the Queen Mother of the Central Plains. The Queen Mother of the Central Plains also knew what happened. The 2 5-band generals she sent, the 2 million legions, and the Queen Mother of the East, and the Queen Mother of the West were defeated, and within 3 hours. In particular, the Savage Legion also joined Gu Fan's team, further expanding Gu Fan's sphere of influence. She was very angry about this, and was determined to make Gu Fan, this group of outsiders, pay the price. Soon, the Queen Mother sent an envoy at the peak of the 4 forbidden level to the northeast region to negotiate with Gu Fan about the battle location. Outsiders, we Zerg are not easy to mess with. I'll give you a chance to surrender to us Zerg, the envoy said coldly. Otherwise, under the full force of the Queen Mother, the number of troops approaching tens of millions is not something you can resist with just a few 100,000 troops. Although the cockroach wolf sister is trying to give birth every moment. But after all, the time to break through to the 5 forbidden level is too short. Now Gu Fan's army, together with the wild army, is only a mere 600,000 or 700,000 army, not even as good as the leader of the Queen Mother's army. If you, the Queen Mother's army, just come to talk nonsense, I will cook you and eat you. Gu Fan said gloomily. Damn it, this is your choice. The messenger said angrily, if that's the case, then choose the battlefield location, the junction of the Central Plains and the Northeast, the Middle East Corridor. How about it? Middle East Corridor. Gu Fan thought about it, and decided to agree to the messenger's request. He did not attack the messenger, and the two armies did not kill the messenger in the battle. In particular, the Queen Mother was very smart and only sent one messenger. A mere 4 forbidden, although he can be the king on other sky islands, but on the Zerg Sky Island, he is just a cannon fodder. Chapter 291. If the Queen Mother sent many messengers, Gu Fan would definitely kill only one left, and then let the messenger go to report. After the messenger left, Gu Fan hurriedly organized the army, and then let the cockroach wolf sister reproduce and blast troops crazily. Although the cockroach wolf sister was very tired of giving birth, she did it for Gu Fan, and to help Gu Fan lead the entire Zerg Sky Island. She soon desperately gave birth to cubs. All the cubs were evil Gu insect soldiers. This made Xia Shulan feel a little strange and dissatisfied. In her eyes, it was as if the cockroach wolf sister was desperately giving birth to children for Gu Fan. In fact, it was true. A day later, the Queen Mother's army had arrived at the agreed location. Gu Fan had not yet appeared, because the cockroach wolf sister was still desperately blasting troops. Finally, after the Queen Mother sent messengers to urge him several times, Gu Fan reluctantly took action. Speaking of which, the Queen Mother was quite tolerant. If Gu Fan didn't go to the decisive battle site, she wouldn't send troops to attack. She was just a good bug. During this period, Gu Fan's troops grew to 800,000 or 900,000. Among them, 50,000 were elite, evil poisonous insect soldiers. The rest were ordinary troops, plus the Savage Legion. In order to completely defeat the Central Plains, Gu Fan specifically gave the command of the army to Yi Guiliang. He was the military advisor beside the Savage King. However, the evil cockroach wolf sister would definitely participate. After all, she was the real initiator, and all the bugs in Gu Fan's legion only obeyed the orders of the evil cockroach wolf sister. Soon, when the two armies met, the two legions rushed to each other. Gu Fan immediately activated the Moon Lord's morale. After improving their morale and abilities, the strength of the Savage Legion also increased significantly. However, it was not easy to defeat the Queen Mother, because under her command, there were nearly 10 million 4 forbidden warriors. There were even several 5 forbidden generals. The strength of the evil Gu insect soldiers, with the blessing of the Moon Lord's morale, was only close to the 5 forbidden. Gu Fan was a little anxious for a while. He had accumulated 3 copies now. But there were still 5 copies to crit. Now it was not enough. I hope the Queen Mother Legion can wipe them out. If not, I will go back to the edge of the mountains and hide for 3 days. Gu Fan looked at the millions of enemy troops and muttered to himself. After all, the number of the enemy was too large. Yi Guiliang on the side quickly said with horror, Captain, our army seems to be retreating step by step. The enemy's millions of troops are too large. Yes, there are only 4 queens in the southeast, northwest and northeast. However, the soldiers under the queen are all at the level of queens, and they are not at the same level at all. Soon, Cockroach Wolf's sister also shouted, Master, the enemy army will soon break through the siege. Our 50,000 evil poisonous insect soldiers were dragged down by the enemy's 2 million troops, and the rest of the troops are heading straight for me. What should I do, Master? Gu Fan didn't expect the enemy to be so fierce, with a large number and high quality. Maybe I'm too arrogant. Yu Jun's morale is not enough. 2 hours later, Cockroach Wolf's sister shouted, Master, our army can't hold on. Xia Shulan also said worriedly, Husband, let's retreat first. Leaving Cockroach Wolf's sister here, we are not afraid of having no army. That's right. Retreat first, escape first. I underestimated the strength of the Queen Mother. Gu Fan blamed himself a little, but soon shouted, the whole army retreats. The evil poisonous insect army will do its best to resist the enemy. The cockroach wolf army will resist the enemy, and then retreat, and the wild army will be used for cover. Gu Fan shouted loudly, then held Xiao Shulan in one hand, and the little cockroach girl in the other hand, and ran away madly. Hu Xiongwa, Xuan Nu, Jiang Yu, and other senior executives also hurriedly followed and fled. They smelled the breath of danger. Xiao Yi carried Xiao Bai and the senior executives on his back, and flew behind Gu Fan. Gu Fan's speed was indeed ridiculously fast, and he left everyone behind in the blink of an eye. Hu Xianghua also activated his talent, strengthened 5 times, carried 4 or 5 players on his back, and then fled desperately in another direction. Gu Fan's invincible army seemed to be defeated. Fortunately, his companions were behind the army and escaped in time. In addition, the powerful evil poison insect soldiers blocked them frantically. Gu Fan and a group of high-level officials really escaped successfully. As for the Savage Army, the Savage King's decades of hard work were all destroyed. But fortunately, the Savage King and Eagle Yang survived. As for the other savages, they were all trampled by the Queen Mother's insect soldiers. Until the last evil poison insect soldier was defeated. The Queen Mother floated in the air, looking coldly at the horizon. Humph, you escaped fast enough, but there is something. Just less than 1,000,000 troops have cost me 3,000,000 troops. Perhaps, this opponent's mother body has the so-called ancient genes. No matter what, we have to cut the grass and eradicate it. That mother body has been controlled by outsiders, and is no longer a part of our Zerg. The Queen Mother muttered to herself, and soon she continued to shout, all insect soldiers, search for the opponent's mother, outsiders, and the Savage King throughout the continent. Those who find them will be rewarded. The soldiers under the Queen Mother went crazy, and kept looking for the traces of several people outside. At this moment, in a small cave in the Edge Mountain Range, several people were embarrassed in the cave entrance. There were only 5 people in the cave entrance: Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, Evil Cockroach Wolf's sister, Savage King, and Eagle Yang. As for Hu Xianghua and the Snow Girl, they all fled to another place. The good news is that they all escaped successfully. The bad news is that the Queen Mother has been sending troops to look for them during this period, so they hid and dared not show their heads at all. What an embarrassing failure, Master. My children are all dead. After all, it was the mother, the evil cockroach wolf's sister shouted in pain, and only realized later that her babies were all dead. It's my fault. I didn't develop much, but I thought about destroying the Queen Mother in one fell swoop. This is not advisable. Gu Fan reflected. The strength of human beings is that they can reflect. Gu Fan has summarized the reasons for the failure. The increased time of the Moon Lord's morale is too short, and the Star Lord's morale is too weak, and there are restrictions. The number of our troops is too small. Although each of them is as fierce as a tiger, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands, not to mention that the quality of the enemy is not bad, and the number is 10 times ours. It's good that we can come out alive. Gu Fan opened his eyes, and talked about the reasons for the failure. Xia Shulan looked at the crying cockroach wolf's sister, and felt a little guilty. The cockroach wolf's sister has always been a good pet, working hard and never complaining. Even though she has lost the contract now, she still regards herself and Gu Fan as her masters. Xia Shulan came to the cockroach wolf girl and wiped the tears from her pretty face with her hands. Don't cry, we were wrong, but we will get up again and defeat the Mother Queen again. Xia Shulan's comfort was effective, and the cockroach wolf girl stopped crying immediately. Perhaps because all the children died, the cockroach wolf girl was a little mentally abnormal. She looked at Xia Shulan eagerly, and then said shockingly, Mom, Mom. The cockroach wolf girl shouted, her expression full of dependence. What did you call me? Xia Shulan said in shock. She is only a 19-year-old child. Gu Fan also came over curiously. What is this cockroach wolf girl doing? You are? Dad. The cockroach wolf girl took Gu Fan's hand, and then Xia Shulan's hand, Mom and Dad. The cockroach wolf girl seemed to be in a hallucination, and regarded the 2 masters as her parents. Chapter 292. Xia Shulan saw this, and guilt flashed in her eyes. This cockroach wolf girl had been forced to have a baby by herself and her husband. Now, because all the insect soldiers died, the cockroach wolf girl is not mentally normal. But after all, she is a pet. Xia Shulan hurriedly comforted her. After coaxing and deceiving, the cockroach wolf girl slowly fell asleep in her arms. Looking at the cockroach wolf girl with a personality like a child, Xia Shulan couldn't help but smile gently. Failure is normal. No one can be invincible. Even Gu Fan, who has cheated, may fail. The opponent is not just one Forban, but tens of thousands and tens of millions of Forban. Seeing that the cockroach wolf girl fell asleep after being comforted, the Savage King on the side also imitated the cockroach wolf girl and put on a look of wanting to cry, but not crying. It made a wrong bet, and the result of losing the bet is that it is nothing. Woo woo woo. My savage. The Savage King began to cry. Why are you crying? Gu Fan frowned and asked, I didn't cry. I didn't feel sad when tens of thousands of evil poisonous insect soldiers died. Savage King, what are you sad about? The Savage King choked. He was a little puzzled as to why the difference in treatment between him and the cockroach wolf's sister was so great. Of course, the difference was great. The cockroach wolf's sister could give birth to insect soldiers continuously, but the savage king could not give birth to savages. The savage king now has nothing. It's all because of Gu Fan. Gu Fan naturally knew that the failure of this matter was due to himself. And if the savage king didn't do this and didn't come to his account, he probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Don't worry. When I leave the Zerg Sky Island, I will go look for the traces of the savages. Then, you can follow my ship and I will help you rebuild your power. As for your dead savages, just be angry. The enemy is the Queen Mother. Defeating her is your only goal now. Gu Fan patted the savage king on the shoulder, his tone full of bewitching. The savage king was really fooled. Yeagle Yang on the side also sighed repeatedly. I have countless military tactics, but the enemy is outnumbered and I can't play my advantages. Captain Gu, hide for a while, and find opportunities to slowly increase the troops. When you have 2 million evil poisonous insect soldiers, you can defeat the Queen Mother. Gu Fan shook his head. Don't worry about this. It only takes 3 days. He hugged Xia Shulan's slender waist and stood up. In just 3 days, the Queen Mother's army will not be my opponent. Are you serious? Yeagle Yang frowned. This is not a joke. You know, the Queen Mother's army is now close to 10 million for forbidden strongmen, and she will definitely continue to increase the troops during this period, just to keep looking for your traces. Yeagle Yang's words were full of worry. I know what you are worried about, but don't worry about it yet. Gu Fan said, during this period, you just need to hide well. 3 days is enough. Then, he also sent the order to the group chat in the chat channel. At the same time, countless forbidden insect soldiers were exploring the traces of several people. If they were not careful, they might be discovered. Gu Fan asked Xia Shulan to open a king's middle-grade treasure chest to try her luck and see if she could get anything. As a result, nothing came out. Gu Fan was dumbfounded, and Xia Shulan's luck began to decline sharply. The next day, Gu Fan copied a king's middle-grade treasure chest again, but nothing came out. And they were almost discovered, but fortunately the mountain area at the southern end was very rugged, and there were many mountains, otherwise it would be easy to be discovered. Hu Xiongba and his men and Xuan Nu were almost in trouble. They were all hiding in the deep mountains and forests. After thinking about it, there are still 2 or 3 king-level middle-grade treasure chests. Let Xiao Shulan open one more. After opening it, she can hit Yu Jun's morale tomorrow. Xia Shulan also took a deep breath, rubbed her hands constantly, and blew air on her white and tender hands. According to her, this is accumulating good luck. Then, Xia Shulan stretched out her hand and came to Gu Fan. Husband, kiss my hand and accumulate good luck for me. Gu Fan did as Xia Shulan asked, hoping to be of some help. After doing all this, Xia Shulan opened the treasure chest. I must open something useful. The two thought in their hearts at the same time. Soon, the familiar golden light flashed. A dark blue crystal ball suddenly appeared. Cover the crystal ball. Quality: King level top grade. Function: placed on an open space, it can create a shield that covers and protects a 1 kilometer radius. The shield has strong defensive capabilities, can defend against attacks below 30,000 points, and has no durability. Seeing this crystal ball, Gu Fan was quickly surprised. The reason is simple. The effect of this crystal ball is very powerful. The defensive ability of the shield may not even be broken by the Mother Queen. In this case, this 1 kilometer site can be used to build a complex new insect nest, and it will no longer be a problem to accommodate 100,000 evil poisonous insect soldiers. Thinking of this, Gu Fan directly gave the crystal ball to the evil cockroach wolf's sister. Dad, is this for me? Seeing that the awake cockroach wolf's sister still called him Dad, Gu Fan's mouth twitched. Don't call me Dad, I am your master, pay attention to your address. Okay, master. The cockroach wolf girl stuck out her tongue, revealing a hint of dependence on Gu Fan. Mom is still the best, Mom won't be mean to me. The cockroach wolf girl pulled Xia Shulan's little hand and said coquettishly. Xia Shulan touched the cockroach wolf girl's little head. Go and blast the soldiers. Cockroach wolf girl, you are now our hope for a comeback, and you will become the new queen of the entire continent in the future. The cockroach wolf girl nodded, took the crystal ball, and came outside. Just as she was about to activate the crystal ball, she was rejected by Gu Fan. Wait until Hu Xiongba and the snow girl arrive first. Gu Fan ordered his new confidant to come to his side quickly. He already had a way to protect them. The subordinates and servants who received Gu Fan's order, the captains came out from their hiding places, either on Hu Xiongba, who had been strengthened 5 times, or standing on Xiaoyi and riding on Xiaobai. The appearance of these people and animals attracted the attention of the patrolling four forbidden insect soldiers. Soon, they came to chase and kill several people. Fortunately, Xiaoyi flew fast and Hu Xiongbo was fast, and soon they came to Gu Fan's side. At this time, Gu Fan was in an open space, holding a crystal ball in his hand. "Captain! Boss! Master!" Seeing that everyone was there, Gu Fan smiled with relief. Soon, dense four forbidden insect soldiers appeared around and in the sky. Outsiders found. Enemy mother body found. "Go kill them!" The four forbidden insect soldiers all rushed forward frantically. Hu Xiongbo said nervously, "Boss, what should we do? So many four forbidden insect soldiers." "Don't worry, look at me." After Gu Fan finished speaking, he activated the crystal ball in his hand. Suddenly, a huge halo enveloped the 1-kilometer radius of the territory. At the same time, all the insect soldiers within the 1-kilometer radius of the territory were bounced away and driven out. Chapter 293. Hu Xiongbo and Shui Nu looked at this scene in shock. What happened? Where are those insect soldiers? Hu Xiongbo said in shock. My crystal ball bounced it away. The area within a kilometer covered by the crystal ball is safe. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he threw it to the cockroach wolf sister. The cockroach wolf sister held it in her hand and hugged it in her arms. Seeing this, the insect soldiers on the periphery desperately attacked the crystal cover. Some insect soldiers returned to the central plains to report to the 5 Forbidden Queen Mother. After the Queen Mother learned about the incident through the messenger, her face was full of excitement. Finally came out? This time, you will not be able to escape from my palm. After speaking, the Queen Mother waved her jade hand and planned to lead the army to explore the matter. She did not believe how powerful this cover could be. Those outsiders were indeed terrible, but they were not her opponents. The Queen Mother had 5 forbidden creatures, and the outsiders did not have a single creature with 5 forbidden creatures. In addition, the Queen Mother was also an extremely powerful existence among the 5 forbidden creatures. After getting rid of Gu Fan, she will give birth to a child again, kill the Savage King, and reoccupy the entire Zerg Sky Island. However, when the Queen Mother arrived at the place, she was completely dumbfounded. The huge number of Zerg soldiers outside could not enter the cover at all, and they were desperately attacking the cover. Is the defense of this cover really so strong? If I had it, wouldn't it be safe? I can only say that you are worthy of being an outsider. Everything you have is weird. It's a pity that you met me. The Queen Mother asked all the Zerg soldiers to disperse to avoid accidentally hurting them. You know, all the Zerg soldiers on the island are her children. Inside the hood, Gu Fan was a little nervous after learning about it. He and Xia Shuan came to midair and looked at the Queen Mother. Outsiders, 2 humans, are you the culprit? Xia Shuan looked at the Queen Mother suspiciously. She always felt that the Queen Mother had a very good figure, almost the same as hers. Of course, this is not the point. So what, do you want to kill us all? Gu Fan asked coldly. Human, you are very capable. You have raised my child to this level. The Queen Mother looked through the cover and looked at the evil cockroach wolf girl, who was constantly laying eggs and breeding engineer bugs. She sighed, you know, her genetic ability and some ancient Zerg blood. How did she do this? Can you tell me? It's very simple, because I got the genes of this type of soldiers. As for how I got it, you, a native, will not understand. Gu Fan's tone was light, which made the sexy big sister Queen Mother in white very angry. Human, now you are trapped. Surrender now, and become my child. Maybe I will forgive you, and will not take your life. Gu Fan shook his head. If you can break this cover, you can try it. Seeing that Gu Fan was still struggling, the Queen Mother could no longer bear it. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her phoenix eyes. The 2 long sickles on her arms began to swing 2 slashes, like the sword energy of a sword, slashing on the cover above. The terrible slash was close to 15,000 damage. I will chop your defenses that are like insect eggs into pieces, and then eat you all alive. The Queen Mother's tone was full of majesty. 2 terrible slashes collided fiercely on the barrier-like cover, and powerful shock waves circled around. The cockroach wolf sister gave birth to the cub, while looking at the top of her head nervously. I hope the masters can solve the crisis. I don't want to die. Then, the cockroach wolf sister used her hands again, punching her belly again and again. Just when the Mother Queen thought she had succeeded, the cover quickly stabilized, and the 2 slashes disappeared. She widened her eyes. This is the bloodline of the sky-splitting mantis. The ability characteristics of the sky-splitting mantis are high damage and sharpness. I said, if you can come in, you can do whatever you want. Gu Fan's tone was still flat. Hey, you stinky mother queen, you can't be incapable of coming in, come in, la la la. Xia Shulan put her hands on her waist, twisted around, and stuck out her tongue to taunt. This look is like an expression pack of a milk dragon. Human, you forced me to do this. The mother queen was angry, and the consequences were serious. The insect soldiers began to whisper, the queen mother has begun to get angry, and these human outsiders will die without a burial place. Yes, the queen mother is a 5 forbidden, and we also have an army of 8 million. These humans will sooner or later become the food of our human race. Besides, we are still a powerful ancient insect race. It seems that the other side is also, it seems to be called the evil poisonous insect soldiers. So what? However, the sky-splitting mantis, the star-devouring leech, and the phantom white butterfly insect are the most powerful. That's right, we are the most powerful. The insects whispered to each other, and their tone was full of disdain for Gu Fan and his men. However, they forgot that when they were dealing with the evil insect soldiers blessed by the morale of the Moon Lord, several Zerg soldiers could not kill them one by one. It took more than a dozen soldiers to fight against each evil insect soldier, and then slowly kill the evil insect soldiers. Seeing that a female human ghost looked down on her so much, the Queen Mother was completely furious. She quickly activated the talent of the Sky-Splitting Mantis, Sky-Splitting Mantis Jew. The big wings behind the Queen Mother fluttered, and in an instant, she flew above the barrier. Wow, such a fast big white moth! Xia Shuan sighed. The Queen Mother waved 2 large sickles, and chopped on the barrier. The sound of sizzling continued to ring, and the Queen Mother was furious in extreme anger. She did not cause any damage to the cover. However, Gu Fan saw that the damage of the Queen Mother's attack was already over 20,000, which might be the peak power of the Queen Mother. And his thunder, the maximum damage can cause 30,000. Black Dragon Barret, Life Pistol, and his special abilities are all stronger than this Queen Mother. If Xiao Shulan cooperates with her, it shouldn't be a big problem for the two to fight the Queen Mother alone. But the Queen Mother is powerful. The 8 million insect soldiers under her command are all 4 forbidden. If they rush forward, Gu Fan is certainly not a match. Soon, under the rebound of the barrier, the Queen Mother flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Queen Mother. Mother Queen. Her insect soldiers hurriedly chased the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother flew away. What should they do? Half an hour later, the evil cockroach wolf sister had built a preliminary insect nest, and the main position of the insect nest was planned to be mainly underground. Gu Fan just tested it. This cover covers a ball, not just half a ball. Therefore, a ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer must contain a lot of soldiers. The cockroach wolf sister began to officially breed a new evil poison insect soldier. At the same time, the Queen Mother came back. She was in midair, staring at the few people with resentment, especially the big lowly in Gu Fan's arms. When Xia Shulan saw the Queen Mother coming back, she said in an exaggerated tone, "Oh, isn't this the Queen Mother back? Oh, the Queen Mother is so miserable. Where did she fly just now? Was it fun?" The Queen Mother stared at the two people coldly. Her murderous intent did not diminish. "It doesn't matter. I don't believe you have been hiding in here. There is no food or drink in it. As long as I stay here, you can't." The Queen Mother stopped talking halfway. At this time, a barbarian bull elbow appeared out of thin air in Gu Fan's hand. "Huh? What did you say?" At the same time, he waved his hand, and a large number of 4 forbidden meats and 3 forbidden meats that he had just bought in the trading market and the cube mall appeared on the ground. Chapter 294. When the Queen Mother saw that Gu Fan had summoned so many meats in an instant, she was silent for a while, and stopped talking. Yes, he is an outsider, and outsiders are mysterious. But soon, her face changed. "If that's the case, don't blame me. What do you want to do? Queen Mother, why don't you wait for me to explode my troops, and then we will fight to the death in a few days?" Gu Fan suggested, "Don't worry, even if I defeat you, I won't kill you. Your ability is too strong. Why don't you be my pet, and take you to the top?" Gu Fan opened his arms, and looked very arrogant. "Ah, we Zerg, we swear not to be slaves." "Then why did the cockroach wolf sister surrender?" Xia Shulan asked curiously. The Queen Mother was speechless. She didn't know what to say. "You must have used coercion and bribery to get it. You are called cockroach wolf sister, right? Lil Mother, if you follow me now, you still have a chance to survive. If I crush your army and kill your master, you will definitely die. I give you a choice." The Queen Mother pointed at the cockroach wolf sister with her slender jade hand and shouted loudly, "What a chicken neck are you? The cockroach wolf sister has been hanging out with Gu Fan and others for some time, and she has long known some dirty words on the human side. I saw that the cockroach wolf's sister raised her little head proudly at this time. The master will crush your army and make you his pet. But soon, she thought of something. Master, how about this? I believe you can definitely defeat the Queen Mother army. If you defeat it, why not let her become my pet, so that she will be your pet's pet? How humble. This train of thought made Gu Fan not know what to say. However, it seemed feasible. The snow girl on the side was shocked. According to the blood relationship, the Queen Mother seems to be your mother's mother, right? This seems. So what? There is no blood relationship or so-called kinship between our mother Zerg races, only strength. Not impossible. I really want to see what expression the Queen Mother has when she becomes the pet of the cockroach wolf's sister. Jiang Yu on the side suddenly said with a smile. Although Gu Fan has almost nothing now, everyone on Gu Fan's side believes that he can succeed. There are still 20 days left. Gu Fan's talent is a miracle. He may really be able to defeat the Queen Mother, who has a full 7 or 8 million for Forbidden Army. The Queen Mother was so angry that her chest kept rising and falling. She realized that she might not be able to defeat these outsiders by just talking nonsense. Finally, she thought of a trick and smiled sinisterly. Engineers, build nests outside this cover. We will move the base camp to the south. There are 30 layers inside, and 30 layers outside. All the 4 forbidden armies will surround them. I don't believe that you can resist the siege of our 8 million troops after you remove the barrier of this crystal ball. The Queen Mother's expression was full of pride. Gu Fan was silent. If he didn't have the ability to crit, maybe Gu Fan would really be defeated, but fortunately, Yu Jun's morale could still crit, and everything had a chance. As long as the evil Gu insect soldiers under his command broke through the 5 forbidden levels, they would have a chance to defeat the Queen Mother. As soon as the Queen Mother finished speaking, a large group of flying moths circled in the sky, and the green body fluid surrounded Gu Fan's entire crystal cover. The body fluid began to solidify, and became the prototype of the insect nest. Soon, the Queen Mother's engineer insects began to build nests within a kilometer radius of Gu Fan. Husband, what should we do? Xia Shulan said worriedly, if this continues, we will not be able to train many insect soldiers within a kilometer radius, and we will be trapped to death. Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head. Don't worry, Xiao Shulan, your husband will be able to solve all crises. After that, Gu Fan let the cockroach wolf's sister devour the food and concentrate on the explosion of soldiers, while the others rested and waited for the battle in a few days. Just like that, a day passed. Chapter 295. The number of critical hits finally arrived. The number of combat troops of the cockroach wolf sister's evil poisonous insect soldiers has also reached 5 digits. Her fertility will be greatly improved when the number of combat insect soldiers and engineer insects drops to a certain level. However, 10,000 a day is still a little less. Therefore, Gu Fan understands that even if he develops to a certain level, the number of evil poisonous insect soldiers under his command will definitely be greatly reduced, far less than the previous number. At this time, he can rely on quality. If you want to see the quality, you can only choose to critically hit the morale of the Moon Lord. Imagine that thousands of Queen Mothers rush out of this new nest. How good will the expression of the Queen Mother be? Gu Fan thought evilly in his heart. So, he did not hesitate, opened the attribute panel, and then gave the Moon Lord morale on the attribute panel a direct critical hit. Critical hit successful. Obtain the King's top-level skill, Sun Lord Morale. Sun King Morale. After use, it will increase the health of all soldiers under your command by 25,000 points, defense and attack speed by 4,000 points, and morale by 2,000 points. Morale. The more morale is increased, the more fierce and hardworking the soldiers are. Requirements. 1. The loyalty of subordinates must be above 90 points. 2. The number of subordinates cannot exceed 5 forbidden. 3. The number of subordinates must exceed 50,000. Cooling value, 48 hours. Duration, 3 hours. Gu Fan was very satisfied with the ability of Sun King Morale. You know, the current evil Gu insect soldiers have a health of more than 10,000 and a strength of 4 forbidden. If combined with Sun King Morale, 35,000 health points are estimated to be close to the level of the Mother Queen. There are only a few 5 forbidden generals on the Queen Mother's side. The rest are all 4 forbidden insect soldiers. With less than 20,000 health points, let alone 8 million, even 80 million is fine. However, although the attribute values provided are powerful, there are also many restrictions. The first is the number, at least 50,000. If there are less than 50,000, it is impossible to get the blessing of the Japanese monarch's morale. The second is the duration, which is still only a pitiful 3 hours. In 3 hours, even killing 10 million chickens is very difficult, not to mention the 4 forbidden insect soldiers. So, the situation is still grim. Otherwise, another critical hit? Gu Fan muttered to himself, forget it, let's calculate the number first, because at least 1/5 of the enemy's insect soldiers have been killed, and now the enemy is estimated to have 8 million, then at least 85,000 evil poison insect soldiers must be killed by one person within 3 hours to have a chance. After thinking about it, Gu Fan continued to let the evil cockroach wolf sister continue to give birth to pups, and gave most of the nutrition and delicious food to the cockroach wolf sister, and spoiled her like his own child. 3 days later, Gu Fan bought another 5 forbidden creature meat, spending nearly 10 million square coins. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan took a bite of the 5 forbidden creature meat, and except for some increased attributes, the rest belonged to the evil cockroach wolf girl. The cockroach wolf girl was so moved that she burst into tears, and vowed to reproduce as soon as possible. Soon, another 3 days passed, and the entire 1-kilometer radius of the site was crowded with evil goo worm soldiers. Because there was no room on the ground, the engineer worms deliberately built a nest, and began to build a nest on the edge of the 1-kilometer radius sphere. Interestingly, this ball cover built a nest outside, and inside the ball cover. The space can accommodate more insect soldiers. If it is a 1-kilometer area, although it can stand, the evil insect soldiers are huge, tall, fat, and the sickles in their hands are sharp, so it is easy for insects to squeeze each other. At the same time, Gu Fan has accumulated the evil insect soldiers from the past few days, and the number of evil insect soldiers has reached 80,000. After the number is enough, Gu Fan did not hesitate, and directly withdrew the cover of the crystal ball. After the withdrawal, the 2 inner and outer insect nests were attached together. The enemy's insect soldiers began to approach the city. Everyone, this barrier has disappeared. An enemy insect soldier on the edge shouted, follow me, destroy the outsiders, and destroy the army of outsiders. As soon as the voice fell, all the enemy's insect soldiers rushed down. The evil insect soldiers quickly took a stance to greet them. Gu Fan snorted coldly, and quickly activated the morale of the Moon Lord and arrived at the 5 forbidden zones. Afterwards, Gu Fan used the Sun King's morale again, and increased the health of the evil poison insect soldiers again. For a time, the health of the evil poison insect soldiers approached 40,000. This is in order. Because the limit of the Moon King's morale is 4 prohibitions, if the soldiers exceed the 4 prohibitions and reach the 5 prohibitions, they cannot enjoy the Moon King's morale. The Sun King's morale is 5 prohibitions. If the soldiers exceed the 5 prohibitions and reach the 6 prohibitions, they cannot enjoy the Sun King's morale. If the Sun King's morale is used first, the insect soldier's strength is increased to the 5 prohibitions, and the Moon King's morale cannot be used. So you could only use the Moon King's morale, and then use the Sun King's morale, and the attribute increase is maximized. The evil poison insect soldiers hurriedly greeted, and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. 5 minutes later, the evil poison insect soldiers broke through the insect nest built by the Mother Queen, and ordered the engineer insects to fly out in a black mass. After coming outside, the evil poison insect soldiers did not forget to continue killing the enemy. The power of an evil goo insect soldier is comparable to that of the Mother Queen. How can these insect soldiers resist? Coupled with a majestic morale blessing, for a time, the enemy army could not resist such terrible goo insect soldiers. The Mother Queen was immediately excited when she learned that Gu Fan dared to fight directly after only a few days. Human, I must crush you to pieces, especially that female human named Xia Shulan. However, an hour later, the Mother Queen found that her army was retreating step by step. At least half of them, that is, a full 3 million soldiers were killed by the enemy. But Gu Fan's army, not a single goo insect soldier died. It is understandable that with a life value of nearly 40,000 and a defense of more than 7,000, which insect soldier can break through the defense and kill, the Mother Queen was shocked and quickly asked her army to go and destroy Gu Fan. However, Gu Fan was the same. He was like the god of thunder, and his thunder killed thousands of goo insects. You know, he is also a member of the Legion. With the blessing of the morale of the Moon Lord and the Sun Lord, the thunder and lightning were desperate to perform everywhere. The magma performed by Xiao Shulan was also very jealous. Ordinary insect soldiers could not resist it at all, and turned into ashes immediately. The fire performed by Chu Lin and Hu Xianghua, the freezing performed by the Snow Girl, the crazy biting of Xiao Bai, and the powerful dragon breath of Xiao Yi. The insect soldiers of the Queen Mother Legion are retreating step by step. Another hour and 50 minutes passed, and it happened that the last Queen Mother insect general was smashed by thunder. The Queen Mother was behind, staring at Gu Fan in a daze. Her 8 million troops were gone just like that. Why did the enemy army, whether it was the king, Gu Fan, the general, Hu Xiongbo and others, or the insect soldiers, have the same breath as herself, all at the level of the 5 forbidden? The Queen Mother did not understand. She knelt on the ground. Her eyes were dull and full of despair. Cockroach Wolf's sister, Xiao Shulan, Hu Xiongbo, Savage King and others all surrounded the Queen Mother. Mother Queen, you are the only one left. You are the last mother on the Zerg Sky Island besides Cockroach Wolf's sister, Gu Fan said calmly. However, he was also quite polite. Now the Queen Mother was left with only a commander, but Gu Fan still called the Queen Mother Mother Queen. This may be to give some dignity to the Queen Mother, who was once the ruler of this Zerg Sky Island. Chapter 296. Surrender or Die. Gu Fan looked at the Queen Mother, who had been silent for a long time, and was stunned on the spot, and said in a cold tone, "Surrender or die." This is a question. If the Queen Mother is willing to surrender, she will satisfy the needs of the Cockroach Wolf's sister, and let her become the Cockroach Wolf's sister's pet. The Queen Mother raised her bright eyes, and glanced at the horizon with nostalgia. This is the world she once ruled. Now, it is about to become her grave. She doesn't want to die and wants to continue living, but the genetic instinct of the Zerg tells the Queen Mother that she must never surrender to Gu Fan. This is the pride of the Zerg. However, the Queen Mother also looked at the Cockroach Wolf's sister with satisfaction. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, and there can't be 2 emperors in one island. You are called the Cockroach Wolf's sister, right? The Queen Mother came to the Cockroach Wolf's sister and looked at her kindly, with a delicate face full of tenderness. Yes, Queen Mother. The Cockroach Wolf's sister said blankly. The blood suppression made her lose other thoughts. The Queen Mother touched the Cockroach Wolf's sister's head. You will become a good Queen Mother. Then, she looked at Gu Fan again. Gu Fan, treat her well. The future of the Zerg depends on her. She is my pet. I will definitely train her well, and she is also my capable assistant. Gu Fan said seriously. However, he looked at the Queen Mother's resolute expression. Queen Mother, you are not going to surrender? You know, I am an outsider, but I stay here. This is your territory after all. Just serve me as the master, just like the Cockroach Wolf's sister. No, one island cannot accommodate 2 kings. I know this continent is very big. After all, it is just an island. But this was once my world. I can't rule with other Queen Mothers. Kill me, Gu Fan. The Zerg will follow you, and I will be relieved. Moreover, if I live, my children will definitely not forgive me. I will die with them. The Queen Mother looked at Gu Fan seriously and said. Gu Fan pondered for a moment. Such a 5 forbidden general, with strong strength, wanted to die, and could not be used by himself. It is a pity. However, Gu Fan respected the Queen Mother's idea. I understand, Queen Mother. He stretched out his hand, and lightning gathered in his hand. Yang Jun's morale skill can last for a few minutes. Now Gu Fan's blood volume is more than 40,000. He plans to use his highest damage attack to kill the Queen Mother. Goodbye, Queen Mother. The thunder in his hand turned into a huge blue sword. Gu Fan gently waved the thunder sword, and the Queen's body was split in half and fell to the ground. You defeated the Zerg Sky Island Queen. You obtained the gene fragment of the Phantom Light Butterfly Insect X1. You obtained the gene fragment of the Devouring Star Leech X1. You obtained the gene fragment of the Sky-Splitting Mantis X1. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to player Gu Fan for becoming the first player among all Blue Star players to kill the 5 forbidden creatures. Reward: Gu Fan received 20,000 points of any attribute points, can be used in life, attack, defense, speed. Reward: Gu Fan with 1,000 special attribute points, except luck. This special attribute point can be used in all attribute points. Reward: Gu Fan's Block World Void Map upgrade. Void Map can cover up to 100,000 kilometers in radius, marking ordinary sky islands, special sky islands, resource sky islands, and various cloud information. Note: can only be used in the void, not in large sky islands. Reward: Gu Fan to obtain a new portal, Hell Realm Gate. Hell Realm, a powerful world with a vast area, governed by the main world of the cube, and slightly higher in status than the Dead Silence Realm. The Lord of the Hell Realm is an 8 forbidden Emperor-level strongman, and a mysterious reward can be obtained by killing him. The prompt sound from his ears shocked Gu Fan. Especially the last paragraph. Hell Realm. This is a world more powerful than the Dead Silence Realm. Don't look at the Zerg Queen, who is only 5 forbidden and is the Emperor. However, the real Emperor-level strongman is only recognized by 7 forbidden. The King-level strongman is only recognized by 6 forbidden. Not to mention, the Emperor-level strongman the 8 forbidden strongmen. The so-called Lord of the Hell Realm is an 8 forbidden strongman. The blood volume of the 5 forbidden is 20,000 to 50,000, and the 6 forbidden is 50,000 to 100,000. The 7 forbidden is 100,000 to 200,000, and the 8 forbidden is 200,000 to 500,000. It's scary to think about it. Fortunately, it is still far from the so-called Hell Realm. Gu Fan's goal now is the Dead Silence Realm, to conquer the Dead Silence Realm. It will be soon. The life value of the 7 forbidden realm is at most 100,000. If Gu Fan develops a little more, maybe when he reaches the 5 forbidden realm when he is naked, he will have a way to deal with the so-called 7 forbidden strongmen. However, the Dead Silence King is definitely different from the ordinary 7 forbidden strongmen. At least, he should be regarded as a strongman at the peak of the 7 forbidden realm. Even if he has just broken through to the 7 forbidden realm. Woo woo woo, my mother is dead. Cockroach Wolf's sister began to be sentimental again. After all, she is her mother's mother. These gene fragments are all yours. Gu Fan said. It's good to die. Cockroach Wolf's sister quickly changed her face, and looked at Gu Fan with an expectant look. Awesome. Xia Shulan was speechless for a long time, looking at the Cockroach Wolf girl, who was as abstract as herself, and then uttered 2 words. I don't know if the Mother Queen will be angry, and come back to life if she knows about it in the afterlife. After consuming 3 replication times, the 3 gene fragments were replicated, and then given to the Cockroach Wolf girl for absorption and development. In this way, the Cockroach Wolf girl has a full 6 gene fragments. She looked happy, Master, you are simply a god. 6 gene fragments may allow me to enter the 5 forbidden levels, or even the peak of the 5 forbidden levels. You have werewolf blood, and all the good things during this period have been given to you. You are my most capable general. Don't let me down. Gu Fan looked at the Cockroach Wolf girl seriously and said, Who knows, I may let you and your children challenge more powerful monsters at that time. The Cockroach Wolf girl quickly flapped her wings and shouted, Don't worry, Master, I am willing to eat shit if you let me. Yeah. Cockroaches are omnivorous animals, and dogs are domesticated from wolves, so it is understandable. Soon, 2 more days passed. Gu Fan's replication times returned to 4 times. During this time, Cockroach Wolf's sister moved to the Central Plains, where the queen used to be. At the same time, Gu Fan also ordered Cockroach Wolf's sister to modify her genes. There can only be one queen mother in the entire Zerg Sky Island, that is, Cockroach Wolf's sister, to avoid the situation like her. Of course, Cockroach Wolf's sister is already a crew member of Gu Lan. Gu Fan received the reward after coming to the Zerg Sky Island, the teleportation array of the Zerg Sky Island. So far, the Zerg Sky Island and the Beast Sky Island, a full 2 Sky Islands, are all lands under Gu Fan's command. Any creature on them is also Gu Fan's pet servant. Gu Fan became the emperor of the 2 Sky Islands. After receiving the teleportation array, Gu Fan placed one teleportation array on Gu Lan, and the other was placed in the core area of the new Zerg nest, which is where Cockroach Wolf's sister lives. Are you planning to live in the Zerg Sky Island or Gu Lan for a long time? Gu Fan looked at the new Queen Mother, who was sleeping lazily and absorbing the power of the gene fragments, and Cockroach Wolf's sister asked, If you live in Gulan for a long time, I can give you a good position, such as captain. The current captains are Captain Number 1 Xue Nu, Captain Number 2 Hu Xianghua, Captain Number 3 Chu Lin, Captain Number 4 Nalinya, and Captain Number 5 Xiao Bai. Chapter 297. If Cockroach Wolf's sister is willing to live on the Gulan for a long time, Gu Fan can give her the 6th captain position. Let her lead the Zerg. There was a flash of hesitation in Cockroach Wolf's sister's eyes. To be honest, she didn't want to leave. After all, this continent was familiar to her. However, Cockroach Wolf's sister couldn't figure out what Gu Fan meant. She hesitated for a while, and finally said, It all depends on the master's will. Cockroach Wolf's sister's emotional intelligence has grown a lot. If they had just met, she would never say such a thing. Gu Fan smiled, Okay, then get on board. When the time comes, a teleportation array will be installed in your bedroom. The teleportation array can go in and out, and shuttle back and forth between the Gulan and the Zerg continent. You can return to the Zerg continent to give birth to children part of the time, and stay on the ship the rest of the time. I understand. Cockroach Wolf's sister nodded respectfully. Soon, she absorbed the remaining 3 gene fragments. Because of the 4 ancient genes, the normal genes of the Cockroach Wolf's sister were swallowed up at this time, leaving only the earliest cockroach genes, werewolf genes, as well as the evil poisonous insect soldier genes, the phantom butterfly insect genes, the sky-splitting mantis genes, and the star-devouring leech genes. Her appearance became very similar to the previous Queen Mother, with 2 large wings behind her, which looked like cockroaches and butterflies. At the same time, 2 sharp sickles appeared above her 2 arms, which were the genes of the sky-splitting mantis. Sharp mouth parts appeared in her mouth, the genes of the star-devouring leech. The wolf ears and wolf tail were still there, and the cockroach wolf sister also broke through the 5 forbidden levels, which was considered a very powerful existence among the 5 forbidden levels. Evil werewolf cockroach wolf queen. HP 35826. Attack 5326. Defense 6232. Speed 4823. Skills: Devouring Aperture. Creates a huge damaging aperture, causing 10,000 points of range damage. Star Leech Mucus. Creates mucus full of powerful damage and terrible corrosive ability, causing 15,000 points of damage, and then deducts 100 points of corrosive damage per second, which lasts for 60 seconds. Devouring Power. Can devour creatures with less than 20,000 health points and digest them into itself. Werewolf Transformation. Can be forced to transform into a werewolf, with twice the attributes of the previous one, and will automatically transform into a werewolf on the full moon day. Skybreaking Cross Slash. Use the sickle to slash the cross 2 slashes, each slash causes 15,000 points of damage. Illusion Field. Can cause an illusion to creatures with less than 1,500 mental power, allowing them to be slaughtered. Hubby, so many skills, this cockroach wolf girl is too strong. Xia Shuan exclaimed. Of course it's strong. I've given all of this time to the cockroach wolf girl. Now the cockroach wolf girl is also the strongest creature in our Gulan. Gu Fan said with satisfaction. But the cockroach wolf girl shook her head quickly. No, I can sense it, master, I am not your opponent, and even if I become stronger, I am still your right-hand man. Gu Fan was very satisfied with the cockroach wolf girl's tactfulness. Especially after the detection and sensing, she, like Hu Xianghua, Xue Nu and others, all exuded a friendly white light. The cockroach wolf girl became stronger, and Gu Fan and Xia Shuan also had to become stronger. The 2 of them shared the attribute points equally. Gu Fan's mental strength and physical strength reached 1,400 points. Xia Shulan's was 1,300 points. Gu Fan's naked health value also reached 9,000 points with the high-level meat he devoured before, and the 1,000 attribute points he shared equally, which was only 1,000 points away from 10,000 points, that is, the 4 forbidden points. Xia Shulan, like Gu Fan, also has 9,000 points. Gu Fan glanced at his attribute panel. Now his attribute panel has changed dramatically again. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talents, S-level daily copy, S-level perception, S-level control of lightning, S-level turning power, A-level life pistol. Title, Unwavering Until Death. World's Richest Man. Enemy of Death. Skills, Infinite Invisibility, Special skills cannot be upgraded, Horrible Sandstorm, minor success, Star Lord Morale, entry, Moon Lord Morale, Sun Lord Morale Realm. 3 forbidden health value, attack, 1500. Status, Happy Xia Shulan's is similar to Gu Fan's, but unlike Gu Fan, Xia Shulan does not have as many talents. It would be nice if she could get more powerful talents. But getting some special skills is the same. It's just that at the same level, talents are more powerful than special skills. Gu Fan led everyone to sit on the back of the evil insect soldiers and visit the Zerg Sky Island. The evil insect soldiers can fly and are fast. Gu Fan plans to keep 1 or 2,000 on the ship for patrolling, and those puppets can be eliminated. The rest are to guard the Zerg Sky Island. If they encounter danger, they can come to the Gu Lan through the teleportation array. Hubby. Xia Shulan leaned on Gu Fan's shoulder and suddenly shouted with a smile in her eyes. What's wrong, baby? Xia Shulan smiled. Hubby, I feel like you are a lion patrolling your territory now. Ha ha ha, hiccup. I am a lion, then you are a lioness. Gu Fan hugged her in his arms, and then his chin drooped on Xia Shulan's head. Hee, it's not impossible. Have you forgotten that when I flirted with you before, you often called me that? What's wrong with a lioness? Xia Shulan said a little embarrassed. Who did I call you? Gu Fan asked. Well, don't ask, it's embarrassing. A few days later, Gu Fan gave all the copies of this period to the king's middle-grade treasure chest, and distributed the treasure chest to servants and pets. They all followed Gu Fan, so Gu Fan certainly couldn't be stingy. Soon, it was the day of critical strike again. This time, Gu Fan planned to critical strike the heart of the savage king. The king's equipment is already very sufficient and invincible. Moreover, the king's upper-grade treasure chest and the ultimate treasure chest only need 20 days, which is not enough. The emperor-level treasure chest can already be used for 6 or 7 bands. Gu Fan has not yet broken through to the 4th band. If there are any restrictions, it will be a big loss. Although up to now, Gu Fan has not encountered any equipment with restrictions. Critical hit success. Obtain the Heart of the Savage King. Quality: King's ultimate grade. Increases 5000 HP, increases critical hit chance by 30%, and increases critical hit rate by 30%. Effect: Savages below and including the 6th band will automatically surrender when they see the owner of the Savage King's heart. No matter what they do, the loyalty of the surrendered savages will not be reduced. Savages above the 6th band will greatly increase their favorability when they meet the owner of the Savage King's heart. If it is a female savage, you can even invite her to have fun together. New Savage King's heart. Gu Fan wore it, and the original 2000 extra HP came to 5000 extra HP. In other words, Gu Fan's HP is now 22,500, so scary. Chapter 298. In addition, the ability of the Savage King's heart has reached the 6th forbidden zone. Even the savages with 50,000 to 100,000 HP will surrender after seeing Gu Fan. As for the original Savage King's heart, Gu Fan returned it to the Savage King. Yes, the Savage King also boarded the ship, and is now under the jurisdiction of the Snow Girl. Although the Savage King is stronger than the Snow Girl is a veteran, and with special qualifications, Gu Fan must give her a good status. In order to distinguish the Savage Kings to be recruited in the future, Gu Fan calls the Savage King the Zerg Savage King. The Zerg Savage King asked curiously, "Captain, don't you need this necklace?" Gu Fan shook the new Savage King's heart in his hand. "I'm afraid I don't need that necklace." The Zerg Savage King was shocked. "Captain, where did you get such a high-level Savage King's heart?" Gu Fan hesitated for a moment and explained a little bit, and the Savage King realized that the submission in his heart was even better. What's the difference between Gu Fan's method and that of a god? Everyone returned to the ship. Gu Yuner hurried over, and was frightened when she saw a bunch of bugs. "Don't be afraid, Aunt." Xia Shulan rushed over and hugged Gu Yuner. "Aunt, these are our pets, servants, and part of our Gu Lan." 1,000 or 2,000 bugs were flying around. Gu Fan bought some blue diamonds, and asked these evil poisonous insect soldiers to use the blue diamonds to expand the Gu Lan. After the expansion, the entire Gu Lan had a very large area, and it was like an aircraft carrier, reaching at least 100,000 square meters. You know, the large aircraft carriers before the crossing were only 20,000 or 30,000, but now they are 5 times larger. More importantly, the defense of Blue Diamond is very exaggerated, basically many times harder than Lapis Lazuli. This expansion took another 3 days. 3 Savage King hearts were copied, 1 for Xia Shulan, another for Cockroach Wolf's sister, and 1 for Snow Girl. After the expansion was completed, Gu Fan saw the huge area and recruited another 3,000 or 4,000 evil Gu insect soldiers, bringing the total to 5,000. 5,004 forbidden Gu insect soldiers make Gu Fan's current team absolutely the most powerful. There are now 2 boundary gates, the Dead Silence Boundary Gate and the Hell Boundary Gate. There are 2 teleportation arrays, the Beast Sky Island Teleportation Array and the Zerg Sky Island Teleportation Array. The population has reached more than 5,000, most of them are evil Gu insect soldiers. When Gu Fan was about to discuss some new tricks and new knowledge with Xia Shulan, suddenly, a prompt sound came from his ear. It is detected that a player on Blue Star has killed a 5 forbidden strongman, and it is about to merge with the 10,000 Races world. The world of 10,000 Races, also known as the Great Thousand Worlds. Each world in the Great Thousand Worlds is playing the national block game, and the number of players is extremely large. Among them, the Blue Star world is one of the Great Thousand Worlds. Conditions for merging the world of 10,000 Races. Condition 1. There are players in this world who have defeated the 5 forbidden strongmen. Condition 2. The number of people in this world is less than 100 million. After merging the world of 10,000 Races, the scope of the chat channel will be upgraded from Blue Star to 10,000 Races. The ranking list will move from the Blue Star range to the 10,000 Races, divided into player rankings and world rankings. Player ranking list. The ranking of all players in the 10,000 Races. Blue Star ranking list. The ranking of the world in the 10,000 Races. The trading market also moved from the Blue Star range to the 10,000 Races range, and the universal currency is the block coin. The ranking battle moved from the Blue Star range to the 10,000 races range. Because the time for Blue Star to merge the world of 10,000 races is too short, generally speaking, it takes at least 1 year for ordinary worlds to merge with the world of 10,000 races. All Blue Star players will not participate in various activities of the 10,000 races in a short period of time, and provide certain protection. Players from other worlds who kill Blue Star players will not receive any rewards. At the same time, the Sky Islands that each player encounters will be Sky Islands with the same strength as themselves. You will not encounter players who are too strong and from other worlds, so please rest assured. All players will receive 3,000 arbitrary attribute points. New function, Sky Island Capture. Similar to Resource Sky Islands, some ordinary Sky Islands are under the jurisdiction of players. These Sky Islands will be encountered by players like ordinary Sky Islands. These Sky Islands can be fought over. After the fight, the player who controls the Sky Island can be killed to obtain the ownership of the Sky Island and a special reward. New item, Player Identity Card. The player identity card can give servants or pets the identity of the player, not limited to the human race, but all races. Servants and pets who obtain the player identity will belong to the world of the master player. For example, the servant of the Blue Star player will become a Blue Star player after obtaining the player identity card. A series of prompt sounds beside his ears shocked Gu Fan. As he expected, Blue Star is just an extremely small world. Now it has merged with the 10,000 races, and has become a very small part of the 10,000 races. It's like Blue Star is in the solar system, and the solar system is in the Milky Way. It's not known whether the 10,000 races will be the end, and whether there will be a wider sky in the future. Gu Fan's eyes showed a prospect. Blue Star number 1 can no longer accommodate Gu Fan. His dream is to dominate the entire 10,000 races, and become the king of the 10,000 races. Afterwards, he opened the chat channel to see everyone's reaction. The so-called area has disappeared. It is equivalent to Blue Star being a region now. One region, one world. The chat channel is divided into the 10,000 races channel, and the Blue Star channel. The Blue Star channel has long been buzzing with rumors. No way, how did they suddenly merge? Could it be that Gu Fan killed the 5 forbidden strongmen, and then our Blue Star players were merged into the 10,000 races? Damn it, the 10,000 races have been through so long, while our Blue Stars have only been around for a few months at most, and most of them are still weaklings with 1 or 2 bands, or even none at all. What should we do? The above, why are you panicking? Didn't the game official say that you will encounter the same Sky Island as you have the same strength, and the same Sky Island will encounter the same strength? We weaklings should only encounter the weaker ones among the 10,000 races. Indeed, in this way, Gu Fan might compete with the powerful races with 5 or 6 bands, and we, the little Karami, will not be affected much when competing with the same races. Alas, you said that our Blue Star came to the 10,000 races world so quickly. Is it because Gu Fan is so evil? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have come to the so-called 10,000 races so easily, but it would take some time. It's included. There are pros and cons. I can't wait to integrate into the world of all races and broaden my horizons. All races chat channel. Translating the words of other races and players requires cube coins. 100 cube coins per sentence. Note, you can spend 10 million cube coins to obtain permanent translation rights in the chat channel of all races. Note, this is limited to the chat channel. The real interface still needs to consume cube coins to obtain this type of language. Gu Fan still has more than 100 million cube coins. The Beast Sky Island can make money continuously. The Cockroach Wolf's sister is the same. She returns to the Zerg Sky Island every day to give birth to many children. Every 4 forbidden child can be slaughtered and sold to get a lot of cube coins. So he didn't hesitate and directly spent 10 million cube pins for permanent translation rights in the chat channel. Chapter 299. After the translation, Gu Fan opened the chat channel of the 10,000 races again. It seems that a new world has joined our 10,000 races today. It is normal. In the vast world, as the times develop, more and more worlds will become part of the 10,000 races. These 2 people are from the Cyan Star. Gu Fan has never heard of it. I heard that King Cyan is preparing to attack the 7 Forbidden Realms. Haha, congratulations to Lord King Cyan. It seems that the options of the native world have added the Dead Silence Realm and the Hell Realm. Everyone, why don't you go and explore? Forget about exploring. Only the top players of the 10,000 races have the opportunity to enter the native world. As for us little Karami, forget it. That makes sense. I don't know how strong the Blue Star people are. I would like to see them if I have the chance. Watching the chat of everyone, Gu Fan got some information. First of all, even in the 10,000 races, there are not 10 forbidden and 9 forbidden creatures everywhere. Basically, creatures with 6 or 7 forbidden creatures are considered very powerful big guys. Moreover, most of them are still in the second and third forbidden areas. Secondly, there is the concept of the native world. Does the native world refer to the hell world, the dead world, and the witch world? The Witch Sky Island was previously a continent in the witch world, but it was forcibly requisitioned as a sky island. For a moment, Gu Fan also understood what the native world meant. However, whether it is the void or the sky island in the void, or all the materials in the native world, they are all composed of blocks. Everything is a block. Then, Gu Fan opened the trading market again. At this time, there are more powerful equipment, weapons, and high-quality things in the trading market. For example, weapons of king-level quality, king's heavy sword, emperor-level quality weapons, human emperor sword, etc. The characteristics of these weapons are that they are expensive, and the players who sell them are powerful. Gu Fan selected them, and spent 50 million to buy a piece of king-level equipment. Black King Arm Guard increases 3,000 defense and 2,000 attack. One of the Black King suits. The Black King suit has special abilities. The effect is simple and rough, and the increased defense and attack are very good, not to mention that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan don't have suitable arm guards now, so they don't need to replace any other equipment on their bodies. However, Gu Fan's cube coins are only in units of 100 million now. Some expensive emperor-level equipment can't be bought at all. Gu Fan is not in a hurry, and the cube coins will sooner or later increase with the number of critical hits. The current progress is the King's mid-level treasure chest. A few more times, you will have emperor-level equipment. In addition to the trading market and chat channel, the ranking list is naturally integrated with the 10,000 races. Whether it is the battle power ranking list, the world ranking list, or the ranking list in the ranking battle, click the battle power ranking list to check your ranking. Player Gu Fan, your current ranking is 125,682. 120,000, surprisingly high. 120,000th is of course high. Now that Blue Star has just been integrated into the 10,000 races, it is at the bottom. There are nearly 100 million people on a single Blue Star. Although the 10,000 races are called 10,000 races, the number is far more than 10,000. There are so many worlds and so many creatures. Although Gu Fan's realm is not high, his strength is currently at the peak of the 5 Forbiddens. He is a powerful existence among the 5 Forbiddens. Being ranked 12th is also a very good result. At the same time, the first place was very powerful. His name was Anchelu. His race was the Arcane Starman. He looked like a magician, and his strength was as strong as the 8 Forbidden. You know, the 8 Forbidden creatures have a life value of 200,000. I don't know how long this Arcane Starman has been in the cube world. Gu Fan was very curious, because he saw that it was not just the first place. Even the second to 5th place, the top 5 were monopolized by the Arcane Star. It's just that the second to 5th places are all 7 forbidden creatures, with strange names, all of which are the kind with several characters. At the same time, starting from the 6th place, it was players of other races. The 6th place player was named Gu Shindi, and it was not known if it was a coincidence. He had the same name as Gu Fan, a 7 forbidden, a human race, and the world he belonged to was the Sky Blue Star. It was only one character away from the Blue Star where Gu Fan was. Sky Blue Star? What kind of hydrangea would exist on Sky Blue Star? Gu Fan muttered to himself with great curiosity. After the 100th place, they are all 6 forbidden. 6 forbidden has spanned tens of thousands. Yes, the health value of 5 forbidden is 20,000 to 50,000, and the health value of 6 forbidden is 50,000 to 100,000. There are many strong people in this range, but Gu Fan is more inclined to break through from 6 forbidden to 7 forbidden. In addition to meeting the standards of various attribute values, there are other requirements. Otherwise, why are there so many players stuck? As for 5 forbidden, there are even more. Gu Fan is currently at the forefront of 5 forbidden, ranking more than 120,000. As for Xia Shulan, she ran after the first million. Although she has a lot of abilities, she is still much worse than Gu Fan. After all, Gu Fan has Gue. Gu Fan now has several S-level talents, but Xia Shulan only has one. If possible, Gu Fan would like to cultivate Xia Shulan to a level of his own. This kind of training feels good. It's a pity that he can't copy the talent to Xia Shulan. He can only occasionally give some skills or equipment to Xiao Shulan. It's actually not that bad, husband. You see, the number 1 is only 8 forbidden. We have attribute points. We can immediately have 4 forbidden. It's only twice as high as us. Not worth mentioning at all. Xiao Shuan said disdainfully. This cute look made Gu Fan a little bit unable to resist, and he quickly hugged her, and did something bad. Husband, what are you doing? Attacking me again, Chapter 300. Speaking of attribute points. Each player received 3,000 attribute points. Gu Fan was not surprised. He quickly gave 1,000 attribute points to health, and the other 2,000 attribute points were divided equally between attack and defense. Soon, his real realm reached the 4 forbidden. But unfortunately, because of the fusion with the 10,000 races, the 4 forbidden will no longer make any waves. He also did not get the reward for being the first player to become a 4 forbidden player. This made Gu Fan more or less depressed. Xiao Shuan also broke through to the 4 forbidden like Gu Fan. But the difference is that although the two have just become 4 forbidden, with advanced equipment, they can compete with the strong players of 5 or 6 forbidden. In addition to the above, there is also the ranking battle. The ranking battle has of course been updated. At the same time, after Gu Fan clicked the button for the ranking battle, he soon got a prompt. Team player Gu Fan and player Xia Shulan are the first in the first stage of the ranking battle of Blue Star. Get the following rewards. Attribute points x 3000. Player Gu Fan or Xia Shulan will get random talent x1. Please choose the person who gets the random talent. Random talent. Gu Fan was shocked. I didn't expect that talent could be a reward. And this time the reward is for the first stage. That is, the stage before the fusion with the 10,000 races. At that time, winning the ranking battle, in addition to being able to get a small number of attribute points, there was no other reward. But now, the reward has appeared. After the fusion, the reward began to be distributed. I don't know what kind of reward the second and third place in the ranking battle can get. Hu Xiongbo and Wang Tingting were ranked 5th in the ranking battle. After Gu Fan's inquiry, they only received attribute points and a king-level equipment as rewards. It is worth mentioning that the ranking of the first stage of the ranking battle is highly overlapped with the previous battle ranking on Blue Star. In other words, the second in the battle ranking is the second in the ranking battle. The third in the battle ranking is the third in the ranking battle. There is only one talent, husband, or I will give it to you. Xia Shuan said obediently. Gu Fan shook his head. No, this reward is for you to use. You have a high degree of luck and a high probability of obtaining a useful talent. If it is given to me, a useless talent will be opened, but it will take up mental power. That's fine, but can this thing be copied? Gu Fan tried it, and found that it couldn't be copied. The reason is very simple. This is a conceptual reward that needs to be issued soon, and there is no corresponding medium. Just like the attribute points issued at ordinary times, it has not been delegated and cannot be copied. Soon the two of them chose Xia Shulan together. Xia Shulan should indeed be strengthened. After making the choice, Xia Shulan heard a prompt sound. Congratulations to player Xia Shulan for obtaining the S-level talent, Healing Symbiosis. Healing Symbiosis. When either player Gu Fan or player Xia Shulan is injured, they can consume the other's physical strength for treatment. If either player dies, as long as the other is still alive, they will recover from their injuries and revive in a short time, which will require a large amount of the other's physical strength. For example, if player Gu Fan is cut in half and dies, and Xia Shulan is still alive, Xia Shulan will consume a large amount of physical strength to recover player Gu Fan's injuries, reconnect player Gu Fan's upper and lower bodies, and revive him. I won't die, and you won't die either. We live together, and die together. Healing Symbiosis. Great, husband, we won't die this way. Greatly improves survivability. Xia Shulan threw herself into Gu Fan's arms, and said coquettishly. Gu Fan also smiled. We die together, and live together. It's so romantic. However, we also have many life-saving abilities such as Beast Resurrection. It's impossible to die. Survival ability is guaranteed again. Not only that, if you are injured, I can also treat you. Xia Shulan jumped excitedly. Then, the two clicked on the current ranking battle, but found that the ranking battle is divided into many levels. Starting from 4 bands, 5 bands, 6 bands, 7 bands, and 8 bands. You can choose 5 levels of ranking battles. 4 bands can challenge 4 bands, 5 bands, and above players. 5 bands can only challenge 5 bands and above players. In short, low bands can challenge high bands, but high bands cannot challenge low bands. There is even a ranking list for the 4 forbidden rankings. the ranking list for the 5 forbidden rankings, all the way to the ranking list for the 8 forbidden rankings. However, because there is only one creature of the 8 forbidden creatures, there is only one person in the entire 8 forbidden ranking list. Gu Fan had just broken through the 4 forbidden creatures, and without hesitation, he directly chose to challenge the opponent of the 5 forbidden creatures, and planned to gain a foothold in the 5 forbidden ranking list. The reason is very simple. The 4 forbidden creatures can no longer satisfy Gu Fan. After choosing to challenge the 5 forbidden track, he also received a prompt. Do you choose to challenge the 5 forbidden creatures? Yes or no? Gu Fan clicked yes. Choice successful. Matching in the 5 forbidden track. Note, because the challenge is a high-level track, defeating the opponent will get double rewards. 1 higher level, get double rewards, then 2 higher levels, will you get triple rewards? Gu Fan was very surprised. Matching successful. Opponents are red light star people, Lin Heng, Lin Jiujiu. It's our human name. Xia Shulan suddenly said, I remember, isn't Red Light Star the planet where the Beast King stayed before? He was deprived of his player status. Gu Fan also remembered, that's quite a coincidence. But this also proves that Red Light Star has appeared in the block world for a long time, and I don't know how strong the players of Red Light Star are. The two teleported to the ranking Sky Island. Looking at the 2 men and women who look similar opposite each other, it seems that they should be a pair of twins. After the light curtain disappeared, Lin Heng looked at the 2 curiously. Are you the new Blue Star players? You dare to challenge the 5 forbidden track. Are you crazy? Brother, don't waste time talking to them. They are just here to give attribute points. Lin Jiujiu said with disdain. New Blue Star players should honestly practice in the 1st and 2nd forbidden levels. They dare to challenge the 5 forbidden level, which is simply ridiculous. Jiujiu, don't underestimate them. Since they can choose the 5 forbidden track, they are already 4 forbidden, otherwise they would not choose the 5 forbidden level. Lin Heng patted Lin Jiujiu's head and said, That's right, brother, come with me to kill them. The 2 rushed over quickly. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and jumped into the air. Horrible sandstorm. The 2 terrifying sandstorms instantly enveloped Lin Heng and Lin Jiujiu. Although the damage of the terrifying sandstorm is not strong. But the point is not the damage, but the controllability of the terrifying sandstorm. For a moment, the speed of the 2 people dropped significantly, as if they were controlled by the entire sandstorm. Terrifying lightning and magma suddenly appeared from nowhere, and then enveloped Lin Heng and Lin Jiujiu. They were horrified and felt extremely terrible damage. Chapter 301. The terrifying lightning continued to wreak havoc on Lin Heng's body. Increase the power, Gu Fan said, and then once again, like a thick thunderbolt with a waystake, he bombarded Lin Heng again. Lava fist, Xia Shulan shouted loudly. The terrifying magma turned into a fist and attacked Lin Jiujiu. We are 5 forbidden strongmen. How could we be defeated by a mere Blue Star player? Lin Heng shouted loudly, his tone full of anger, and at the same time, a terrifying long sword emitting a purple aura appeared in his hand. Soul-slaying sword. He chopped it quickly, and the entire sandstorm was split apart, and the sword energy rushed straight to Gu Fan. Gu Fan suddenly switched positions with Lin Heng in the sandstorm. The power of switching. Lin Jiujiu looked at Gu Fan in a daze. How did her brother suddenly switch directions with Gu Fan? At the same time, she looked again in the direction of Gu Fan before, which was now Lin Heng's direction. His head was cut off by the sword of the soul-severing sword, and his headless body fell to the ground. But this was just a projection, not real death. If it was real death, no player would dare to challenge it in the entire ranking battle. Oh my god, the strength of this soul-severing sword is not low. Gu Fan sighed on the side, and then looked at Lin Jiujiu again. What do you want to do? Lin Jiujiu's tone was full of tension. The sandstorm had disappeared, and she was covered with a shield. The shield was filled with magma, and Xia Shulan's attack was blocked. At this time, Lin Jiujiu was looking for an opportunity to attack Gu Fan, but Lin Jiujiu was completely puzzled. Why are these 2 people so powerful? Blue Star, which has just merged with the 10,000 races, actually has such talents. You know, when the Red Light Star just merged with the 10,000 races, the strongest person was only close to the strength of the 5 forbidden. Could it be that these 2 people are the strongest team on the Blue Star? However, soon, Gu Fan took out the Black Dragon Barret and shot Lin Jiujiu in the head. The bullet passed through Lin Jiujiu's shield and hit her head. Instantly Lin Jiujiu fell to the ground and died. Xia Shulan, who was accumulating strength to attack Lin Jiujiu, saw this and said speechlessly, Oh husband, it seems that I have not done anything useful. After all, Xia Shulan's attack was blocked. Lin Jiojio's shield is still quite powerful, and it seems to be a defensive skill. The so-called defensive skills are shields, or increase one's own defense, or avoid damage. In short, there are many types. The desertification that Gu Fan and Xia Shulan mastered before, the magma that Xia Shulan mastered, and the death that Nailin Liang mastered are also defensive skills. It's okay. Your symbiotic talent is here, so I can attack the enemy without fear of being killed, right? Gu Fan hurriedly comforted him. Xia Shulan was happy and hugged Gu Fan for a kiss. After returning to Gulan, player Gu Fan gets 5 attack points and 15 health points. Player Xia Shulan gets 10 attack points, 3 luck points, and 7 defense points. This is the double reward for defeating the opponent. It's very rich. Next, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan looked at each other. Husband, otherwise, there is no rush to land on the Sky Island. Let's continue to play the ranking battle. There are many strong people in the 10,000 races next. Who knows, we may be able to play the 6 forbidden tracks. I think so too, and your luck value may get higher and higher. Then husband, should I add the luck value to the lower limit or the upper limit? Xia Shulan asked curiously. Next, add all the luck value to the lower limit. If you add it to the lower limit to 0, there will be no more times when you open the treasure chest and get nothing. And what? Gu Fan continued solemnly, and our next enemies will only become stronger and stronger, the Dead Silence Realm and the Hell Realm, the 2 so-called native worlds, the 5 forbidden enemies, the 6 forbidden enemies, the 7 forbidden enemies, and so on. It was okay before, our strength could dominate the entire blue star, but the next step is the real challenge. If your luck value is not good, you may encounter some danger. Xiao Shulan, I don't want you to encounter any danger. Xia Shulan nodded, feeling very sweet in her heart. Afterwards, the two continued to click on the ranking battle. Other players were not idle either, and they were also challenging the ranking battles of the corresponding realms. Even Gu Yuner and Jiang Ming were the same. My aunt's pregnancy is not obvious at the moment, and she wants to take advantage of this period of time to work hard. Hu Xiongbuo's current attribute is still 3 forbidden, but the small-scale place of ranking battle itself is quite suitable for Hu Xiongbuo. He can basically lead Wang Tingting to win continuously in the 3 forbidden track. But what's interesting is that Hu Xiongbuo and Wang Tingting actually met Chu Lin and Jiang Yu in the 3 forbidden track. This is really interesting. In the world, there are countless 3 forbidden creatures. Of course, they can meet each other because they are matched at the same time. In the end, Hu Xiongbuo won. Hu Xiongbuo's 5-fold enhancement, plus the powerful fire potion and strengthening potion given by Gu Fan, made Hu Xiongbuo's strength rank 2nd in the entire Gu Lanhao player ranking. Soon, after 4 or 5 matches, Gu Fan began to struggle. The enemies he encountered were very powerful. If it weren't for the life symbiosis and various life-saving abilities, Gu Fan might not be able to defeat the opponent. It's just that this time, he was matched with a player from Blue Star. Matching successful, the opponent is Blue Star, Wang Quan, Lin Qianqian. The team ranked 2nd on Blue Star before? Gu Fan said in surprise. You know, now his points are more than 100 points at the beginning of the 5-band track. Because of the reform of the ranking battle, the track is divided into several. The track before the 4-band is the so-called 3-band track, but the name is not this, but for convenience, the novice track before the 4-band is collectively called the 3-band track. After all, players with 1 to 3 bands can participate. Then, there are the 4 forbidden track, the 5 forbidden track, and so on. Each track is points, and the overall ranking is from the 8 forbidden track to the 7 forbidden track, and then to the end. So, Gu Fan was curious why the second-ranked players on Blue Star, Lin Qianqian and Wang Quan, dared to participate in the 5 forbidden track. The current points are actually similar to his own. I think they must have good strength. As the projection was transmitted, a man and a woman appeared in front of him. The man was tall and handsome, wearing a suit. The woman was wearing a cool dress, and the two were obviously a couple. Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, we finally meet. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with excitement, but he had been chasing the 2 foreigners who ranked 3rd in the world for a while, just to get the 10 million cube coins. Now, he ran into Gu Fan and the others before he caught up with them. It would be strange if Wang Quan was not excited. Let me introduce myself. I am Wang Quan, the eldest son of the Wang family in Beijing. Of course, Beijing is no longer here. Now, I am the second-team player on Blue Star, named Wang Quan. Wang family in Beijing? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Is it the Wang family in the capital of Yin country, which is extremely powerful? Yes, but unfortunately, the global travel has separated our Wang family members, and my fiancée, the princess of the Lin family, Lin Qianqian, and I are matched together. As for my parents and other people in the Wang family, except for some connection, they cannot be gathered together. However, now that all races are merging, it is even more difficult to gather together. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with sadness, and he quickly continued, but these are not the point. The point is that I have been helping you track down Lena and John during this period. Speaking of Lena and John, Gu Fan remembered the player from Life Own Country who had insulted him, and the people of Yen Country before. Oh! Is there any clue? Gu Fan asked curiously. Of course, we should have found his corresponding location, but something unexpected happened. But don't worry, Boss Gu Fan, we will find them sooner or later, and then kill them, or hand them over to you two for disposal. Gu Fan said, of course, if we can't catch them alive, we can just kill them directly. Lin Qianqian smiled, okay, let's not talk too much nonsense. I control the power of space, and my husband controls the power of time. You two should be careful. Chapter 302. Time and Space? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with desire. Time is king, space is king. Both time and space are very powerful abilities. Not to mention, these two abilities are in the hands of a team. If they can be copied, wouldn't they be invincible? However, Gu Fan has to wait until his mental and physical strength values reach more than 2,000 respectively before considering it. He has mastered S-level talents, and the more he has mastered, the greater the sense of oppression he feels. And it's not a linear relationship. What does it mean? It's not that copying an S-level talent can occupy a certain proportion of mental and physical strength. The more you copy, the higher the mental and physical strength you need later. When both reach more than 2,500, Gu Fan will consider copying new talents. It's really a powerful ability. Gu Fan smiled and responded, I'm coming, Gu Fan. Lin Qianqian took the lead. She took out a long sword, and the blade of the long sword emitted a faint light. The next moment, Lin Qianqian swung her long sword. The sword energy chopped the entire space, and the terrible space cutting rushed directly towards Gu Fan. Gu Fan's face changed, and he quickly exchanged positions with Wang Quan. The space blade split Wang Quan's body. The terrible power is even stronger than the real damage. I have a hunch that no matter how high the defense is or how high the health is, if I am hit, I will definitely be cut. Gu Fan sighed. Yes, the ability of space cutting is absolute cutting, and it will not be affected by anything. As long as you are in this space, you will be cut by me. Lin Qianqian smiled. Xia Shuan asked curiously, what a pity, didn't you cut your husband in half now? Lin Qianqian shook her head, and the next moment, Gu Fan saw Wang Quan, who was intact, reappear next to Lin Qianqian. This is... Gu Fan's eyes flashed with shock. This ability is a bit scary. Time restart? Gu Fan, I know your ability. Wang Quan's eyes flashed with heat. Your ability is actually copying. He used the cube coin to learn about Gu Fan's ability. And he was also terrified by Gu Fan's ability. This ability to copy everything without much restriction is even more powerful than the so-called time talent. I won't hide it. Maybe you have spent the cube coins to explore my ability, but if I don't explain, you will definitely not understand. Wang Quan waved his hand. As a yin from Blue Star, I won't keep you in suspense. The so-called time talent can adjust many abilities. For example, let my body return to the state of the previous hour. I call it restart. It can be restarted for up to 10 minutes, but it can only affect myself, not a range. Before I was about to be cut by my wife's space blade, I just restarted for 1 or 2 seconds and returned to the time before you turned me around. Speaking of it, this turning power should belong to Jiangyu, right? Is she yours now? Seeing that the other party had no intention of fighting, but was discussing abilities with him, Gu Fan also said, yes, Jiangyu is now the captain of my Gu Lan. How about you become my companion? I will give you a captain position. The two people emitted white light to him, without any hostility. Wang Quan shook his head, forget it. Neither I nor Lin Qianqian want to live under someone else's roof. If the range is restarted, it will be at most 10 minutes, so my talent is still very limited. After that, Wang Quan continued to explain, on the contrary, I can know about the future, but I can't come to the future. It may be because the future is divergent, not a line. The fatalism that the physicists of Blue Star said before does not exist. In the future, many possibilities may be realized. I can't come to the future, but I can see the future. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with curiosity. Oh? Wang Quan, then help me and my husband Gu Fan see if we can be together for a lifetime? Wang Quan's mouth twitched. At most 2 hours, what I saw. The future is a maximum of 2 hours, and the past is a maximum of 10 hours if it is oneself. If the range is restarted, it is a maximum of 10 minutes. Gu Fan asked, then, in the future, will we win or you win? Wang Quan said, no matter which future, you will win. The power you hold is too terrible. Lin Qianqian asked, husband, do we need to surrender? Wang Quan shook his head, no, let us try. Gu Fan has such a terrible talent. He will definitely become the pinnacle of all races in the future. It is a great honor for us to fight him. Okay. Husband, I support you. Lin Qianqian looked at Gu Fan, and then moved her fingers. Suddenly, Gu Fan collided with Xia Shuan uncontrollably. Duang. What is this? Gu Fan took the opportunity to hug Xia Shuan, and looked at Lin Qianqian curiously. Why can Lin Qianqian control herself and Xia Shuan? Spatial constraints. As long as you live in space, you will be controlled by me using the flow of space. The so-called turning power of Jiangyu is just my lower-level ability. Lin Qianqian said calmly. Chapter 303. S-level talent is a lower-level ability of S-level talent? Gu Fan was surprised. So Lin Qianqian also has the power of transfer? But it makes sense. The power of transfer itself is part of the space ability. Thinking of this, Gu Fan looked at Lin Qianqian with a serious look. S-level talents also have high and low levels. His daily copy, Lin Qianqian's control of space, Wang Quan's control of time, etc. are all very powerful S-level talents. On the contrary, some other S-level talents are not as good. For example, Chu Lin's control of fire. It can be compared to the fire potion on a witch's sky island. However, at the beginning, the S-level talent of controlling fire is still very powerful. But no matter how you think about it, whether at the beginning or now, the ability of time and space is stronger than the so-called fire and lightning. Just when Gu Fan was about to use the power of transfer to transfer himself and Xiao Shulan to other places, he found that he suddenly lost control. I said, in this space, I am the king. Lin Qianqian said calmly. Wang Quan on the other side moved. He took out a long sword, and the sword energy carried a terrible power and slashed Gu Fan directly. However, this sword energy was quickly shattered by lightning. Wang Quan's eyes widened. This terrible lightning power can only be said to be worthy of being the #1 person on Blue Star. Don't flatter me, your power is also unpredictable, but in the block game, everything is related to the value. Soon, within 100 miles, except for himself and Xia Shulan, countless lightnings continued to rage, and Lin Qianqian, who controlled space, or Wang Quan, who controlled time, were shattered by lightning. Gu Fan breathed slightly. He had just activated all the lightning, and the lightning value had accumulated to the full, and was now raging all over his body. However, Wang Quan and Lin Qianqian appeared in the center again intact. The expressions of the two remained in the astonishment before they were burned by the terrible lightning. Is this the range restart? Gu Fan felt that he had restarted his abundant physical value, and at this time he and Xia Shulan were still bound by Lin Qianqian's space power. Yes, this is the range restart, but it consumed a lot of my physical and mental strength. Wang Quan's tone was full of fear. We are willing to surrender, because no matter what, that terrible thunder, and the attributes of the two of you, we are not opponents. Gu Fan, you are right. Everything is related to the value. Soon, Wang Quan and Lin Qianqian surrendered. Gu and Xiao won the game again. Back on the Gulan, Xia Shuan said with emotion, husband, if you find an opportunity to copy their talents and become the so-called god of time and space in the future, wouldn't you be invincible? Of course, there will be this opportunity. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with ambition. Now, I already have the ability to initially challenge the Dead Silence realm. But before that, I need to gather a strong army again. You know, now after the critical hit, the Savage King's heart can fully control the 6 forbidden savages. With the help of the 6 forbidden savages, the battle for the Dead Silence realm has more confidence. But unfortunately, above the 5 forbidden, after reaching the 6 forbidden, it can no longer be blessed by Yang Jun's morale. So, if you want to strengthen the 6 forbidden creatures, you have to at least give Yang Jun's morale a critical hit. Gu Fan took the guidance drawings given by the Zerg Savage King. Interestingly, Gu Fan actually found the first Savage Sky Island in this stack of drawings. The strongest Savage King was only 1 forbidden, and there was a female Savage, who also broke through to the first forbidden level. The Savage King was 1 forbidden, and the female Savage was also 1 forbidden. Obviously, this Savage Sky Island was the Savage Sky Island where Gu Fan first landed. Husband, what are you waiting for? I can't wait to see the expressions of the Savage King and the female savage. Xia Shuan laughed sinisterly. Gu Fan hugged her in his arms. Of course, he had to spoil his wife. Moreover, he was also very curious about what surprised expressions the Savage King and the female savage would have when they saw him appear. At the same time, there were 3 sky islands with 5 forbidden Savage Kings, which were also on the same route. It just happened to be along the way to deal with the one forbidden Savage King and the female savage. The Gulen flew all the way, heading towards the target of the first Savage Sky Island. During this period, Gu Xia and the others did not forget to challenge the ranking battles. The number of copies has accumulated to more than 10 times, which is enough to give a critical hit to the king's top-grade treasure box. Gu Fan did not hesitate to copy the king's battle robe first, and then gave it to his subordinates and pets. It is worth mentioning that the king's battle robe can be worn by non-human creatures such as Shui and Xiaobai. Although the king's battle robe is a top, it can be changed according to the size of the biological signs. Today's Xiaobai is broken through the 5 prohibitions. The blood of the white tiger allows it to develop very quickly, and Gu Fan has all the resources to use. The only thing worth tangling is whether to crit the king's top-grade treasure box, the Japanese king's morale, or the longevity potion type 2. Originally, longevity potion type 2 just fits the bill, but Xiao Shulan has a different idea. If longevity potion type 3 requires tens of thousands of health points at the beginning, you might as well use the longevity potion as a poison and inject it into the enemy. Because no matter how well the defense is, as long as the health points do not reach the requirements of longevity potion type 3, they will die directly. This idea made Gu Fan's eyes light up, and he praised Xiao Shulan with his actions. Of course, he didn't say what the action was. So, of the 3 things that need to be crit, Gu Fan was very entangled and didn't know what to crit. In the end, he decided to crit longevity potion type 2. So, he gave the last copy a crit to longevity potion type 2. Ding! The crit was successful, and longevity potion type 3 was obtained. Longevity potion type 3. Taking it can increase life by 100 years, increase health points by 5,000 points, attack and defense speed by 2,000 points, and physical and mental strength by 500 points. Usage restrictions, 2. Side effects of taking. Deduct 50,000 health points. 50,000 health points. If the health points do not reach 50,000, this thing is a deadly poison. Risks and benefits coexist. 100 years of life, one-time consumption of 50,000 health points. Not affected by defense. Creatures above 50,000 can also be used, directly causing them to lose 50,000 health points. Gu Fan muttered to himself, with a flash of ambition in his eyes. If the King of Death was stabbed by 2 life-enhancing potions, he would directly lose 100,000 health points. Even if the King of Death broke through the 7 forbidden, he would be seriously injured. With excited thoughts, Gu Fan once again rewarded Xia Shulan with some practical actions. Just in the afternoon, the Gulan arrived at the Savage Sky Island. It's time to meet old friends. Chapter 304. The Savage Sky Island has changed a lot now. The Savage King and the Savage Girl got married. There were originally 18 tribes. However, due to Gu Fan's massacre and looting, only a few tribes remained. However, it was precisely because of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan that the Savage King's power became more concentrated. Now it has already merged into one tribe, and the entire tribe is also very prosperous. As the Sky Island experienced by most novices, the Savage Sky Island is a nightmare for many novices. Although there are only the Savage King and the Savage Girl as a ban. However, this Sky Island is mostly for players without realms to land, such as Gu Xia and the 2 who landed first. At that time, there were only the 2 of them. But now, it is a whole Gulan with more than 2,000 creatures. At this time, the Savage King and the Savage Girl are sleeping in the big house, in the center of the tribe on the Savage Sky Island. The Savage King hugs the plump Savage Girl with a satisfied look on his face. However, soon, a buzzing sound continued to circle in the sky. 2,000 evil poisonous insect soldiers were flying in the air, staring at the panicked savages below with their dark purple insect pupils. A huge pterosaur was circling in the sky. Above the pterosaur was a terrifying and ferocious white tiger. Above the white tiger were Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, who were riding on the white tiger, and the white tiger was riding on the pterosaur. A terrible pressure descended on the entire island. The Savage King got up impatiently. "What insects are howling?" he shouted loudly. The female savage also woke up in his arms. With a flash of curiosity in her eyes, "King, let's go outside and take a look." The Savage King and the Savage Woman quickly came outside and saw a shocking scene. Countless insect soldiers were emitting the pressure of the 4 forbidden zones. A huge pterosaur was staring at him. Above him was a terrifying white tiger and 2 humans. Those were the humans who stole his treasures. Humans, you dare to come back? However, the Savage King soon realized something. Could these goo insect soldiers be all subordinates of this human? Yes, it's been a long time since we last met, Savage King, and you, Savage Woman, you shot me in the chest with a bow and arrow before. I still remember it. Gu Fan's tone was calm, but it contained murderous intent, and his eyes also emitted a fierce light. Goo insect soldiers, capture all the savages alive. After hearing Gu Fan's order, the Goo insect soldiers did not hesitate and rushed directly to all the savages. Some savages wanted to resist, but they fainted instantly when they were lightly touched by the tentacles of the Goo insects, and some were even accidentally killed. These Goo insect soldiers can only be careful and complete the task of capturing alive as much as possible. As for the evil cockroach wolf sister, she is still on the Zerg Sky Island, giving birth to children. A new function of the Sky Island competition has appeared. Gu Fan knows that the Beast Sky Island and the Zerg Sky Island may be attacked by other players of the 10,000 races. So it is necessary to let the evil cockroach wolf sister continue to explode soldiers as much as possible, and even send some Goo insect soldiers to the Beast Sky Island to protect the safety of the Beast Sky Island. However, it is worth noting that the minerals in the Zerg Sky Island are relatively scarce, and there are only gold and diamonds that are worthless, and only circulated in the 2nd and 3rd band blocks. Although the Beast Sky Island is weak in combat power, there are many lapis lazuli mines. For Gu Fan now, it is still a rich place to make money continuously. The Goo insect soldiers captured all the savages alive. The Savage King and the female savage in the front were tied up and looked at Gu Xia and the others in humiliation. Human, how can you be so strong after just a few months? Even if you are outsiders, you can't become so strong, right? The Savage King roared. The female savage didn't speak, but looked at Gu Fan with deep eyes. Gu Fan didn't order to slaughter them. It means that there is still a chance. I even seriously injured this man before. How can I survive? Otherwise, become his woman. The simple female savage thought so. Maybe it is because he wants me to be his woman that he will leave us alive? Thinking of this, she shouted without hesitation, Human, I am willing to be your woman, please let me go. My beloved wife, what did you say? The Savage King looked at the female savage in disbelief. You know, just a few days ago, she still looked at him affectionately, and said she loved him. But now Xia Shulan was furious. She came to the female savage, and slapped her face again and again, until the female savage's face swelled into a huge bun. Shameless bitch, I'll beat you to death. The female savage was beaten to death. I was wrong, don't beat me. Soon, Xia Shulan used range perception and realized the deep hatred of the female savage for herself. If there was a chance, the female savage would definitely do it herself. It seems that you haven't realized the danger yet. Gu Fan looked at the Savage King and the female savage. Originally, he wanted to subdue them, but now it seems that it will be too soon. Gu Fan remembered the Zerg Savage King. If it weren't for his carelessness, the Zerg Savage King wouldn't have lost 300,000 of his men. Forget it. Gu Fan took out the Savage King's heart from his collar. Suddenly, the Savage King and the Savage Girl stared at the necklace. This is... The Savage Girl's face was swollen, and she looked at Gu Fan in shock. She originally hated Gu Fan and Xia Shulan very much, but now she actually had endless submission. What on earth is going on? The Savage King shouted loudly, King, you are the king. You are also the Savage King. It knelt on the ground, no longer dissatisfied. King, please accept me as a slave, we will do anything for you. Seeing this, Xia Shulan's murderous intent also decreased a lot. Having the Savage King's heart is convenient. Gu Fan called the Zerg Savage King. Seeing this scene, the Zerg Savage King was a little disappointed and said, Captain, these old, weak, sick and disabled people only have 2 first-level forbidden people. Do you want to subdue them? Conquer them. After all, the Qianquan bag has given me a lot of help. Who knows, this group of savages has a lot of origins. It is obviously just an empty island of the first-level forbidden level, but there is a Qianquan bag that can hold everything. After Gu Fan finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Shulan on the side, and the same is true for the Snow Girl. She is obviously only a first-level forbidden, but her will can resist the erosion of death. At this time, the Snow Girl was still basking in the sun on the Gu lawn, very comfortable. Indeed, It seems that this group of Savage Kings is not simple. The first level Forbidden Savage King and the female Savage looked at the Zerg Savage King and were a little surprised. The upper body of the Zerg Savage King was naked. The heart of the lower level Savage King appeared brightly on his chest. Obviously, they not only have to obey Gu Fan's orders, but also the orders of the Zerg Savage King. Chapter 305. Savage King, New Savage King. Why are there so many Savage Kings? The Savage King Eugene was completely dumbfounded and kept shouting. The female Savage beside her was trembling. She regretted it. If she had known, she would not have taken action against Gu Fan at that time. She should have given all the resources in the tribe to Gu Fan, even though Gu Fan was a bandit at that time. Now it seems that Gu Fan is so powerful. It is an honor for herself and the Savage King to let him be a bandit on this island, right? The female Savage thought wildly. Okay, let them go, insect soldiers. Gu Fan decided to subdue these savages. No matter the Savage King at the beginning, or the Snow Girl subdued by Chienku and Bag. They are very helpful to Gu Fan. Gu Fan does not intend to kill the donkey after he has done his work. In addition, he has the Savage King's heart, so there is no need to worry that these savages will rebel. After taking them back, Gu Fan prepared to let the Savage troops go to the Zerg Sky Island. But I didn't expect a prompt to appear beside my ear. Detected that the Savage King on a Forbidden Savage Sky Island surrendered to player Gu Fan. Do you want to conquer the Savage Sky Island and make it your Sky Island territory? Sky Island territory. 10,000 races players should defeat the strongest person on the Sky Island and gain the followers of most of the strong people on the Sky Island. Or gain high favorability from more than 5 of the strongest people on the Sky Island, and there will be a very small probability that you can obtain the teleportation array of the Sky Island. Note: 4 or more forbidden people are required. Since player Gu Fan is the strongest person on Blue Star, he was the first to obtain this authority in advance, and now all 10,000 races players can obtain this authority. Conquer, of course conquer. Which player now dislikes that his territory is small? Since this territory has been conquered, Gu Fan does not need to let the savages board the ship and live here. They can come to the Gu Lawn at any time through the teleportation array. At present, Gu Fan has obtained 3 teleportation arrays and 2 teleportation gates. Recovered the earliest Savage Island. Gu Fan continued to use the island guide scroll. The name of the island was Flame Island. From the name, this island is for playing with fire. However, there are savages on this island. Their strength has reached the 6th forbidden level. And it just so happens that there are several people playing with fire on the Gu Lawn. Hu Xiongba, Yanli Chulin. If magma is also counted, there are also Xia Shuan and Aunt Gu Yuner. Speaking of which, Gu Fan originally planned to let Cockroach Wolf's sister become the 6th captain of the Gu Lawn, but then he remembered that Gu Yuner's own aunt had been named the 6th captain by himself. So, Cockroach Wolf's sister became the 7th captain. Team number 7 is the entire insect army. As for the Savage King and the Savage team to be conquered in the future, they will be given to Nalinya, the 4th captain, to manage. Nalinya's injuries had long been healed, and she was eager to help Gu Fan. Her corrosive power was still very strong, and she could fight several evil poisonous insect soldiers alone. At this time, on the deck, Xia Shulan was rubbing Gu Fan's shoulders. Gu Fan was lying on the rocking chair, checking the void map. Husband, we're going to the Flame Sky Island soon. How do you plan to conquer it this time? Let the Cockroach Wolf's sister burst the troops? Don't worry, wait until we meet the Wild King on the Sky Island, and then conquer the entire Flame Sky Island. But there is one thing that I am very careful about. What? Gu Fan pointed to the Flame Sky Island with a flame symbol on the map. The Flame Sky Island seems to have an owner. Gu Fan continued, in other words, if I want to conquer the entire Flame Sky Island, I may also offend a player from the 10,000 races. The Flame Sky Island is a 6th forbidden Sky Island. If you want to conquer the Flame Sky Island, you will definitely meet a big boss among the 6 forbidden ones. Xia Shuan smiled slyly. Husband, what's there to be afraid of? Don't forget, we still have the Japanese morale and the number 3 potion. If it doesn't work, we can attack the Japanese morale. Let's have a human wave tactic. Isn't it wonderful? Looking at the vicious expression of Xia Shulan, Gu Fan laughed, turned around and picked her up, hugged her in his arms, and kissed her hard. You are worthy of being my little poisoner. Although we are only 4 forbidden, there is nothing to be afraid of 6 forbidden. In this way, Gu Fan also relaxed after Xia Shulan's comfort. However, at this moment, in the depths of the void, a vast ship was constantly wandering. The ship was so large that it was tens of thousands of meters long and tens of thousands of meters wide. It was simply a small island. The blocks that made up the ship emitted a strange light, which was more precious than the so-called energy stone. You know, up to now, energy stones are still rare. It can upgrade skills, is extremely strong, and can also upgrade fishing rods. Although fishing rods are not very useful now, on the bow of the big ship, a man in black was standing with his hands behind his back. The human race is also a huge race among the so-called 10,000 races. Gu Xindi on the list is like this. He stood with his hands behind his back, with a handsome face, tall stature, and a majestic aura. Lord Xindi, you are looking for me. Chen Zixing came to Gu Xindi and knelt down. These days, are Blue Star integrating the entire 10,000 races? Gu Xindi's tone was full of calmness, but it made people feel very concerned. Yes, Lord Xindi, Blue Star is just a weak world that has just entered the 10,000 races. Why does Lord Xindi care so much? Gu Xindi shook his head. It doesn't matter. In short, you send your people to find players on Blue Star. The more you find, the better. This is related to my big business. Then, Gu Xindi looked at Chen Zixing also, the Arcane Star clan, the 10,000 Beast clan, and the Qilong clan. Have these three clans persecuted the human race recently? Replying to Lord Xindi, during this period, one of our human race's 6 Forbidden Sky Islands was taken away by the Qilong clan, and what? Speak more clearly. Gu Xindi is the emperor of the human race. Whether it is Tianlan Star or the human race on other planets, they all respect Gu Xindi as the emperor. Just because Gu Xindi led the human race into the top 10 of the 10,000 races, bringing pride to the human race. The top 10 races of the 10,000 races are the Arcane Star race, the human race, the 10,000 Beast race, the Nether race, the Hell race, and the Dragon race. Originally, there was also the Deathly Silence race, but unfortunately the King of Deathly Silence lost his identity as a player a few days ago, and the entire Deathly Silence world has completely become a native world, so the Deathly Silence race is naturally not among the 10,000 races. And how did these top 10 races come from? It's very simple. Find the top 10 races on the player's combat power rankings, and they are the so-called top 10 races of the 10,000 races. The human race was originally the food of the 10,000 races, the bottom. To have the current status, everything is because of Gu Xindi and Tian Langxing. This is why Gu Xindi is the king of the entire human race. His voice was full of vigor, which made his confidant Chen Zixing shudder. And the human race on the island was slaughtered, and the savages on the island, our human companions, were also imprisoned by the Qinglongs, who are brainwashing the savages, hoping that the savages will betray us. The so-called savages and humans are actually the same race. But the savages are natives of the block world, and do not have the identity of players. So in order to distinguish them, those with player identities are humans, that is, the human race. Those without player identities are savages, that is, the savages. And the players of the Hell clan are in collusion with the natives of the Hell clan. The players of the Arcane Star clan are in collusion with other natives, who master the power of elements. The human race naturally has to communicate with the savages in a friendly manner and form an alliance. Bold. Gu Xindi's tone was full of anger, and soon, he calmed down and his brows relaxed. However, only those who are familiar with Gu Xindi understand. This was when he was most angry. Let the generals under your command find the island of the Qionglong clan's territory and kill all the women, children, old and young, pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep on the island. Kill and burn them. The entire island will be turned into scorched earth. For 10,000 years, no grass will grow. Chen Zixing and his confidants who were silent on the side quickly knelt down. Yes, new emperor. At the same time, drive the human emperor to that island, and let me see what kind of courage the Qionglong clan has to dare to provoke the human race. In this way, the human emperor, the largest force of the human race, began to move towards a target at high speed. However, due to the very long distance, so it could not be reached in a short time. However, the heart of this young emperor had already ignited anger. The human race and the Qionglong clan may have a war because of this. Gu Lan finally stopped in front of the Flame Island. If possible, Gu Fan's purpose of landing on the island is to win over the 6th Forbidden Savage King. According to the drawing of the Zerg Savage King, a 6th Forbidden Savage King lives on the island of Flame. News came from my ears. Arrived at the Flame Sky Island area, 2.35 million square kilometers. Duration of stay, 60 days. Within 60 days, the position of Gu Lan will continue to guide the location during the landing period. Please return to Gulan within 60 days. Do you accept the Sky Island mission? Gu Fan curiously checked the Sky Island mission. He was hesitating whether to accept it. If he accepted it, he might get information related to the Sky Island. However, it also means that the Sky Island mission needs to be completed. If it cannot be completed, it will be punished. If you do not accept it, there will be no intelligence and no reward for the mission. After thinking about it, the brave ones will die. We still have the Cockroach Wolf sister. And there are hundreds of thousands of Zerd troops under her command. These days, the Cockroach Wolf sister has given birth to cubs every day and night, and Gu Fan's troops have already reached 6 figures, and will soon exceed 1 million. Gu Fan's eyes flashed with ambition. Finally, after discussing with Xiao Shulan, he decided to accept this task. Flame Sky Island task. Kill the Qilong that rules the Flame Sky Island. Mission success. Obtain the Flame Sky Island teleportation array and the Qilong fire. Mission failure. Player Gu Fan or Xia Shulan will randomly deduct 3,000 attribute points. Qilong? What race is this? Are there really dragons in this world? Gu Fan didn't know why, and thought of the Qilong Sky Island at the beginning. At that time, Sky Island was just a very ordinary small sky island, not even as good as a Forbidden Sky Island. Then, immediately followed, the information of Flame Sky Island. At this time, Flame Sky Island was burning everywhere, and the aura of murder was constantly wandering on the island. The roars were continuous, and the entire Sky Island was full of danger. The following is the information of Flame Sky Island. Flame Sky Island should have been a sky island under the rule of the human race. The savages on the island would use the power of fire. There are 3 types of flames: the flame of life, the flame of man, and the flame of death. Among them, the flame of life tribe controls the healing flame, and can use the blazing flame to heal the injured savages, which is green. The flame of man, the flame of violence, the savages of this tribe use the blazing flame to show their offensive power. The flame of death controlled by the tribe of death, is extremely strange. It is said that creatures burned to death by the flame of death will become terrible and strange corpses, and their souls will fall into the 9 nether hells. These 3 powerful flames correspond to heaven, earth, and man respectively. Life corresponds to heaven, the flame of heaven that can heal the wounded. Man corresponds to man, the normal flame of the human world, which can be used to kill people or to protect those you want to protect. Death corresponds to earth, the flame of hell, and creatures burned by the flame of hell will fall into hell and never be reborn. Originally, the realm of the Sky Island was 7 forbidden, but after the 7 forbidden flame kings followed the human emperor, the level of the Sky Island naturally dropped to 6 forbidden. After the 6 forbidden, nothing happened on the Sky Island. The wild people here lived in peace and courtesy to each other, and the 3 tribes lived in harmony. However, some time ago, a player from the Qionglong clan captured the Flame Sky Island. In order to obtain 3 powerful flames, the Qionglong player killed most of the savages and captured 6 forbidden savage kings alive, hoping to obtain the power of 3 flames from these 6 forbidden savage kings. Killing the Qionglong has become a consensus network of every human player, and liberating the Flame Sky Island is also something that human players must do. The intelligence content is very simple. The original residents here were captured by the so-called Qionglong. The strongest Qionglong also has 7 prohibitions. But I think it was not captured by the Qionglong of the 7 prohibitions, but only by the Qionglong of the 6 prohibitions. There are many Qionglong players in the first few hundred on the list, and there are even 2 Qionglong players in the top 10. Therefore, if Gu Fan takes this task, he will definitely offend the Qionglong clan. But since he has accepted it, what's the harm? Gu Fan looked at the blazing flame Sky Island. Even on the beach, most of the place was burning with flames. He and Xiao Shulan didn't care, as they had taken fire resistance potions before. But what about the captains, servants, and subordinates under his command? Gu Fan was a little worried. Boss, I can go. Hu Xinghua and I both have the power of fire. Chu Lin shouted on the side. Gu Yuner also shouted, Gu Fan, the same for me. I have the power of magma, and can also go to the island. However, Nailanya shook her head. Although these flames are terrible, as long as you reach the 4 forbidden areas, it's not a big problem to bear them. After saying that, she stepped on the beach barefoot. The flames burned Nailanya's white feet, but did not cause any damage at all. Look, nothing happened. The outer flames are not that terrible. At most, they are only a few hundred degrees. Chapter 306. Others also tried. Indeed, although most of the ground on the Flame Island is burning with flames all the time. But as creatures of the 4 forbidden ranks, they have some resistance to it. I just don't know what the temperature is like on the island. Call the cockroach sister. Gu Fan thought about it, and still didn't plan to send many people. I, Xiao Shuan, Ant, Nalinya, Hu Xiongwa, Chu Lin, plus Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai, and the cockroach sister will do. As for the snow girl, she must not go up. She is now hiding in the Gu lawn, shivering and very hot. The same is true for the milk dragon. It is the same species as the snow girl, and both like cold and fear heat. Neither the snow girl nor the milk dragon can be dispatched. Moreover, it is not the number of people that matters, but the quality. If you really encounter a strong person of the 5 or 6 forbidden ranks, at that time, you still have to rely on yourself and the insect soldiers of the cockroach sister. Not long after, the cockroach sister has returned to the Gu lawn. Master, you're looking for me. The cockroach girl ran over with a hop, blinking her big eyes and asked, well, the new Sky Island needs you to conquer, you try. Can you and your insect soldiers adapt to this Flame Sky Island? Gu Fan asked curiously. Fire is more restraining to insects. If it is difficult to adapt, it is indeed a trouble. Well, I'll try. The blazing flames on the beach seem to be human fire, without the healing effect, nor the terrible breath of hell, but normal flames. The flames burned on the cockroach girl's feet, and the big wings behind her that were dragged on the ground. She frowned and looked quite uncomfortable. Soon, the cockroach wolf girl said, it seems acceptable, but if the fire damage is a little bigger, it may cause harm to me and the insect soldiers. Gu Fan pondered for a moment. However, the fire resistance potion has been used up. If not, he can let the cockroach girl take it, and see if he can produce insects with fire resistance potion. Don't worry, master. I currently have the gene of devouring star leech. If you can let me absorb some of the gene factors related to fire resistance, maybe I can awaken the ability of fire resistance. Perhaps she saw Gu Fan's thoughts. The cockroach wolf girl reminded him quickly. The gene factor of fire resistance. Gu Fan quickly thought of something, took out a knife, and cut his skin. Blood flowed, and caught it in a small bottle. Nalinya, I'll give you some time to study, and see if you can extract part of the fire resistance gene. The devouring star leech also has this ability. It's quite similar to the name. Nalinya's face changed. Captain, you are not embarrassing me. I don't know pharmacy. This is the knowledge that the research department needs to learn. Oh, I forgot. Gu Fan quickly searched in the trading market and bought some disposable fire resistance potions. Mixed it with her own blood. The cockroach wolf girl didn't dislike it and swallowed it directly. Then she closed her eyes and carefully absorbed the power in the fire resistance potion. Not only that, because of the integration of all races and the world, the entire trading market is very prosperous. Gu Fan also spent a lot of money to buy a necklace equipment. Fire Demon Bead Necklace. Quality. King's top grade. Under the protection of the Fire Demon, the fire resistance is greatly increased. Give the necklace to the cockroach wolf girl. A few hours later, the cockroach wolf girl opened her eyes and said in surprise, Master, I already have the ability to resist fire. With this bead, the fire resistance of my child will also be greatly increased. Gu Fan said, okay, let's go to the vicinity of the Flame Island first, adapt to the climate, and consume a few days of replication to let those who have no flame ability and no fire resistance wear the Fire Demon Pearl. The Fire Demon Pearl has no bonus, but the quality is at the level of the King's top grade. This is enough to show the power of the Fire Demon Pearl. Its ability is no longer attribute, but all increased to fire resistance. 5 days later, in a mountain of flames with burning edges, tens of thousands of evil poisonous insect soldiers have been recultivated. In addition, there are hundreds of thousands of evil poisonous insect soldiers behind the teleportation array. If the cockroach wolf queen needs their help, they will come to the Flame Sky Island through the teleportation array. Soon an order was sent. The evil poisonous insects can already come to the beach and the edge of the area through the teleportation array one after another. Because the queen has obtained Gu Fan's fire resistance gene and some disposable fire resistance potions. Although her fire resistance ability is not as good as Gu Fan, but she has the compensation of the Fire Demon Pearl. At this time, the Queen Mother's fire resistance ability quickly inherited these evil poisonous insect soldiers. In the distance, a large ship flew over. The ship was not as big as the Gu Lan, and there were dozens of players on it. These players all exuded the aura of the 4 Forbiddens, and the leading player even had the strength of the 5 Forbiddens. And they were not human, and their bodies were covered with messy tentacles. These tentacle monsters were the players of Zongren Star. Boss, this island is so hot, do you want to land? Yes, boss, there seem to be a lot of insects there. Wait, why are these insects surrounding us? The evil poisonous insects had already seen these Zongren people. Passed the message to the cockroach wolf sister. After the cockroach wolf sister passed it to Gu Fan ordered these evil poisonous insect soldiers to capture all the Zhong people. If they are not ours, they must be aliens. Gu Fan was also worried that these Zhong people would cause trouble to them. The captain of the Zhong people, who was in charge, was very calm and looked at the insects that surrounded them. Where is your master, the captain? Why are you attacking us? Our boss said that in order to prevent you from affecting the boss, we will capture you all alive. An evil poisonous insect soldier snorted coldly. Bold. Little ones, go ahead. The captain of the Zhong people shouted. As the captain of the Zhong people shouted, most of the Zhong people rushed up waving their tentacles. Their combat power is indeed good, but the number is too small. There are only a few hundred of them. Now on the beach, there are almost 100,000 evil poisonous insect soldiers coming from the teleportation array. It is not something that the Zhong people can resist at all. Other players who want to land on the new Sky Island. After seeing this scene, Fan ran back and didn't dare to land on the island at all. Soon, another 5 days passed, and hundreds of thousands of evil poisonous insect soldiers were waiting on the beach. The flames burning on the beaches and the edge of the entire Sky Island continued to burn the evil poisonous insect soldiers. However, none of them felt uncomfortable, but felt warm. With the insects guarding on the edge of the beach, it can also ensure that there will be no other outsiders on the entire Sky Island. As for the outsiders, who have already landed on the Sky Island, Gu Fan and the evil poisonous insect soldiers can't do anything about it. Gu Fan, on his side, was constantly exploring the island, and finally he found the savage hiding in the dark who had not been caught. This is in a small cave in the southeast. Several savages were looking at Gu Fan, who had entered with a vigilant look. Finally found you. Gu Fan looked at the savages hiding in the cave in front of him. The savages were burning with flames, and they were all green flames. Gu Fan quickly consumed the cube coins and then explored these savages. Savages of the tribe of Life Realm. 4 forbidden life value. 12458. Attack 1528. Defense 3542. Speed 2458. Skills Healing Flame. The savages of the tribe of life can use healing flames to recover from injuries and save lives. The skill is only the simple healing flame of the tribe of life. And there are not too many obvious hints. But Gu Fan knew that he had found the right person. Who are you? The savages asked timidly. You are human outsiders? Outsiders? One of the savages was obviously well informed and recognized something. The so-called savages were actually just indigenous humans. This savage naturally recognized Gu Fan as an outsider, no matter the clothes or the behavior. A savage shouted loudly, "Humans, are you here to help us?" Gu Fan didn't waste any words, but took out the heart of the savage king from his chest. After accepting these savages, Gu Fan realized that there were still many savages hiding in the marginal areas like them. So he quickly asked some evil Gu insect soldiers to help find the remaining hiding savages. At the same time, the evil cockroach wolf sister was still exploding. The number of Gu insect soldiers began to increase continuously, and the figures of evil Gu insect soldiers could be seen on the edge of the entire Flame Sky Island. At this moment, in the center of the island, a long creature with a huge body, like a giant dragon, was constantly circling in the air. Its body was purple, and the purple scales were flashing with a faint light. Its pupils were scarlet, which was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a subordinate of the Qianglong king hurried over and reported to him, "King, there are some abnormalities on the periphery of the island." When the Qianglong king heard the news, his heart tightened. After all, the island was stolen by the Qianglong clan. If the human race wanted to retaliate crazily, it would not be able to hold on without the help of the Qianglong emperor. However, it quickly calmed down with the report of its subordinates. After all, as the overlord of the Six Forbidden, it has experienced countless storms, and when it learned that there were only 4 forbidden evil poisonous insect soldiers on the periphery, it felt a little more relaxed. Could these guys be a new race? The Qianglong king muttered to himself with some curiosity, and his huge scarlet eyes stared at the distance. Soon, the bodies of several evil Gu insect soldiers were thrown over. "King, these are the evil Gu insect soldiers. They are all of the strength of the middle level of the 4 forbidden realms, and there are so many of them, just like they were born by the queen of the insect race." Hearing this, the Qianglong king couldn't help it, but a mere 4 Forbidden Realm dares to break into my Flame Island. How many of them are there? This subordinate is a transformed one. When the realm reaches the 5th Forbidden Realm, you can try to transform. When the realm reaches the 6th Forbidden Realm, you can transform perfectly. But you still need to master this skill before transforming. It seems that there are nearly 1,000,000. The subordinate's face twitched slightly, and his tone was a bit bad. Mr. Duo? The Qianlong King was shocked. How could these millions of evil poisonous insect soldiers suddenly be deployed, so many under his nose? The Qianlong clan was furious. They quickly dispatched thousands of Qianlongs with 5 bands, and dozens of Qianlongs with 6 bands to eliminate all the insects that were about to break into the Flame Sky Island. And it just so happened that today was the time for a critical strike. Gu Fan did not hesitate, and directly critically attacked the morale of the Sun King. The best skill of the Emperor, King's morale. After use, all soldiers under his command will increase their health by 60,000 points, defense and attack speed by 10,000 points, and morale by 10,000 points. Morale. The more morale is increased, the more fierce and hard-working the soldiers will be. Requirements. 1. The loyalty of subordinates needs to be above 95 points. 2. The subordinates cannot exceed 6 bands. 3. The number of subordinates needs to exceed 500,000. Cooling value, 48 hours. Duration, 3 hours. Just right, after gathering our strength for so long, it's time to set off. The scattered savages have been gathered by Gu Fan. The Zerg Savage King helps lead them. And the Cockroach Wolf Sister has been crazy about the explosion of troops during this period, plus the troops on the Zerg Sky Island before, the number has already exceeded 1,000,000. Gu Fan originally wanted to take it slowly. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. If you have insect soldiers, you are a fool not to use them. Moreover, with 1,000,000 troops, plus 60,000 health points, each insect soldier is the strength of the 6 Forbidden, slaughtering all the creatures on the entire Sky Island. Isn't it a sure thing? But Gu Fan is not a murderer. He has ordered the huge insect soldiers to attack all creatures except the savages, especially the Qianlong. At this time, Shui was carrying Xiaobai on his back, circling in the air. Xiaobai was carrying Gu Xia and Gu Fan on his back, and Gu Fan looked very majestic at this time. This time, I want to kill the dragon! Gu Fan shouted loudly with a resolute light flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the dense evil Gu insect soldiers behind him swarmed in like a surging black tide. Wherever the Gu insect soldiers went, the ground seemed to be covered by a layer of shadow, making a rustling crawling sound. In front, the huge Qianlongs were like moving mountains, exuding a chilling breath. Qianlongs look extremely strange and terrifying, with endless winding bodies. And they are covered with purple scales, flashing cold light. Their faces are hideous, and their blood-red vertical pupils are full of cruelty and ferocity, and sharp fangs pierce from the corners of their mouths. It's like an evil dragon crawling out of the abyss of hell. Following Gu Fan's order, the evil poisonous insect soldiers rushed towards the dragon fearlessly. The dragons were not to be outdone, and the leading one roared to the sky. The sound waves were like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding air violently. Xiao Shulan covered her ears, and a flash of panic flashed in her eyes. Gu Fan held her in his arms, and gave her enough comfort. I just used a lot of cube coins to explore. This dragon is extremely terrifying, with a life value of nearly 100,000. Anyway, it is not something that Gu Fan can deal with now. After all, it is also a creature of the 6 forbidden creatures. Only if the evil poisonous insect soldiers, who are also 6 forbidden creatures, attack together will there be a chance. Immediately afterwards, a terrible dragon breath sprayed out from the mouth of a dragon. The dragon breath was wrapped in high temperature and destructive power, like a huge flame beam, instantly sweeping dozens of evil poisonous insect soldiers who were rushing in the front. This is a terrifying power. Shui sighed, it's hundreds of times stronger than my dragon breath. At this moment, in the dragon's cognition, its powerful dragon breath was enough to kill these ant-like insects in front of it in seconds. Just like it did in countless battles in the past, it easily turned the enemy into ashes. However, this time it was extremely wrong. Chapter 307. Although these evil Gu insect soldiers are small, each of them contains amazing power. Their aura is almost the same as that of the Qianlong, both of which are forbidden. Even because of the Gu insect's shell, its defense is even better. The terrifying dragon breath burst out, killing only 2 evil Gu insect soldiers, although it killed 2. However, the number of evil Gu insect soldiers is too large. Dozens fell, and hundreds of them immediately replaced them. They went forward one after another, fearless of death, and completely overwhelmed the Qianlong with pure numerical advantage. One after another, the evil goo insect soldiers climbed onto the Qianlong's body and frantically bit its scales with their sharp mouthparts. Used the sharp sky-splitting mantis arm to continuously slash the Qianlong. The mantis arm is like a king-level weapon, sharp and powerful. Even some evil insect soldiers with high comprehension can even use sword energy one after another. In addition, the poison gas of the phantom butterfly insects is constantly causing terrible and continuous damage to the dragon. The self-righteous dragon struggled desperately, roared, and kept shaking its body. It tried to shake off these insects like maggots, but it was all in vain. Under the attack of the evil insect soldiers like a tide, the dragon struggled more and more weakly, and was finally completely swallowed up, without even a trace of residue left. Not only this dragon, but other dragons also failed to escape such a fate. No matter how they resisted, they seemed so powerless in the face of the overwhelming evil insect soldiers. These dragons were once invincible on this land. But now they fell one after another under the human sea tactics of the evil insect soldiers under Gu Fan. This is the power of the king's morale. Gu Fan looked down at the fierce battle between the insects and dragons below, muttering to himself, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Hubby, you are really a war maniac. Although Xia Shulan complained, the excitement in her eyes was still difficult to conceal. Ha! The Gu insect soldiers are really too powerful. The Qianlong king saw his subordinates being defeated by the powerful Gu insect soldiers. It looked angrily in the direction of Gu Fan. Humans, it's you. Soon, the Qianlong king rushed towards Gu Fan. To capture the thief, capture the king first. The Qianlong clan also understands this truth. Looking at the terrifying Qianlong king preparing to attack him, Gu Fan was a little nervous and shouted, "Protect the king! Gu insect soldiers, protect the king!" After all, this thing is also an extremely terrifying existence in the 6 forbidden zones. Gu Fan didn't think he would be the opponent of this Qianlong king. As soon as the voice fell, the Gu insect soldiers, with the blessing of the king's morale, swarmed over and stopped the Qianlong king. Xiaoyi, retreat. Gu Fan continued to order. He wanted Xiaoyi to retreat to a place far away from the war, to avoid being affected by the Qianlong king. The Qianlong king widened his eyes, and was surrounded by the 6 forbidden Gu insect soldiers of the same level as himself. He quickly swallowed and exhaled dragon breath, and the Gu insect soldiers died or were injured, but the number of Gu insect soldiers was still too large. The Qianlong king could not resist such a terrible number. He widened his eyes and roared, "Human! You are despicable. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Gu Fan sneered, "One-on-one? You have 6 forbidden, I have 4 forbidden, you want me to fight you one-on-one? Are you crazy? There is a saying, if you can fight in a group, why fight one-on-one?" Soon, the other dragons fell to the ground. The flames burning on the flame island continued to devour the bodies of the dragons. However, the corpses on the ground were mostly the Gu insect soldiers. After all, the enemy was a dragon. Sister Cockroach Wolf, order thousands of elite evil Gu insect soldiers to go to the central plains of the entire Flame Sky Island to find the imprisoned savages, and let the savages join the battlefield. The savages on the Flame Sky Island are the masters of this Flame Sky Island. Now Gu Fan is expelling foreign enemies. How can they sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor? Moreover, not to mention that Gu Fan's original purpose was to subdue them. An hour later, under the search of the evil Gu insects, finally found the place where the savages were trapped. This place is a huge prison. The blocks of the prison are fire crystal blocks. The hardness of the fire crystal blocks is much harder than that of ice crystal stones, and is about the same as the strength of blue diamonds. However, these strong blocks of stone still have the risk of being broken by the savages. So each savage was tied up, and they were all given a room, but the treatment was better than those college students who lived in the dormitory in the previous life. Although these savages were prisoners, they were a rare fighting force. The savages who mastered the fire of death even mastered a trace of the power of hell, the power of the Hell Clan and the Hell World. It was also very powerful for Qilong. The savages of the Fire of Life were also the same, and the healing flame was very powerful. The savage king who used the Fire of Life even treated the seriously injured who were dragged into the gates of hell, and his power was mysterious. It was rumored that the limit of the Fire of Life could even revive creatures that had been dead for a long time. As for the human fire, there is nothing much to say. Although the damage is high, it does not have many special effects. If it is subdued, it is only a byproduct. The Kailongs have been trying to subdue the savages of the 3 tribes. Unfortunately, it did not go as planned. The savages could not possibly surrender to the evil Kailongs. So, they have been imprisoned in this prison. The Gu insect soldiers rushed into the prison, killed the Kailongs guarding the prison, and let all the savages go. The savages soon started a riot, and joined the battlefield. Although there were not many of them, the strength of the 3 Yin savage kings was as high as 6 forbidden. With the help of the savages, Gu Fan successfully subdued the entire Yin Sky Island. As for the Qilong king, his strength was indeed strong. Under the siege of countless Gu insect soldiers and 3 savage kings, he persisted for at least 2 hours. After the cooling value of the king's morale was reached, just killed the Qionglong king. And Gu Fan doesn't need to care about the global notification reward for killing the Qionglong king, because there must be many players in the entire 10,000 races who have tried to kill the 6 forbidden creatures. This is the disadvantage of merging the 10,000 races in advance. Cannot get the reward for the first player on Blue Star to kill the Qionglong king. However, the reward after the death of the Qionglong king is quite rich. Got a Qionglong sword. Emperor's upper grade equipment, Qionglong sword. Increase 35,000 points of attack. Each swing of the sword will carry the dragon's might, and the dragon's might will be accompanied by 5,000 points of true damage. You can summon the 6 forbidden Qionglong king to fight for you for 30 minutes. Restriction: only players with strength reaching the 5 forbidden and strong willpower can use it. The effect of the Qionglong sword is very simple. Not only can it increase 40,000 attack points, 5,000 of which are true vision damage. Even, you can summon the 6 forbidden savage king to fight for you. Unfortunately, the restrictions are a bit large. You need to reach the 5 forbidden level. However, you still need to have a strong will. He doesn't know whether Gu Fan's will is strong or not. He only knows that he is still a long way from the 5 forbidden level. In desperation, he can only put away the Qilong sword first. Husband, will there be various restrictions after reaching the king level, so that the benefits of the critical treasure box will be much smaller? Gu Fan touched Xia Shulan's head, indeed, but although it is of no use to us, we can copy the precious equipment and then sell it. Of course, the premise is that we lack cube coins. After putting away the Qilong sword, Gu Fan summoned the remaining army. The remaining evil poisonous insects quickly gathered together. Seeing this, the savages also divided into 3 tribes. The 3 wild kings of flame looked at Gu Fan in the air with vigilance. They didn't know if Gu Fan was here to enslave them. However, compared to being enslaved by the Kailongs, the wild kings of flame would rather be enslaved by Gu Fan, who is also a human. Looking at the vigilant eyes of the 3 wild kings, Gu Fan just snorted coldly and took out the wild king's heart from his chest. The 3 wild kings were shocked and quickly knelt down. This is the power of the wild king's heart after the critical hit. The 3 wild kings were so easily subdued. Gu Fan came to the 3 people. Tell me about the ability of you 3 to master the flame. Gu Fan was very curious about the abilities of the 3 flames, especially the power of the death flame. I heard it is also related to hell. Is the hellfire in it related to the hell realm that he has never met? Gu Fan wondered curiously. Although he has a portal to enter the hell realm, but he has never been there once. Master, my ability is the flame of life. The injuries burned by me will be restored to their original state. After saying that, the savage king of the flame of life began to activate his own flame of life. The green flame burned fiercely, emitting a dazzling light. In the shocked eyes of several people, the savage king took action. He took out the long knife at his waist and cut off his arm with one knife. The broken limb fell to the ground, and blood flowed on the ground. However, the next moment, the flame continued to burn at the broken arm, and soon, a brand new arm was restored. It was exactly the same as the broken limb on the ground. This is the flame of life. It can restore broken limbs or repair injuries. It is proficient in everything. Although the flame of life savage king hesitated, this is one of my fire seeds. I'll give it to you. After saying that, he continued to stimulate the power in his body. A dark green flame appeared in his palm, and then he handed it to Gu Fan. Gu Fan took it, and then used the cube coin to explore. The fire of life. The flame burning in the flame of life can provide 10,000 to 50,000 points of healing power, and can restore broken limbs. But each time the fire of life is activated, a lot of physical strength is consumed. The fire of life is the prototype of the flame of life. Looking at the wild man king who was in low spirits at this time, Gu Fan accepted it, and then looked at the wild man king of human flame and the wild man king of death again. The wild man king of human flame had nothing to say, and asked him to take out the good fire seeds. Gu Fan continued to ask the king of the dead flame savage. He knelt on one knee and said, Master, this is a gift from a great man in the hell realm. The creatures after the death flame burns will become hell creatures in the hell realm. For example, after a pig burns, it will lose its life and become a hell pigman. Therefore, we, the savages of the death flame, actually belong to the camp of the hell realm. We, the savages of the death flame, are also the hub of communication between the human race and the hell clan, and we supply the hell clan with their own hell creatures. Savages like us who are related to hell are very common in the entire void. But of course, Master, from now on, we will leave the hell realm and become your subordinates. The savage king of the death flame said respectfully. Sure enough, this island is not only related to the human race and the Cheonglong clan. It is also related to the hell realm. Gu Fan shook his head. No, you savages of the death flame, continue to do what you did before. Gu Fan didn't want to provoke the hell realm because of this. The strength of the hell realm is more terrifying than the dead silence realm. And these two worlds were originally the native worlds of Blue Star. After merging with the 10,000 races during this period, they have begun to contact with the 10,000 races. When did you master the death flame? The savage king replied, very early, but the death flame was not that powerful at that time. But some time ago, with the power given to me by the powerful person in the hell realm, I was allowed to use this new death flame to transport hell creatures to the hell realm, and there are no more hell creatures, and they are in the essence. Whether it is the dead silence realm or the hell realm, they are constantly eroding the main world Sky Island. Can I understand it this way? Gu Fan muttered to himself, thinking of the witch Sky Island that was invaded by the power of dead silence before. Of course, all this was due to me. If I hadn't brought the power of death and silence to the witch Sky Island, let Nalan Ya and Nalan Liang, the grandfather and grandson, be interested in the power of death and silence, maybe nothing would happen. Compared with the world of death and silence, the world of hell is more direct. He actually ran directly to various Sky Islands and told the natives on the Sky Islands to transport hell creatures to the world of hell. The power of hell is the same as the power of death and silence, and it is probably a similar strange power. Let me see what will happen after being infected by the death flame you control. Gu Fan asked curiously. Soon, the savage king ordered to find a wild boar. The physique of this pig didn't even have a band. In the surprised eyes of everyone, the savage king of death flame displayed the flame in his hand. The flame was a deep purple, and it felt like it was interwoven with countless mysterious powers. It burned in the air, emitting a strange and terrifying light, like the eyes of an evil spirit from the abyss of hell, staring at the struggling wild boar. Soon, the purple flame attached to the wild boar, jumping and dancing constantly. The wild boar kept roaring, and its limbs kept struggling there. Gu Fan glanced at Xia Shulan, who was staring at the wild boar with wide eyes, and couldn't help but whispered in her earlobe, Xiao Shulan, this wild boar looks like you. Xia Shulan, ? Xiao Shulan, who was still a little vigilant, looked at Gu Fan with angry eyes, then picked up Gu Fan's arm and bit it. Gu Fan had to say a lot of good things to calm Xiao Shulan down. Husband, you are really poisonous. Now the breath is tense, and you suddenly say this. It's been a long time since I last acted like a jerk. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan with his big hands, and hung his head on her head. The wild boar burned by the flame of death struggled for a while, and then stopped moving. Soon, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, it suddenly stood up. Chapter 308. The wild boar stood up and looked at everyone present with a resentful look. However, it felt something. The aura of everyone was much stronger than its own. In desperation, the resentful eyes gradually became much clearer. Hell pigman? Gu Fan looked at the pigman and muttered to himself. Originally just an ordinary wild boar. But now it has become a forbidden level pigman. Yes, it is a pigman. This hell pigman has a broad and strong humanoid body, and its well-developed limbs are very strong. The head looks like a pig, with rough and dark gray-blue skin and wide and drooping ears. Blood-red fierce eyes, a protruding nose with large nostrils, and sharp fangs on both sides. Pig head and human body. It is obviously just an ordinary wild boar, but under the burning of the flame of death, it has become this kind of monster. The creatures of hell that are burned by me will obey my orders, the wild king of death flame said. He then shouted to the wild boar, Pig, dance for everyone to see. The hell pig then twisted its body, which was extremely funny. Xia Shulan even laughed out loud. I see, what if the creatures of the second, third, or even fourth forbidden classes are burned by this death flame? Gu Fan asked the wild king of death flame. Same, they will become creatures of hell, and then obey my orders. The wild king of death flame said calmly. As if this was just a trivial force. Hu Xiong was suddenly thought of something and asked, what about your subordinates? Why do you only see wild men, but no creatures of hell? Killed by the Kainglongs. Oh, by the way, master, the hell messenger who gave me the power will be here soon. He is here to save me, but we have been saved by you. I don't know if there will be a conflict between you and the hell messenger. As soon as the voice fell, a breath more terrifying than the power of death came from the center of the island. It's coming. Gu Fan looked towards the center of the island. I saw a man in purple armor appearing in the air out of thin air. The deep purple light on the armor kept flowing, exuding a terrible breath. The man was tall and straight, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. His face was as cold as 1,000-year-old cold jade, his eyes were narrow and long, and his black hair was flying wantonly. The breath he exuded was enough to reach the peak of the 6 forbidden areas. At the same time, like the breath of the Hell Pigman, he had a majestic hell breath. It is the power given to me by this lord that enables my death flame to acquire the ability to infect hell creatures. Some hell creatures need to pass through the hell gate to come to the hell realm, and some hell creatures can be led by me. And the hell creatures will no longer be eroded by any energy. No longer eroded by any energy, that is to say, if a hell creature comes into contact with a dead silence creature, then it will not be infected by the dead silence power. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. He actually had a special idea. Looking at the hell messenger who suddenly appeared. Originally, he came to save the Flame Island. But now Gu Fan got there first. Gu Fan hurriedly used the cube coin to explore. Hell messenger, killing it has a high probability of getting a king's top-grade treasure chest, a small probability of getting a king's lower-grade treasure chest, and a very small probability of getting a king's middle-grade treasure chest. Realm, 6 forbidden. HP, 92,500. Attack, 12,300. Defense, 25,000. Speed, 12,000. Skills, Hell Power, mastering the Hell Power, making 50% of your own attacks real damage, and creatures with the Hell Power will no longer be eroded by other energies. Hell Infection, able to infect creatures into hell creatures, requires a medium. The messenger of the Hell Realm, with terrifying strength, constantly wanders around various sky islands in order to revitalize the Hell Realm. He has a relatively special identity, and has some contractual rules with the Cube Main World. The Hell Realm is governed by the Cube Main World. The Hell Messenger saw Gu Fan and the 3 Savage Kings, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Didn't they say that the Qilong controlled this island? Why are these 3 Savage Kings still fine? There are even a few humans. Has the human race solved this problem? He thought curiously, but he was still dissatisfied with the actions of the Death Flame Savage King. Death Flame Savage King, do you need to summon me for such a small matter? Do you know how much it cost me to come to this sky island from the Hell Realm? The Hell Messenger stared at him angrily. My Lord Messenger, I don't know about this, but don't worry, I will continue to send hell creatures to hell and contribute my strength to hell. The Hell Messenger glanced at Gu Fan, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Just this little kid of the 4 forbidden saved your sky island? Because the morale of the king has disappeared. The surrounding insect soldiers have returned to the cultivation level of the 4 forbiddens at this moment. Although the number is huge, it is only the 4 forbiddens after all, and it is not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, in the eyes of the Hell Messenger, this group of 4 forbidden trash has no ability to defeat Qionglong. Didn't you see that the 3 forbidden savage kings were captured? He looked at Gu Fan suspiciously. I want to see how much you weigh. The Hell Messenger flashed in front of Gu Fan, and was about to punch him. Gu Fan couldn't dodge in time, and quickly prepared to use the Beast Resurrection. However, he was surrounded by 3 flames. The 3 Savage Kings of Life and Death came to Gu Fan's side. They looked at the Hell Messenger seriously. The Death Flame Savage King was the same. Even though the Hell Messenger had given him a favor before. But he understood that it was Gu Fan who needed to be loyal now. Not this mysterious and malicious Hell Messenger. You 3, do you want to rebel? The Wild King of Flame of Life said slowly, Brother Gu Fan and I are both human beings, so we naturally cannot pretend to be invaded by foreign races. Hell Messenger, it is indeed a waste of effort for you to come to Flame Sky Island, but our Flame Sky Island is also the territory of the human race. There is no doubt about this. Seeing the 3 Wild Kings say this, the Hell Messenger was immediately furious. He was about to attack several people, and let the 3 Wild Kings and Gu Fan pay the price. But he heard a reminder in his ear. His face changed and he looked around. Forget it, the human emperor is coming. Don't forget the agreement between you and me. The Hell Messenger looked at the Wild King of Flame of Death, and shouted angrily. Gu Fan cast a thunderbolt to the front of the Hell Messenger. The Hell Messenger was immediately furious. Don't think I dare not kill you. Gu Fan said in a respectful tone, can I get your power and continuously supply hell creatures to the hell world? The hell messenger sneered, a forbidden waste, is he worthy of such power? However, he noticed that although Gu Fan's aura was only forbidden, but its quality and equipment were unusual. His tone was a little slow, and he asked, did you really kill the 6 forbidden Qilong? Gu Fan nodded, otherwise, why would the 3 savage kings support me? Gu Fan's confidence made the hell messenger hesitate. Now the hell realm is expanding wantonly. It's all for development, and development. Especially after the Blue Star world merged with the 10,000 races, the potential for development is even greater. The hell messenger remembered the whisper in his ear and gritted his teeth. Forget it, this is for you, remember, do things for the hell realm, otherwise I will come to find you. The hell messenger threw something to Gu Fan. Gu Fan caught it, and soon in the blink of an eye, the hell messenger had disappeared. Hell withered seed. Quality, special. If it is planted, it will have the power to infect the 4 forbidden creatures and turn them into hell creatures. No matter how powerful the hell creatures are, after being infected, they will start as 4 forbidden creatures. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and followed the pace of the hell messenger closely. Although the speed of the hell messenger was very fast, it was far inferior to Gu Fan. He looked back in shock and found that Gu Fan, who was just regarded as an ant, was following him closely. Hey, hell messenger, you haven't told me how to use this thing. Gu Fan asked loudly. Soon, the 3 of them came to a palace. In this palace, there is a portal to the hell world. The hell messenger stood in front of the door and looked at Gu Fan. He could see that Gu Fan was different from the ordinary 4 forbidden creatures. Refine it in a certain equipment or a certain ability, and the ability will become stronger, and it will also have the ability to infect creatures. The hell messenger looked at Gu Fan and said, you are a genius. I hope you don't die in the next competition. After that, he turned and came to the boundary gate, and then the voice came out from the boundary gate again, leave this island quickly, the human emperor of your human race is coming, although I have never seen him, but he is not comparable to the 6 forbidden creatures at all. If he knew what I did on the island under the jurisdiction of the human race, he would definitely kill me. Gu Fan was stunned. Xia Shulan scratched her head and said, husband, do you think this messenger of hell is a good guy or a bad guy? Why did he want to attack you at the beginning, but now he reminds you so much? What is the competition? Perhaps, when I had no ability, this messenger of hell looked down on me. After all, this precious thing can only be used by creatures of the 6 forbidden levels, but I have shown enough value, so he is willing to talk to me so much. Everything is strength. However, Gu Fan is very curious about what the competition means. 5 hours later, Gu Fan obtained the teleportation array of the Savage Sky Island. He asked the 3 savage kings to stay on the island to deal with the human emperor, who came. Who is this so-called human emperor? Is it the Gu Shindi on the ranking list? Moreover, he still belongs to the Blue Water Star. After the human emperor checked, there was no problem. Gu Fan asked the 3 savage kings to come to the ship and become part of the big family. Then, it was time to choose the Hell Withering Seed. Gu Fan used a copy to copy it. After copying the Hell Withering Seed, Gu Fan thought of a candidate. That was the evil cockroach wolf sister. Her bloodline was very mixed: werewolves, cockroaches, evil poisonous insect soldiers, sky-breaking mantises, etc. She didn't care about having one more ability. If she absorbed the power of the Hell Withering Seed, how far will the poisonous insect soldiers under her command grow? Gu Fan was looking forward to it. Just at this time, the evil cockroach wolf sister came to the door of Gu Fan's room and knocked on the door. The reason for knocking on the door was that when the 2 masters were in the bedroom, they were very likely to do something. Previously, because she didn't knock on the door, her wings were almost torn apart by Xiao Shulan. Come in. Gu Fan asked the cockroach wolf sister in a sad face. Master, many of my children died. Do I have to go back to the Zerg Sky Island to continue to live now? She is like this every time. On the battlefield, the insect soldiers died, and cockroach wolf sister felt no emotion, and it was not greatly affected. However, after each war, she would be idle and count the children under her command. As a result, she found that so many children had died. Suddenly, cockroach wolf sister was very sad. In this world, where is there a mother who doesn't love her children? Of course, but before that, I want to give you a treasure. Oh! What treasure? The cockroach wolf sister, who was originally heartbroken, suddenly widened her eyes, shining, and forgot the sadness just now. Cockroach wolf sister has always been like this, with mood swings. It is possible that she was sad just now, and then she would become very happy when she encountered delicious food or some rewards. This is more similar to Xiaoshulan. It can only be said that they are both lowly. Gu Fan gave the withered seed to the cockroach wolf sister. Eat it, and then absorb its power, Gu Fan ordered. The cockroach wolf sister hesitated. This looks disgusting, and it has a bad premonition. But the master's order is absolute. The cockroach wolf sister quickly swallowed it. The breath of hell power surrounded her body. She frowned, then squatted in the corner to rest, carefully tasting and absorbing the power contained in it. Time flies. 3 days later, the cockroach wolf sister woke up, and she felt that she had an extra gene now. Hell Gu insect soldier Gu Fan looked at the cockroach wolf sister and found that her prefix had another noun. Hell evil cockroach wolf sister. Hell evil werewolf cockroach mother realm. 5 forbidden mother queen. Health 34582. Attack 4583. Defense 4256. Speed 4723. Skills: produce engineer bugs, consume some physical strength and its own nutrients to give birth to engineer bugs. The strength of engineer bugs is 1 level lower than that of the queen mother, which is 2 levels. Engineer bugs can be used to produce combat bugs, consume some physical strength, can give birth to combat bugs. The strength of combat bugs is higher than that of the queen mother. Produce special bugs, nesting, can create nests. The defense level of the nest is the same as that of the queen mother. In the nest, it can be used to cultivate engineer bugs, combat bugs, and special bugs. Transform into a werewolf. Can forcefully transform into a werewolf, doubling the strength and greatly increasing the acuity. The time lasts for 2 hours. On the full moon day, it will automatically transform. Absolute loyalty. The Zerg produced and bred will be absolutely loyal to the cockroach girl by genes. Unlimited reproduction. Will automatically reproduce at all times, provided that there is enough nutrition. Evil Goo. Able to create combat insects with the blood of Evil Goo, greatly improving their strength. Evil Goo will have the initial power of the 4 forbiddens. Phantom Light Butterfly. Sky-splitting Mantis. Power of Hell. Cockroach sister and her offspring will obtain the power of hell and become hell creatures, and will no longer be eroded by any other energy, and creatures attacked by cockroach sister and her offspring will have a very small probability of becoming hell creatures. Why is it a very small probability? Gu Fan muttered to himself, very curious. After all, the power of the death flame before, but directly turned the creatures into dead creatures. It's a pity that he can't get the fire of the death flame, because the death flame needs to ensure its integrity. Chapter 309. Is it a problem with the medium? Gu Fan thought curiously. However, this withered seed. He definitely didn't dare to take it. The reason is very simple. The power of hell should not be a good thing. Although it is powerful, it is the same as the power of death and silence. Both belong to the terrible power of the original world. Gu Fan just wants to use the power of hell to fight against the power of death and silence. However, it is obvious that his goal has been achieved. Cockroach Wolf's sister has already obtained this power. The offspring under her command, the children born in the future, will have the ability to not be eroded by other energies, and can erode other creatures, and make them hell creatures. Thinking of this, Gu Fan plans to observe for a few days. What will happen to this withered seed after a critical hit? He is very curious. Soon, 10 days passed. Gu Fan conquered one island after another with a savage king. Among them, it was the power of Cockroach Sister. No, to be precise, it was the power of the insect soldiers under her command. Relying on the Cockroach Wolf Sister, the number of the savage army under his command is increasing. At the same time, the number of teleportation arrays is also increasing. The territorial sky islands under his command currently include the Beast Sky Island, the Insect Sky Island, the Flame Sky Island, and 5 Savage Sky Islands. Yes, the last 3 are pure Savage Sky Islands. After conquering so many Savage Sky Islands, Gu Fan's savage army has returned to hundreds of thousands. At the same time, on the Flame Sky Island, the human emperor came to the Flame Sky Island from a long distance. After learning that the Flame Sky Island ruled by the Qilong had been saved by a group of human race, Gu Shini felt a little strange. He did not send any human race to save the Flame Sky Island. He originally wanted to meet the Qilong clan in person. However, since the 3 savages under his command had been rescued, then he had nothing to say, and did not notice anything unusual. As long as the human race on the island, there would be no problem. Soon, Gu Shini took the human emperor and left the Flame Sky Island. It is worth mentioning that the previous route of the human emperor to the Flame Sky Island, such as the teleportation array, was destroyed by the Qinglong clan, because the Qinglong clan had taken over the entire Flame Sky Island. The current teleportation array and its ownership belonged to Gu Fan, because Gu Fan and his friends were human and saved the Flame Sky Island. As the former owner of the Flame Sky Island, Gu Xindi, seeing that the new owner of the Sky Island was a human, naturally did not have too many other ideas. If it was tossed around, it would be a bit bad. Several days later, Gu Fan hit the Withering Seed critically. Hell Withering Tree. Quality, Special. Type, Pendant. Hanging the Hell Withered Tree on your body will give you powerful hell power without any side effects. No matter how powerful or weak the hell creature is, after being infected, it will start with the 4 forbiddens. The stronger the hell creature, the better the start. Very good, this pendant is just like a necklace, and it will not conflict with the Savage King's heart. Gu Fan was very satisfied and hung it on his body. Xia Shulan was on the side, also looking at the pendant with blinking eyes. Gu Fan understood, and quickly used the copy to copy the Hell Withered Tree many times. Xia Shulan, Cockroach Sister, Hu Xianghua, Nalinya, and various capable subordinates can obtain this withered tree. There are no side effects, and you can also gain powerful hell power. The legions under his command will only become stronger and stronger. Gu Fan took another look at his attribute panel after developing for a few days. With various equipment, even if his strength is close to the 6 forbidden. With his extraordinary talent, there is no problem at all to fight against the 6 forbidden creatures. Not to mention, there are several times when he will crit. Another crit will boost the morale of the king. The insect soldiers under his command will become 7 forbidden strongmen one by one. Thinking of this, Gu Fan was very excited. He hurriedly summoned all members. No matter what the strong men on the ship were doing, they came to the deck in less than 5 minutes after hearing Gu Fan's call. However, my aunt and uncle have returned to the Zerg Sky Island to retire. The Zerg Sky Island is protected by countless insect soldiers, and now the cockroach girls are also multiplying, and the safety factor is much stronger than the Beast Sky Island. Looking at his subordinates, they all looked at him with passionate eyes. Gu Fan said slowly, "Everyone, our current strength has been earth-shaking. Do you still remember the King of Death, who hindered us on the Witch Sky Island?" After Gu Fan finished speaking, everyone fell into memories. Soon they remembered the grudges between Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, as well as the King of Death. The Death Realm is also constantly eroding the various sky islands in our void world. Maybe it will affect our territory in the future. Can you bear to watch it? I can't bear it. Captain, attack the Death Realm. Yes, Captain, now with our strength, the Death Realm will no longer be a problem. Especially your king's morale. Everyone said, and their eyes showed admiration for Gu Fan. Gu Fan smiled, indeed. As the number of days increases, everyone in the upper echelons will get the withered tree. Gu Fan picked it up, and saw a small black tree about 20 centimeters long appeared in his hand. With this withered tree, you will have a new power, and you will no longer be afraid of the erosion of the power of death, and there will be no side effects. Let's defeat magic with magic. After Gu Fan finished speaking, everyone cheered. You are worthy of being the captain. With the captain, the Gu Lan will only become stronger and stronger. Yes, with the captain's leadership, sooner or later we will conquer all the worlds. Give your life for the captain. After some encouragement, Gu Fan called back the cockroach girl, who was still giving birth on the Zerg Sky Island, ready to conquer the new world. Dead World. After calling back, Gu Fan gave some instructions. Then he led everyone to prepare to pass through the portal of the Dead World, and come to the Dead World. It is worth mentioning that although the portal is very easy to build, it only requires strange black crystal stones. However, the dead creatures inside cannot go out through the portal. In other words, this portal is one way, but this is not the point. The point is that it is very easy to build, and only requires a dozen strange black crystal blocks. This also proves that the game world hopes that players can build the Dead World Gate and then go to the Dead World to explore. Gu Fan led his confidants to the Dead World Gate, plus the bugs that came one after another. When he first arrived at the Dead World, the sky and the earth were all pure black. There were countless strange black crystals on the ground, and the sky was also pure black, with 9 bright moons hanging in the sky. It was exactly the same as what I saw at the beginning. The air was filled with a strong power of death and silence. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Fan and his men were not strong enough and had hung up the withered tree, they would have been eroded by the power of death and silence. Those who don't have the withered tree should return to the ship first. Gu Fan suddenly said, "Wait until I give it to you before coming back." Don't be afraid, insect soldiers. The cockroach wolf sister has both withered seeds and withered trees. Gu Fan's order was quickly accepted by everyone present. Those who have the withered tree will stay here. Those who don't have the withered tree will return to the Gu lawn first. After the subordinates without the withered tree return to the Gu lawn, the insect soldiers will go to the dead world one after another. Around, the swaying dead people kept heading towards the few people. They kept roaring and baring their teeth. However, the surrounding insect soldiers rushed forward and directly tore these dead silent people apart. The strength of these dead silent people is only 3 or 4 forbidden. It is not worth mentioning at all, even if there is no King Morale. Without the Japanese monarch Morale, there is no need to be afraid. Under the protection of the cockroach girl, the insect soldiers will be accompanied by the power of hell, and will not be eroded by the power of dead silence. Soon, the dead silent people attacked by the poisonous insect soldiers. There was a drastic change. They stood up again, staggeringly. Although they were still hideous and terrifying, they exuded a familiar breath. Yes, it was the power of hell. The hell people kept kneeling on one knee and surrendered to Gu Fan. Even if there were no 4 forbidden hell people, under the influence of the power of hell, they all started with 4 forbidden. Gu Fan's eyes lit up. Yes, it seems that the energy of the 2 worlds is still stronger than the power of death and silence. King of death and silence, I'm coming. I hope you can be happy when we meet for the 3rd time. Gu Fan laughed and soon expanded in this area with the evil poison insects and the surrendered hell people. The cockroach wolf sister was still obediently giving birth in the new insect nest. One after another, the evil poison insect soldiers would transform a hell person into a hell person every time they killed a dead person. The hell people started with the strength of the 4 forbidden. The number of Gu Fan's legions continued to expand. Through the Zerg Sky Island teleportation array, they came to the Gulen. Then through the portal between the Gulen and the Dead Silence Realm, they came to the Dead Silence Realm. The cockroach wolf sister continued to give birth. The number of transformed hell people increased again. A few days later, they arrived at a 500,000-man army. Gu Fan did not give the critical strike to the king's morale. This was not urgent, but to the void map. Because the void map can only explore the void. It cannot be used in the dead world. He is betting that the map after the critical hit can be used in the dead world. In addition, there are empty black crystal plains all around. According to Gu Fan's guess, this is definitely a relatively remote area. If not, it proves that Gu Fan guessed wrong. Ding! Critical hit successful. Get the universal map. Universal map. No matter where you are, it will show the local terrain and forces. The description of the universal map is very simple. No matter where Gu Fan is, he can check the local terrain and the name of the force. There is not even a description of the maximum area that can be explored. That is to say, no matter how large the area is. This universal map seems to be able to explore. Gu Fan opened the universal map with this in mind. It is detected that the player Gu Fan is in the dead world. The universal map will show the full picture of the dead world, which can be enlarged or reduced. Gu Fan adjusted the area exploration to the maximum. That is to reduce the area to the extreme. At this time, Gu Fan knew where he was. The easternmost dead plane. The dead plane is very remote, with complex forces on it, and the area is very large, covering tens of millions of square kilometers. Moreover, the powerful forces in the entire dead plane are only 6 forbidden at most, and there are several of them. The central dead 13 cities. The name is very simple. From the first dead city to the 13 dead cities. Each city is a 7 forbidden force, and the city lord of the dead city is a 7 forbidden strongman. This is incredible. You know, the king of dead is only 7 forbidden. Could it be that the king of death has grown up again? Otherwise, how could he manage the 13 cities of death? There are 13 in total. No, there may be more than 13 7 forbidden powerful ones. Gu Fan's heart also calmed down. The world of death is more dangerous than he thought. After all, the world of death is constantly expanding crazily, and it is very normal that it can grow so quickly to the current level. On the right is where the king of death stays. It is called the Palace of Death. The far right of the entire Death continent is the territory of the Palace of Death. The Palace of Death is divided into 5 halls. The central hall, the left hall, the right hall, the front hall, and the back hall. Among these 5 halls, the most powerful is the central hall, where the king of death lives. The task is heavy, and the road is long. Gu Fan laughed. The entire Dead Silence realm covers an area of hundreds of millions of square kilometers. If you want to dominate the entire Dead Silence realm, it will undoubtedly take at least a month. It is impossible to succeed in a few days. Anyway, The various races in the void are very powerful. Why not grow in the dead silence realm for a while during this period of time? Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart. In this way, the insect soldiers continue to expand and develop. At this moment, in the dead silence plain, not far from the newly built insect nest, there is a force of 5 forbidden dead silence people. When the dead silence people arrive at the 5 forbidden places, they will have a new consciousness. Some powerful 4 forbidden people will also have consciousness. In the small palace built with black crystal stone blocks, the 5 forbidden dead silence people sat in the main seat, looking at the 4 forbidden dead silence people below with sharp eyes. King, there is a new force entering the dead silence plane, which is very likely to be an outsider. Do we need to lead the dead silence legion to crush them? One of the 4 forbidden dead silence people asked curiously. Of course we need it. As a member of the dead silence realm, we absolutely cannot allow outsiders to come everywhere in this world. He said slowly in a hoarse voice, it is already difficult for outsiders to survive in this world with such a strong power of death, let alone fight with us, kill them, and take away their treasures. This has happened more than once in the dead silence plane during this period. It is because the dead silence realm is easy to build, and most of the people on Blue Star or other worlds have come into contact with the dead silence Sky Island. So soon, a group of tens of thousands of dead silence legion planned to wipe out a group of outsiders teleported from nearby. In the eyes of these 5 forbidden dead silence people, they have tens of thousands of people, and crushing a few outsiders, isn't it enough to have hands? Chapter 310. So, the 5 forbidden dead silence people hurriedly led their dead silence legion to Gu Fan's territory. As a part of the dead silence plane, it is impossible for them to watch outsiders mess around. However, when they were filled with anger and murderous intent, gradually approaching Gu Fan's insect nest, all the dead silence people stood still in an instant. The expression on the face of the 5 forbidden dead silence people in the lead froze instantly. Only full of astonishment remained. It looked up. The sky was covered by layers of black shadows, which were the evil poisonous insect soldiers of hell flying all over the sky. The buzzing sounds of their wings intertwined, forming a creepy buzzing sound. These poisonous insect soldiers inherited different gene fragments. They have different shapes, some have sharp wings like needles, and flash cold light under the reflection of 9 rounds of moonlight. Some dragged long, extremely sharp sickles. Looking at the ground again, dense swarms of insects surged like a tide, and countless insect legs were wriggling. Wherever they went, the land seemed to be submerged by a black torrent. Each evil insect soldier in hell exuded a chilling breath. Their shells were hard and rough, and their shapes were different. At the same time, a strangely constructed and extremely huge insect nest stood in the center of this sea of insects, like a dark fortress. The surface of the insect nest was uneven, and new insect soldiers poured out of the huge hole from time to time, adding new strength to this already shocking insect swarm. The evil cockroach wolf sister in hell is still multiplying. What is even more shocking is that these insect soldiers are so huge that they are almost endless. Each of them is a terrifying existence of the 4th forbidden level. When added together, it is like a terrible steel torrent. Rows of hell people stand beside the insect nest. They were originally dead silent people, but under the infection of the evil poisonous insect soldiers of hell, they have become hell people. Hurry, hurry up! There is panic in the voice of the 5 forbidden dead silent people. It used to be fearless. Now looking at the insect tide covering the sky and the sun in front of it, it feels cold on its back. It dares not delay any longer, and issues a retreat order to the tiny army behind it. However, its order to retreat seems very weak in the whistling wind, and the buzzing sound of the insect swarm flapping its wings. The dead silent people of the dead silent army began to leave. Most of them are unconscious, and can't feel panic. But the instinct of the creatures tells them that this is a dangerous place. But their movements are still too slow. The huge number of hell's evil goo insect soldiers, as if they had received some unified command, surrounded them at a very fast speed. The goo insect soldiers in the sky poured down like a black rainstorm, like a sharp sickle. The colorful wings that can cast illusions, or the extremely sharp mouthparts. Many dead silent people died instantly in the dead silence legion. The insect soldiers on the ground were like surging black waves. They rushed to the enemies, who tried to escape one after another. They chopped the enemy's legs with powerful sickles. The 5 forbidden dead silent people tried to fight their way out. Its strength is really good. If Gu Fan did not apply the Moon Lord Morale, the Sun Lord Morale, and the King Morale, a single evil goo insect soldier is indeed very ordinary. But after all, there were too many of them. Each of its attacks only separated the surrounding insect swarms for a short time. In an instant, it was filled with new insect tides. In the end, the entire legion was swallowed up by the evil poisonous insect soldiers of hell. This scene happened not only in this place. It was the same in other places. There were dead silence legions everywhere that wanted to encircle Gu Fan. These legions were independent and scattered, like warlords in the dead grassland. However, the more they encircled and annihilated, Gu Fan's legions became more and more. The dead people became hell people one by one and became members of Gu Fan's legion. 3 days later, finally, some of the 6 forbidden forces in the dead plain began to panic. They began to merge together and planned to attack Gu Fan's dead army. At this moment, the core of the dead plain arrived. The dead giant, the dead orc, and the dead ghost. These 3 forces are the 6 forbidden forces of the dead plain. Among them, the dead giant was previously led from the giant Sky Island. The giant at that time was endowed with the power of death and silence. After being endowed with the power of death and silence, the giant became a powerful and terrifying death and silence giant. It started with the 4 forbidden realms. Unlike the death and silence people, there was no realm at the beginning. The strongest death and silence giant king also had the strength of 6 forbidden realms. The same is true for the death and silence ghosts and death and silence orcs. They were all introduced from the outside Sky Island. At the same time, next to the death and silence orc king, there was a man in wizard clothes. And this man was Mu Yanhan from the Witch Sky Island before. Mu Yanhan was the leader of the neutral religion on the Witch Sky Island. But because the Witch Sky Island was invaded by the power of death and silence, he had no choice but to surrender to the King of Death. Unfortunately, his realm was too low, and he had no talent. In the future, he would be at most at the level of 4 or 5 forbidden. The King of Death did not intend to use him. Instead, he was sent to the dead plain to fend for himself. Later, Mu Yanhan became a subordinate of the King of Death. The key is that the King of Death has a good relationship with Long Yang. When Mu Yanhan finally became the King of Death, he was full of resentment. I thought I could be reused by surrendering to the King of Death. As a result, he was exiled to the border because of his poor talent. Now, the King of Death, who has become the King of Death, has the cultivation of 6 forbidden and more independent consciousness. Under its destruction, Mu Yanhan barely reached the 5th forbidden. Although he became stronger, it was still the path he wanted to become stronger. All this is Gu Fan's fault. If Gu Fan had saved me instead of Nalanya, how good would it be? He touched his back, his face full of resentment. However, Mu Yanhan didn't think about it. How deep was the conflict between him and Nalanya? Nalanya helped Gu Fan after all, and now she is one of the captains. Although her strength has not improved as fast as Mu Yanhan, she is still growing slowly. During this period, Nalanya, Snow Girl, and Lucian, who are dead people, are also constantly devouring the bodies of dead people. The transformation is not 100%. It's just that most of the dead people are transformed into hell people. It is worth mentioning that as more and more withered trees are copied, Nalanya and Snow Girl not only have the power of dead silence, but also have powerful hell power. Even Lucian, who was previously, regained consciousness for a short time because of the impact of the hell power. However, Gu Fan, who learned the news, immediately came to Lucian and wiped out his consciousness with a big hand. After all, he was an enemy, and it was impossible for Lucian to say that he did not hate him. In order to prevent this from happening again, Gu Fan simply removed Lucian's withered tree. Anyway, under the power of death and silence swallowed by Xuenu and Nalanya, Xuenu's realm reached the 4th forbidden. Nalanya was about to hit the 5th forbidden. Soon, the scout insect soldiers rushed back from the front and described the strength of the 3-6 forbidden legions. The first is the death giant group. This is the most powerful, with 3-6 forbidden creatures in it. The most powerful is the death giant king, who holds a huge mace all day long, and his aura is no lower than the previous dragon king. The second is the death orc group. Among them, there are even old acquaintances of Gu Fan and Nalanya. The reason why Gu Fan knew about Mu Yanhan's existence was mainly because he could see the reconnaissance map given by the scout insect soldiers. This is a new soldier given by the cockroach girl. Gu Fan integrated the power of the video magic book into the cockroach wolf girl. As a result, she has another new soldier to breed. The strength of what is cultivated is very weak, but the ability is very strong. As long as it is a place that the scout type has seen, it can be used to record it. It is equivalent to a camera that can be moved at will. Moreover, it seems that Mu Yanhan is treated very badly. He is with the dead orc king all day long, and he wants him to pay the price. Let me pay the price? Mu Yanhan, you may not have thought that I am in the dead world, and the current disaster of the dead plane is because of me. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes. Gu Fan really wanted to see Mu Yanhan's expression when he saw himself again in this world. Then, it was the group of dead ghosts. The dead ghosts were also extremely powerful creatures. Not only were they covered with black shadows, but they could also teleport. When it came to the dead ghosts, Gu Fan thought of the shadow monsters and shadow beads he encountered at the beginning. Is this the power of the shadow monsters and shadow beads? Why do I feel a little bit like them, and a little bit different? Xiao Shulan said curiously on the side. No matter what, even if they are similar, the nightmare back then is now little Karami. The shadow monsters are indeed powerful, for Gu Fan who just entered the Sky Island. However, it is worth mentioning that this dead ghost is not simple either. However, no matter how simple it is definitely not a match for the vast number of insect soldiers. According to the development in the past few days, the number of evil insect soldiers in Hell has returned to more than 1 million. The number of the Hell Army has also reached 300,000. The Savage Corps was still guarding the Flame Island and the Gulen ship to prevent anyone from stealing their homes. In addition, the strong power of death and silence was not suitable for the savages to fight. Gu Fan did not want them to become uncontrollable death and silence people. After organizing the army, Gu Fan ordered the entire army to attack and sweep the entire death plain. The vast insect soldiers fought against the 3 death and silence corps. However, the opponent had as many as 5-6 forbidden. Gu Fan did not dare to neglect it, and directly activated the King's Morale and the Sun King's Morale. The terrible insect soldiers quickly reached the level of 6 forbidden. Originally, the enemy was strong and we were weak. After all, they were 5-6 forbidden strongmen. There are countless 5 forbidden strongmen, and Mu Yanhan's potion has strengthened many 5 forbidden dead silence people. But with Gu Fan's kingly morale and Sun Moon Lord's morale, the enemy's advantage is of course destroyed. The powerful insect army is constantly fighting them. Even the dead silence giant, which is more than 10 meters high, is covered with insect soldiers that constantly attack it. Under the crazy erosion of the evil poisonous insect soldiers of Hell, the dead silence giants finally fell to the ground one by one. You know, they are all strong men in the dead silence plane. As a result, they were easily solved by the poisonous insect soldiers. The dead silence orcs and the dead silence ghosts are the same. There is no need to say much about the dead silence orcs. They are well behaved and quickly devoured by the insect soldiers. The dead silence ghosts are very strange, with black shadows on their bodies, constantly flashing. However, dodging back and forth like this was just a way to delay time. Soon, every time the dead ghosts dodged to a place, they were attacked by the insect soldiers swarming in. If they dodged to another place, they were attacked by another group of insect soldiers. In the end, they also fell to the ground and died. After dealing with the dead ghosts, only the spoils were left. The powerful dead ghost 2 stick, the best weapon for the king, was directly given to Nalinya. Other rewards were also given to the corresponding subordinates. Nalinya also broke through the 5th ban, and his strength and power increased tremendously. Gu Fan asked the only surviving creature on the opposite side to bring it. After Mu Yanhan, who was tied up, was brought over, he looked at Gu Fan with fear. He was afraid that Gu Fan would choose to kill him. Don't kill me, we are old friends," Mu Yanhan shouted. Nalinya naturally knew what had happened to Mu Yanhan, and she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She looked at Mu Yanhan with disgust. "Mu Yanhan, you have the nerve to say that you are our old friend? The captain's old friend?" Gu Fan looked at Mu Yanhan coldly. "I heard that you wanted to kill me a long time ago, because I didn't take you away, so you resent me, right?" Mu Yanhan shook his head. "It's unfair. It's really unfair, sir. Accept me, Sir Gu Fan. I can do things for you. I can be your slave. I didn't say I wouldn't let you become, but in another way," Gu Fan said indifferently. "What way?" Mu Yanhan thought Gu Fan was going to let him go, and was a little happy. He also had endless resentment in his heart. If he could survive, he would definitely find a chance to kill Gu Fan. However, the next moment, he gave up this idea. Just because Gu Fan waved his hand, the terrible purple lightning instantly shattered Mu Yanhan. The power of the withered tree, combined with the power of controlling lightning, I have become stronger now. "Husband, you are the most powerful." Xia Shulan jumped aside and shouted excitedly. Mu Yanhan, who was killed by the purple lightning, was filled with a power stronger than the power of death. Yes, that is the power of hell. Now Mu Yanhan will become one of the Hell Army in an unconscious and controlled form. Late at night, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shuan and looked at his territory in midair. The hell poison insect nest, the hell army. And the building in the center was also built by the engineer insects. In order to meet the living conditions of Gu Fan and his party, the engineer insects built a building similar to that of human houses. This is also for Gu Fan and Xia Shuan to live comfortably. Blue Diamond Villa, at the same time, when Gu Fan and Xia Shuan need to move their base. The engineer insects can also move villas one by one, follow the insect nest base camp, and move their base. However, Gu Fan does not plan to move his base in the short term. The reason is very simple: the dead plane is too big. Completely conquer the dead silence plane, and then continue to develop, and develop again, which is the most important thing to do at this stage. Not only that, Gu Fan is also a little worried about the worry of the Hell World. Chapter 311. According to Gu Fan's idea, the power of Hell is much stronger than the power of Death. The Hell World is also stronger than the Death World. Now, Gu Fan used the power of Hell to defeat the creatures of the Death World. This is very likely to cause hidden dangers, especially the withered seeds, which were hit by Gu Fan and turned into withered trees. Such wanton use of the power of Hell. The Hell World cannot be unaware of it. Husband, you are right. If you are targeted by the Hell World Master at that time, there may be some disaster. Xia Shuan listened to Gu Fan's concerns and hurriedly said, the Hell World Master has the strength of the 8 Forbiddens. Just when the two were at a loss, soon, a vortex appeared beside them. Who is it? Gu Fan scolded angrily and looked at the vortex. Soon, a black shadow appeared. However, the difference was that this black shadow was very tall and held a strange spear in his hand. I am the Shadow Guard of the King of Death. The Shadow Guard said slowly, I am here to talk to you, 2 powerful men from the void, on behalf of the King of Death. Chat? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with curiosity. What does the King of Death want to talk to him about? However, Gu Fan also knew that his big move might have been known to the King of Death. After all, the entire Death Plane was almost flattened by him. Only some crooked melons and cracked dates were left. Why, the King of Death doesn't dare to talk to me in person? Gu Fan asked with a sneer. The Shadow Guard was not angry, and his expression was still calm. You too, the King of Death just wants to tell you that the competition is about to begin. Instead of focusing on the struggle with the Death Realm, it is better to find a way to improve your own strength. Gu Fan frowned. He had heard more than just the term fighting competition. What the Hell Messenger said before, plus what the Shadow Guard said. Could it be that these natives of the original world really know something? Gu Fan asked. What is the fighting competition? Seeing that Gu Fan listened, the Shadow Guard quickly smiled and said, the fighting competition is a large-scale competition for players with power in the 10,000 races and strong people in the original world. The fighting competition is about to start. It would be a pity if we waste time on such a place. It's not a pity. According to what you said, the strong people who can get high rankings in the fighting competition are at least 7 or 8 forbidden strengths. It's already very good that I can defeat 6 forbidden strengths. Starting from the Emperor level, weapons have various restrictions. It's still very difficult to reach the sky in one step. The Shadow Guard continued, the duration of the competition is at least in months. According to your progress, it will not be a problem to get the first place in this competition. If possible, I will introduce the qualifications of the previous competitions in detail. Although this is the first time for our Dead Silence realm to participate, we have obtained much more information than you. Seeing that Gu Fan and Xia Shuan were still hesitating, the Shadow Guard continued, if the Dead Silence realm was destroyed by your terrible insect soldiers, do you think other native worlds would let you continue to mess around? The Hell Realm of the 8 Forbidden Zones is an example, not to mention that you have been borrowing the power of the Hell Realm. The Lord of the Hell Realm is just using you as a gun. The cunning rabbit dies, and the good dog is cooked. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. I suggest you think about it carefully. I will come to you again in 3 days. After the Shadow Guard finished speaking, he disappeared. But before disappearing, the Shadow Guard slowly said, if you agree to the request of the King of Death, I can let you rule the dead plane, and half of the dead world will be yours at that time. After the Shadow Guard completely disappeared, Gu Fan quickly summoned all the senior executives, told them about this, and asked them what they thought. When Hu Xiongbo learned about it, he looked disdainful. Captain, I think it's because the King of Death is afraid of you, otherwise, how could he not have the courage to meet you alone? Simply ignore the Shadow Guard, flatten the dead world as soon as possible, and then consider the fairy race. What Hu Xiongbo said makes sense. If Gu Fan's own territory was so chaotic because of outsiders, he would have stepped forward with a knife to quell it. How could he step forward to persuade, or even divide the land to rule? It is probably because the King of Death is afraid. He was not afraid of Gu Fan, but of the insect soldiers of Cockroach Sister. It makes sense. Gu Fan has given most of his resources to Cockroach Wolf Sister during this period. Although Cockroach Wolf Sister is only at the 5th level of cultivation, her ability is extremely powerful. Of course, the most important thing is Gu Fan's kingly morale. The kingly morale allows the insect soldiers under his command to exert the strength of the 6th level of cultivation. 1,000,000 6th level cultivations. Even the 7th level cultivations would not dare to stop them easily. Not to mention, the previous dead king, in the attribute panel, except for the health value, other attributes are very ordinary, all of which are only over 10,000 or 20,000. Nalanya said solemnly, I seem to have heard a little about this competition. Nalanya was the leader of the Black Witch on the Witch's Sky Island. She has a broader vision. Gu Fan asked her to talk about it. This race seems to have laid the foundation for the status and foundation of each race. I don't know much about the details. However, compared to expanding our territory, I suggest that the captain improve his strength so that he can better cope with the race. She quickly remembered. At that time, the Witch Sky Island was not requisitioned by the main world. The 5 strongest people of the Witch Sky Island participated in the race, but they were eliminated before the middle stage. At that time, Nalanya did not see the 5 strong people again. The Snow Girl said, Captain, why don't you develop in the Dead Silence Plane during this period? The Dead Silence Plane is large enough. The longer we develop, the more beneficial it will be for us. When the time comes, the Cockroach Wolf Sister will give birth to tens of millions of insect soldiers, and we will be invincible. But the Cockroach Wolf Sister said angrily, tens of millions? Why don't you give birth? I can only give birth to tens of millions of insect soldiers. This is the limit of the Mother Queen, unless I can break through the 6 prohibitions. Although giving birth is indeed very pleasant. But tens of millions are too much. After the population reaches the limit, the birth rate will basically drop significantly. Everyone discussed it. Gu Fan finally decided to discuss it in 3 days. Let's see the sincerity of the King of Death. In fact, if it was just a competition, it would be fine. But there are still threats from the Hell Realm and other native worlds. Now that Gu Fan is using the power of Hell wantonly, he will inevitably pay attention to the attention of the Lord of Hell. Bajin is an Emperor-level strongman. First, he is one of the strongest people on the list. Chapter 312. 3 days later. The Shadow Guard arrived again. It came to Gu Fan's side with a calm face. It was as if it didn't care what choice Gu Fan would make. In fact, it was true. The Shadow Guard absorbed the power of the Shadow Monster. Although its strength was not good, it could travel through space and send messengers for the King of Death. So, no matter what happened, it was not worth causing any emotional fluctuations for the Shadow Guard. Shadow Guard, you are here. Gu Fan looked down at it. The direction of the Dead Silence Realm is now in Gu Fan's hands. The same is true for the King of Death. Gu Fan, what do you think? If you are willing to cooperate with the Dead Silence Realm, the Dead Silence Plane will belong to you, and the Dead Silence people on the Dead Silence Plane will also belong to you. At the same time, you will get a new title. I will also tell you the rules of the race without reservation. The Shadow Guard said slowly. A new title? Gu Fan was a little surprised. Yes, the King of Death is the Emperor of the entire Death Realm. He intends to make you a king. According to your rules, whether you are a king or a general, you will be awarded a title. You should know how powerful the title is. It can bring you various abilities. The Shadow Guard said it very well. Gu Fan was almost tempted. Tell me the rules of the competition first. Gu Fan did not agree blindly. You agreed to the King of Death's request first. You, the Death Realm, have no right to bargain. To be honest, if it weren't for the sword of the Hell Realm hanging high, your Death Realm would have been razed to the ground by our army long ago. It seems that what Gu Fan said makes sense. The Shadow Guard had no choice but to follow Gu Fan's request, and then told Gu Fan the so-called rules of the competition. You can't attack in a group in the competition. Each faction can only send 5 players. For example, Gu Lan is a separate faction. Similarly, there are a large number of native worlds. Each native world must also send 5 top powerhouses. Then 2 random forces come to a ring. In the ring, unless one of the forces admits defeat or dies, it will not end. It is equivalent to a more serious ranking battle. Similarly, the competition does not distinguish between realms or rankings. It is all randomly drawn, until the final winner is determined. The winner will receive rewards such as attribute points. The stronger, the weaker will either die or lose the qualification to become stronger. After learning the rules of the game, Gu Fan also understood the importance of this competition. If the strength of the 5 people in Gu Lan is not improved in time, in the competition, it is easy to fail. Because Gu Fan does not know whether the opponent will have a strong man with 7 or even 8 forbidden, although the probability is very low. But mistakes are inevitable. Xiao Shulan's luck value has been fluctuating. Okay, I know, I am willing to make peace with your Dead Silence realm during this period. The Shadow Guard was relieved after learning about it. That's fine, Master Gu Fan, you will become the king of the Dead Silence Plain, and it is granted to you by the Dead Silence King. The next moment, a prompt sound appeared in his ear. Get a new title, King of the Dead Silence Plain. King of the Dead Silence Plain, your attack will cause dead silence erosion, and creatures of lower realms will become dead silence people. Your attack will contain powerful dead silence power. It is detected that the player Gu Fan has a withered tree, which contains the power of hell. Will merge a new power, the power of hell dead silence. The power of hell dead silence. You can transform creatures weaker than you or creatures that you have defeated and are dying into dead silence people or hell people, or powerful creatures with both. The damage you receive will be permanently reduced by half. The creatures of hell and dead silence will have an affinity with you and have a high favorability. Gu Fan's mind was confused at this time. He has mastered the power of dead silence and the power of hell. It is precisely because of this title. The look in the eyes of the Shadow Guard looking at Gu Fan also has a hint of loyalty. Gu Fan's future is broader than that of the Dead Silence King. Perhaps, the master of the Dead Silence world will change in the future. With this thought in mind, the Shadow Guard disappeared. It has brought everything to Gu Fan. Soon, another 5 days passed. During these 5 days, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan did fun things in their villa. The battle for hegemony was left to Cockroach Wolf Girl and her subordinates. Finally, the entire Dead Silence Plain was leveled by Gu Fan. Then, walls were built on the boundary between the Dead Silence 13 cities and the Dead Silence Plain. Of course, these were all built by the engineer Bugs. At the same time, Gu Fan also used the number 3 potion for the remaining number of copies. One number 3 potion can deduct 50,000 of the enemy's health. However, facing the 7 forbidden and 8 forbidden creatures, it is definitely not very useful. One's own hard power also needs to be strengthened. The so-called iron must be hard, that's it. Therefore, a part of it was given to the king's upper-grade treasure chest. Let Xiao Shulan open it to see if there are any good equipment to use. Unfortunately, up to now, the king's robe is still the most powerful armor. As for offensive weapons, I am not qualified to use them. But if it is a critical hit, I still gave the number 3 potion. If the number 4 potion fails, it can deduct a full 200,000 health points. The 6 prohibitions are 50,000 to 100,000 health points. The 7 prohibitions are 100,000 to 200,000 health points. The number 4 potion can really threaten both the 7 forbidden creatures and the 8 forbidden creatures. In a blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed. There are 10 copies of the number 4 potion. The number 5 potion has also come out, which can deduct 500,000 health points. The 8 forbidden creatures cannot resist it. The damage is enough. The problem is how to use the potion to throw it on these strong men. Gu Fan has the power of turning and also has range detection. He felt that this was not particularly difficult, but he had not really encountered a strong man of the 7th or 8th forbidden level, so he was not sure. The remaining time was to copy equipment, copy skills, and critical hit skills. Finally, another 10 days passed. Xia Shulan opened an item. Attribute Enhancement Potion. Randomly increase 2,000 attribute points. Excluding special attribute points. Maximum number of times to take, 10 times. Temporarily deduct 1,000 health points. Gu Fan spent all the rest of his life critically hitting and copying this new attribute enhancement potion. Unfortunately, this potion has the same characteristics as the longevity potion. It will deduct some health points. After strengthening to the 3rd form, it cannot be used. Attribute Enhancement Potion number 3. Randomly increase 10,000 attribute points, excluding special attribute points. Maximum number of times to take, 3 times. Temporarily deduct 10,000 health points. However, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were still very powerful. The two of them broke through to the 5th forbidden level. Gu Fan's attribute panel also underwent earth-shaking changes. Moreover, he planned to copy a new talent. Unfortunately, talents can only be copied, not critical hits. However, it is still very amazing. The talent that Gu Fan planned to copy was none other than Hu Xiong's fivefold enhancement. Chapter 313. Character, Gu Fan. Teammate, Xia Shulan. Talents, S-level daily copy, S-level perception, S-level control of lightning, S-level turning power, A-level life pistol, S-level super enhancement. Title, unwavering until death. World's richest man. Enemy of death. King of the deathly plane. Skills, infinite invisibility, special skills cannot be upgraded, terrible sandstorm, minor success, Star Lord Morale, beginner, Moon Lord Morale, Sun Lord Morale realm. 5 forbidden. Status, happy nowadays, even without equipment, Gu Fan is at least a 5 forbidden strongman. More importantly, the speed has reached more than 50,000. With Gu Fan's current attributes, killing 7 forbidden creatures, such as the King of Death, is no longer a difficult task. Of course, it is not that simple. After all, the King of Death is a veteran 7 forbidden strongman. Now, under the unbridled development of the deathly world, it is unknown how far he has grown. But if you add the number 3 or number 4 longevity potion, the King of Death is definitely not his opponent. And there is a new talent, 5 times enhancement. 2 talents for the creatures of death. Enemy of death and King of the plains of death. After the 5 times enhancement of his body, Gu Fan's speed is 250,000, his health is more than 100,000, and the damage of lightning is up to more than 200,000. Who can resist it? Not to mention, with those 2 talents, basically no creature in the death realm is Gu Fan's opponent. As for the Lord of Hell in the Hell realm, Gu Fan doesn't know. He has not explored the attribute panel of the Lord of Hell, so he dare not speak out. At the same time, there is also the Qilong sword. Gu Fan copied one more, and gave it to Xiao Shulan. Use it with her. In this way, even ordinary attacks can do tens of thousands of real damage. In this way, these days, in addition to enjoying Xiao Shulan and doing some fun things, he is playing ranked battles to adapt and enhance his strength. Occasionally, he will have a competition with Xiao Shulan. Because of Gu Fan's training and education, Xiao Shulan's strength has also increased a lot, and the powerful magma power sometimes makes Gu Fan feel dangerous. Not to mention, she has a new talent, healing symbiosis. With Xia Shulan by his side, even if Gu Fan accidentally hits a wave, he is not afraid. As long as the two do not die together, they will not really die. Soon, the 5 bands were opened by Gu Fan, and Gu Fan and Xia Shulan won the first place in the 5 bands. The newly promoted first place in the 5 bands naturally attracted everyone's attention in the chat channel, but they did not pay much attention to it. After all, it was only the 5 bands. However, as the two rushed to the 6th Forbidden Zone again, none of the powerful people of the 10,000 races in the 6th Forbidden Zone could match them. Suddenly, the chat channel began to talk about the two. Oh my god, who is this player named Gu Fan? He has the same surname as the human race Emperor Gu Xindi. I saw him in the 5 Forbidden Zone of the ranked battle a few days ago. How come he suddenly became the first in the 6th Forbidden Zone? And with the strength of the 5 Forbidden Zone? I don't know. It's really terrible. You say, this Gu Fan, could it be the illegitimate son of Gu Xindi? Don't talk nonsense. Gu Xindi is from the Sky Blue Star, and the one named Gu Fan is from the Blue Star. They are from different worlds. How could they be father and son? Although they are not father and son, this coincidence is really terrible. The world of the human race must become the world of the surname Gu. Looking at the chat of everyone, Gu Fan couldn't help but wonder. His parents had long ago found out that this person called Gu Xindi, how could he be his father? So, he went to look up Gu Xindi's appearance. As the emperor of the human race, Gu Fan was also very interested in Gu Xindi's appearance. Previously, he had robbed an island of Gu Xindi, but what if he was really his father? Gu Fan thought secretly in his heart. Generally speaking, in novels, the protagonists have amazing backgrounds in the end. After seeing Gu Xindi's appearance, Gu Fan's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. Well, the plot is not that old-fashioned. The plots in novels are all fake. This is reality. This person called Gu Xindi, except for the surname that is the same as Gu Fan. Other things have nothing to do with Gu Fan. Although he looks domineering, he looks too different from Gu Fan. He didn't think much about it. Gu Fan continued to play the ranking battle of Qijin with Xia Shulan. Because there are only a few hundred creatures with 7 bands in the 10,000 races. Basically, it takes a long time to match. So if you can't match with anyone for a long time, the game official has a setting, which is to constantly send invitation reminders to players with 7 bands, and you can get rewards if you invite them in time. Of course, it doesn't prevent some players with 7 bands from being very busy. The leaders of a faction are all busy people. For example, the human emperor, Gu Shindi, is very busy. If there is an invitation from the 7 bands, he will basically refuse it. However, even with this method, the matching time is still very long. So, taking advantage of the matching time, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan started again. Save time. Like Hu Xianghua and other players are busy playing ranked games to prove themselves, so that they can participate in the later competition. Gu Fan said that he, Xiao Shuan, and the pet cockroach wolf girl must participate. The cockroach girl is almost developed to the 6th forbidden level, and she is a very powerful individual. Although she doesn't like fighting, it doesn't mean that she can't fight. So, the last 2 places. They were given to others to compete. The strong competitors are Hu Xianghua, Nalinya, Xiao Bai, and the 3 savage kings. When the competition starts, 2 more people will be selected to participate. The reason why the cockroach girl must be selected instead of the 3 wild savage kings of Wild Flame is mainly because the cockroach girl's fertility has become stronger now. She can even give birth to children while fighting, if there is a 5-on-5 situation at that time. The cockroach girl who breaks through to the 6th forbidden level can continuously give birth to 5 forbidden evil poisonous insect soldiers one after another in the battle. At that time, the 5-on-5 battle would still have to become a group fight, and no more people could be brought, but the cockroach girl cultivated new insect soldiers in the battle, which was definitely allowed. Finally, another day later, Gu Fanqing copied a Qilong sword and gave it to the cockroach girl. At that time, 5 Qilong swords would summon 5 Qilong kings again, which was terrifying to think about. Finally, the match was successful. Ranked battle, 7 forbidden battlefield, matching successful. Opponent, Seton Starman, Seton King Setons. This Seton King seemed to be the Seton King mentioned in the previous chat channel. However, because the realm had just broken through to the 7 forbidden, he called himself Seton King, a bottom player of the 7 forbidden. The area of the 7 forbidden arena was no longer 10,000 square meters, but 1 million square meters, which increased by 100 times. This is normal. The speed of the 7 forbidden creatures is often 10,000 or 20,000 points. They can't stay in a 100 by 100 area. After the area of the arena has increased, it is also convenient for the 7 forbidden strongmen. Soon, a light curtain disappeared. 2 huge figures appeared in front. The Saikan people are often more than 10 meters tall, and their bodies are covered with hard scales, and they have a long and huge horn on their heads. The overall image is a small giant. It's a bit like a monster. At this time, Emperor Saiyan looked down at the 2 little guys below, one big and one small. Are you the strongest team of the 6 forbidden, Gu Fan and Xia Shuan? During this period, the team with the strength of the 5 forbidden rushed to the first place of the 6 forbidden and attracted the attention of many players. Emperor Saiyan was not surprised. He was only the 6 forbidden some time ago, and it was not easy to break through to the 7 forbidden. As a result, he saw that a young man defeated the 6 forbidden with the strength of the first 5 forbidden. The first of the 6 forbidden areas is also a strong man, who wants to break through the 7 forbidden areas. He was evenly matched with me before. In other words, the 2 seemingly weak humans now can easily beat me who was at the 6 forbidden areas before. Fortunately, I have already broken through to the 7 forbidden areas. Saikan said slowly, "Boss, give the order quickly, kill them. A mere 5 forbidden areas dare to challenge our 7 forbidden areas. They are really tired of living." Saikan Emperor nodded and looked at Gu Fan. "Boy, if you break through to the 6 forbidden areas, I will still be very afraid, but you are only at the 5 forbidden areas now. Are you qualified to fight me?" Gu Fan sneered. "Don't talk so much nonsense, let's fight." Gu Fan's arrogance made Emperor Saiyan extremely angry. It suddenly exerted force all over its body, and countless scales shot at the 2 people like sword feathers. "Shoot you into hedgehogs!" Emperor Saiyan shouted angrily. However, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's figures soon disappeared. The speed of the 2 has exceeded the limit. Gu Fan took a deep breath and did not use the 5-fold enhancement. Because it can only be used once a day, it will be weak after use. So this thing is a trump card, don't use it if you can. Qiulong's sword. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan appeared above. Summon 2 6 forbidden Qiulong. Qiulong is indeed very powerful, but a mere 6 forbidden Qiulong is not our opponent at all. Saigans also shouted hurriedly. The 2 Saigans punched one by one and killed the summoned Qiulong in an instant. The 7 forbiddens are indeed very powerful creatures, but it is unlikely that the 7 forbiddens are powerful. Gu Fan slowly said the words of the left and right brains fighting each other. Xia Shulan looked at Gu Fan, embarrassed, not knowing what her husband was talking about. Soon, terrible thunders and magma cast by Xia Shulan continued to bombard the two Saiyans. The pupils of the Saitan Emperor shrank, and it felt the powerful force of controlling lightning. But fortunately, this is probably Gu Fan's trump card. Thinking of this, Saitan Shing directly activated his defensive skills. A terrible shield barrier surrounded himself. Lightning and magma barely broke the barrier. That's it. Saitan Emperor jumped and was about to punch Gu Fan. But he found that Gu Fan did not dodge, and a potion fell from midair and stabbed Saitan Emperor. Emperor Saiyan looked at the small potion with curiosity. Number 4 Longevity Potion deducts 200,000 health points at one time. But after the potion penetrated the scales, Emperor Saiyan immediately felt the extremely nutritious power constantly running in his body. This is a wonderful supply. Emperor Saiyan was surprised. He felt that his lifespan had increased by at least 500 years. Yes, although the side effects of number 4 Longevity Potion were terrible, it could increase the lifespan by 500 years, which was ridiculous. You know, now that Gu Fan came to this block game, not even a year has passed. After 500 years, he must become a god. Just when Saitan looked at Emperor Saitan with envy. Suddenly, Emperor Saitan's face changed, and he fell to the ground. His huge body immediately lost its vitality. Just when Saitan thought his boss wanted to pretend to sleep, another potion was inserted into his scales. Saitan also fell to the ground. 2 terrifying 7 forbidden powerful ones. They were easily defeated by Gu Fan. The terrifying longevity potion, the secret and ingredients in it must be mysterious. Gu Fan sighed. The power of the Witch Sky Island is strong. Announcement of all races. Blue Star. Player Gu Fan Xia Shulan defeated the 7 forbidden powerful ones Saitan Huang and Saitan Si by herself, and congratulated the all races. Announcement of all races X2. The announcement of all races lasted for 3 times. Gu Fan was surprised, but his smile disappeared soon. He didn't seem to get any rewards. It seems that he only got the announcement of all races. Whatever, the announcement of all races is the announcement of all races, and Gu Fan doesn't care about being famous. Soon, the news of the 2 killing the 7 forbidden warrior started to make a big fuss. Originally, everyone thought that Gu Fan had taken great pains to get the first place in the 6th forbidden warrior, which was already very amazing. Unexpectedly, he was going to challenge the 7 forbidden warrior. No one expected that Gu Fan would succeed. Saitan Huang, the newly promoted 7 forbidden warrior. He was easily defeated by Gu Fan. Although he had just broken through the 7 forbidden warrior, and was at the bottom of the 7 forbidden warrior. But the players who had played against him knew that Saitan Huang was not simple. He had a powerful shield and a high defense, which made him very difficult to deal with. Afterwards, Gu Fan did not continue to rest, but was about to continue matching. As a result, a player suddenly privately chatted with Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan private message Lin Qi. Sister Shulan, you are so powerful now. Congratulations. Lin Qi's sudden private message made Xia Shulan a little curious. But after all, they were good girlfriends, so Xia Shulan replied immediately. Yes, with my husband here, I will definitely become stronger in the future. Speaking of Gu Fan's husband, Xia Shulan suddenly remembered Lin Qi's boyfriend. In order to save Zhou Jun, she had previously transformed Zhou Jun into a dead person. I don't know how they are now. Xia Shulan thought curiously. She suddenly sent a message to Lin Qi. Xia Shulan. Lin Qi, why don't you join us? My husband seems to have a way to treat Zhou Jun. His hell power can conflict with the dead power, and then let Zhou Jun regain consciousness. Xia Shulan's words shocked Lin Qi. She quickly recovered. Really? Sister Shulan, are you willing to take us? Can Zhou Jun really come back? I miss Zhou Jun so much. Chapter 314. Lin Qi was very excited. After all, she had been with the dead man Zhou Jun for some time, and as his strength developed, Zhou Jun's strength did not improve much. As a result, Zhou Jun became a burden to Lin Qi. Facts have proved that although the creatures after the death have been strengthened to a certain extent, but in the long run, the creatures after the death still cannot become stronger smoothly. Like the Snow Girl and Lu Jin, they were able to barely follow Gu Fan's speed because Gu Fan gave them enough resources. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that Lin Qi misses Zhou Jun. When she heard that Zhou Jun's consciousness could come back, she was so happy that she couldn't help herself. I can't guarantee it too much, anyway, you come first. Xia Shulan sent her a message. However, soon, Lin Qi asked curiously, "Where are you? How should we get here? We have a locator, don't worry. Or are there any of the following sky islands near you? These sky islands are our territory." Gu Fan on the side did not refuse after learning about it. After all, she is my wife's best friend. She is also a friend of the two. He took them on the boat and gave them a holiday environment that is shielded from danger. They only need to help with fishing. What if they catch something good? Anyway, that's what Gu Fan thought. Not long after, through the locator, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan met Lin Qi and Zhou Jun again. At this time, Zhou Jun still had dry skin and a hideous face, and looked extremely scary. And he grew very slowly, and so far he has only reached the second ban. A Gu insect soldier can beat it. Lin Qi is better, and now he has broken through to the third ban. Lin Qi's current strength is considered to be in the upper middle level among all the players on Blue Star. Gu Fan soon hung the withered tree on Zhou Jun's neck. The power of hell rushed into Zhou Jun's body. When the dead man Zhou Jun felt this terrible power coming into his body, he trembled continuously, and his pupils turned white. Then, it fell to the ground and kept crawling in the dark, like an uncontrolled monster. Lin Qi looked at this scene with some fear. What happened to Zhou Jun? Zhou Jun, don't scare me. Lin Qi shouted loudly, looking worried. It's okay, because there is a conflict in his body. Gu Fan explained, if nothing unexpected happens, Zhou Jun should come back. What if something unexpected happens? Lin Qi was full of worries, and wanted to ask this question. However, she also knew that it would be better to take a gamble than for Zhou Jun to be like this all the time. Not to mention, Zhou Jun himself was saved by Gu Fan. If it weren't for Gu Fan, Zhou Jun would have died on the Sand Sky Island. So, Zhou Jun was just unlucky for a while, and died suddenly. Lin Qi couldn't blame anyone. This is the will of heaven. Lin Qi watched this scene very nervously. The power of death and the power of hell continued to interweave in Zhou Jun's body. After a while, the more powerful power of hell had defeated the power of death. Low-level creatures, under the erosion of the power of death, will not have any ability to resist. But the power of hell does. Because of the power of hell, the starting point is the 4 prohibitions. This is a very domineering and powerful energy. Therefore, the creatures of hell can regain consciousness. It is just like after reaching the 4th or 5th forbidden level, or when the strength of the 4th or 5th forbidden level is infected and becomes a dead creature, the dead creature also has consciousness. Soon, the power of hell completely occupied Zhou Jun's whole body. His shriveled skin gradually filled up, and then became smoother and smoother. His hideous face gradually became calm. Zhou Jun opened his eyes again, and his strength had broken through to the 4th forbidden level. This was all brought by the power of hell. Is this hell? Zhou Jun's tone was full of curiosity. He looked up, and the 9 bright moons in the sky emitted a strange light. There was a dead silence all around, and occasionally huge and weird-looking insect soldiers would fly across the sky. Lin Qi, are you dead too? Zhou Jun looked at Lin Qi and asked curiously. Lin Qi couldn't suppress her inner sadness. She fell on Zhou Jun, hugged Zhou Jun, and kept crying. Woo woo woo. Xia Shulan also held Gu Fan's hand tightly, leaning her body against Gu Fan's, with emotion flashing in her eyes. But she didn't envy him, because their love was no worse than Lin Qi and Zhou Jun's. Why are you crying? It's better to die, and we can stay in this hell for the rest of our lives. Zhou Jun touched Lin Qi's face and sighed. However, he quickly glanced at Gu Fan and asked curiously, Boss Gu Fan, are you dead too? Lin Qi patted Zhou Jun's chest with her hand. She hugged Zhou Jun helplessly, and told him everything that happened. At this time, Zhou Jun understood what happened. What? I became a monster, and then used the power of other monsters to awaken my consciousness. Zhou Jun said in disbelief. Well, that's about it, and you also gained the power of the 4 forbiddens, which was brought to you by the power of hell. Hearing this, Zhou Jun's eyes flashed with excitement. Sleep and become a 4 forbidden strongman. Isn't this too cool? I understand, Gu Fan, you saved me, and my life in this life is yours. Zhou Jun shouted loudly, his tone full of loyalty and respect. Lin Qi also said, Sister Shulan, Brother Fan, thank you. My life is also yours. Whatever you ask us to do, I will do it. Gu Fan chuckled and said, What do I want your lives to do? Okay, you just need to do one thing for us. Seeing that the two were still swearing, they looked excited. Gu Fan continued, It's not about climbing a mountain of swords or going down a sea of fire, but living in my safe territory, fishing by the sea of clouds, and giving us the precious things you catch. Gu Fan's words made the two look at each other in surprise. Is it that simple? What's the difference between this and retirement? The daily tasks only require fishing and living well. The two were very moved. Then Gu Fan gave them 2 insect soldiers. The insect soldiers took them to the Beast Sky Island. From now on, they only need to live like a vacation. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan. Hee, husband, you are such a good person, so gentle. Good person. For some reason, Gu Fan suddenly remembered the cold and ruthless days with Xiao Shulan in the early stage of the game. But there was no way. At that time, the strength was not enough, so naturally I had to be vigilant and do things without holding back. Now that the strength is strong, Gu Fan can indeed make more choices, instead of being blindly cold and ruthless in the early stage. However, Gu Fan quickly remembered the power of the withered tree. This withered tree needs to be worn on the body. Will there be any hidden dangers? Thinking of this, he called the two back again. It's like this. After all, the situation in the Hell Realm and the Dead Silence Realm is still very complicated. Moreover, Zhou Jun's condition is not stable yet. You should stay in the Dead Silence Realm for the time being, Gu Fan suddenly said. The two of them were of course respectful. So, the cockroach girl asked the engineer Bugs to build a new villa. Chapter 315. Zhou Jun's resurrection is just an episode. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan went to fight several more ranked battles. Unfortunately, the enemies they encountered later began to become difficult. Gu Fan had to use up the number of times the number 4 longevity potion was used. Instead of doing this, it would be better to choose not to fight and store the number 4 longevity potion for the later battle. Finally, several days passed again. All players and all the emperors of the original world heard a reminder sound. The 125th annual battle is about to start. The ranking of the battle will determine the status of each race and the degree of attention to the race. The following are the rules of the battle. All players need to stop what they are doing and listen carefully to the rules of the battle. In the bedroom of Gu and Xia, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan tightly. The two did not move, just looking at each other, not daring to make any extra movements. What they are doing is self-evident. Even though Gu Fan already knows most of the rules, they are not specific after all, so he must listen carefully. 1. Each faction can only send 5 players to the battle. If there are less than 5 players, they will not be able to participate. Faction requirements. Living in one place for a long time, with a clear leader, a person in power, and more than 50% of the subordinates are loyal to the person in power. 2. After participating, you will not be able to rest. The two sides will be matched all the time. The winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated. The matching time is different. Surrender or death means failure. Note, surrendering in the first 10 days will receive a negative title of surrenderer. 3. Generally speaking, the matching time will increase as the game time increases, so don't worry too much about not having time to rest. 4. When it comes to the 7 forbidden tracks, players may be matched with the native world in the later stages of the game. Defeating the native world will receive special rewards. 5. The time lasts for up to 3 months. If the game process is not completed after 3 months, a battle royale game will be held. 6. Conditions for obtaining generous rewards. The race of the faction you belong to becomes the first among all races. The faction becomes the first among all races. The player is the most powerful in the first faction. Please prepare all factions. Matching will start at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Matching is random. The message in the ear ended. Half an hour later, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan walked out of the bedroom and prepared to summon all subordinates to select candidates for the battle. Soon all subordinates were summoned, and the 3-6 forbidden wild kings also arrived. Gu Fan was ready to make a selection. But at this time, a silver-haired man with black armor suddenly appeared in the air, looking down at everyone. Gu Fan took a look. Isn't this the King of Death? What is he doing here? King of Death? Gu Fan looked at the silver-haired man, curious about what he wanted to do. Captain Gu Fan. The King of Death took a look. Except for Gu Fan, the others were all ugly. Xia Shulan in Gu Fan's arms, on the contrary, was still good-looking. Let me join. The King of Death said slowly, let me become a member of Gulen and participate in the race with your Gulen forces. The King of Death has grown again. He has become much stronger than before on the Witch Sky Island. Obviously, the King of Death is also a terrifying genius who has grown rapidly. Gu Fan was a little confused. King of Death, don't you represent the Dead Silence Realm? How could it be? The King of Death smiled and said, Although I represent the Dead Silence realm, I know that there are countless powerful native worlds, and it is unlikely that our Dead Silence realm will compete for the top spot. So, you are thinking of joining our Gulen temporarily? Gu Fan's mouth twitched. Where did the unruly King of Death go? How did he become so approachable? Not bad. King of Death said slowly, the competition lasts for 3 months. I have observed you. 3 months is enough for you to grow to the level of an 8 forbidden strongman. If I become a member of the 5 strongmen participating in Gulen, I will be a famous person in history. King of Death's words made Gu Fan ponder. According to the investigation, he was emitting a gray light. White represents kindness, gray represents neutrality, and black represents hostility. For now, King of Death will never submit to him. But his subordinates will definitely submit to him. That is to say, if King of Death joins Gulen temporarily. Although he is not loyal, King of Death is qualified to participate in the competition. I understand. Gu Fan decided to take a gamble. With King of Death, his chances of getting a high ranking have increased a lot. As for the champion, Gu Fan dare not think about it for the time being, it is quite difficult. Thinking of this, he said again, but during the team formation, you must not attack us or have any other bad signs. If I find out, I will never let you off easily. Gu Fan's tone was serious. Then, he looked at the others. Forget Hu Xianghua, the King of Death is enough to replace him. Anyway, as long as Gu Lan wins, that's enough. Now there are 4 candidates in total. Himself, Xia Shulan, the King of Death, and the Cockroach Sister. There is another candidate. In the expectant eyes of the subordinates, Gu Fan finally decided to choose Nalinya. The power of darkness, the power of death, and the power of hell she possessed, the upper limit of the power mixed together is very high. As for the 3 savage kings and other subordinates, forget it for now. Anyway, there is more than one term, and there will be more in the future. After Gu Fan finally determined the candidate, he submitted the candidate to the game. Soon, time passed quickly, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning in a blink of an eye. Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, the Silent King, Nalinya, and Cockroach Girl were suddenly teleported to an open space. There were 5 houses on the open space, which were used for people participating in the race to rest. Rest Sky Island. This platform is used for rest. Within 3 months, the 5 people on the Gulen will live in this place, and the Battle Sky Island will appear in another place. This is also to prevent group fights, right? Cockroach Girl was about to give birth to a child while she was used to it, but was rejected by Gu Fan. Take a rest, don't give birth to children all the time. Save them for when you fight. Gu Fan said. Chapter 316. Cockroach Wolf's sister nodded obediently, and then stood up again. Although Cockroach Wolf's sister is not at the 6th forbidden level now, she is very close to it. Gu Fan plans to use all the copied strengthening potions on her during this period. Let her really break through to the 6th forbidden level. After Cockroach Sister reaches the 6th forbidden level, he will train Nalinya. In short, try to get both of them to the 6th forbidden level within 2 weeks. Not long after, a prompt sounded beside my ear. Matching successful, 10 seconds to be teleported to the Battle Island. The area of the Battle Island will be based on the average strength of both sides. The stronger the strength of both sides, the larger the area of the island. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, the 5 people were teleported to the Battle Island. The area of this Battle Island is larger than that of an ordinary island. However, it is only a little larger. Therefore, Gu Fan felt that the opponent he matched with was probably not very strong. As expected, the other side is 5 lizard men, about the level of 3 or 4 forbidden. It is worth noting that Gu Fan is based on the fluctuations of their chi and blood, not because of the exploration. However, Gu Fan found that the price of exploration is 100 times more expensive, whether it is to explore the weak or the strong. So, this should also be a rule hidden in the dark. In short, it is completely different from the ranking battle. Although Gu Fan is money, if he encounters a strong enemy in the future, it will cost at least 10 million square coins to explore once, so if the opponent is not very strong, it is better to use less and save more. But Gu Fan soon realized that something was wrong. Why does the female lizardman who is the leader of the other party look so familiar? He and Xia Shulan looked at each other, and Xia Shulan's eyes also flashed with surprise. Damn human, I want to avenge my good son. The female lizardman who is the leader shouted angrily, when she saw Gu Fan's familiar face. Gu Fan was silent, because he remembered who this was. If this is not Komodo, who else could it be? But, shouldn't Komodo have died long ago? And as a native resident of Sand Sky Island, she shouldn't be. Gu Fan continued to remain silent. He didn't know what to say. Comfort her, or cut the grass and root it out. You actually know this kind of ant? The King of Death couldn't help but ask curiously. Gu Fan was speechless. When I landed on Sand Sky Island, I was also an ant. The King of Death was speechless. He ignored Gu Fan's growth rate. He, didn't you expect that as a princess of the lizard men? I have already broken through the 4 forbidden levels. Next, I will let you feel what real pain is. Although I was insulted by the human race at the beginning, the King Kong Lizard King is my son after all. But you killed it just like that. Human race, all of you deserve to die. Fortunately, after the fusion of all races, the Lizardmen players liberated the Sand Sky Island, and I became a servant of the Lizardmen players, and have been struggling to get to my current position. Now I meet you again. Next will be the time for me, the Lizardmen, to rise, and you will become a stepping stone for us Lizardmen. Gu Fan couldn't help it. Why is this guy talking so much? He waved his hand. A deep purple lightning struck it into ashes. What are you talking about? Gu Fan said speechlessly. The other Lizardmen all had deep fear in their eyes. What's wrong with this human? Chapter 317. They looked at Gu Fan in fear. Just as they were about to surrender, several dark purple thunderbolts shattered their bodies. Gu Fan would never leave any harm. Rather than letting them surrender, and then live. It is better to kill them all. Komodo's strength has improved rapidly. It has broken through to the 4th forbidden level in such a short time. Gu Fan sighed, it's a pity that it met me. Soon, the 5 people returned to the rest platform. The second round of matching has not started yet. Because Gu Fan killed too fast. We have to wait until the first round of battles are over before the second round of matching. Matching is also random. In short, if the opponent's strength fluctuations are very strong, even if you get the title of surrenderer, you must surrender. Otherwise, you will most likely be killed instantly. Just like Komodo and its little brothers. After a while, the second round of matching began. Gu Fan and his 5 companions were the top forces, and they were followed by the 7 forbidden deadly king. The second, third, and even 4th batches were easily dealt with. After all, the strength of most creatures in the 10,000 races was only above the 1 to 4 forbidden. The 4 and 5 forbidden were the watershed. The 5 and 6 forbidden were the watershed again. Only the 7 and 8 forbidden were the top strong ones. And basically, Gu Fan defeated the enemy with some thunder and lightning. Or the enemy realized that Gu Fan and his 5 companions were not easy to mess with, and chose to surrender quickly. To be honest, the death rate of participating in this competition is indeed high. Gu Fan didn't understand why the Cube main world recruited creatures from so many worlds every year to participate in the National Cube Survival game. As a result, the number of people in the 10,000 races did not explode as expected. There are 100 million people on the blue star. There are countless worlds. Logically, there should be trillions of people. But this is not the case. Although there are indeed many people, they are not as many as imagined. It turns out that every year, many players are eliminated in the competition. As for the creatures in the native world, except for the shameless participation of the dead king in Gu Lan, they can basically only be seen in the later stage. After all, the number of native worlds is really pitiful compared to the number of 10,000 races players. Therefore, many players are fighting against players. Just like this, when Gu Fan thought there was no pressure on this day. In the 8th game, he encountered a more difficult opponent. After the light curtain disappeared, several men in high-tech armor appeared on the opposite side. The fluctuations on their bodies were about 6 forbidden. The leader was even at the peak of the 6 forbidden, and was about to be buried in the 7 forbidden. Gu Fan took the first place in the 6 forbidden ranking, and soon understood who the opponent was. Magic Star, a subsidiary world of the Arcane Star world. It also uses powerful elemental abilities. It is stronger than the Witch Continent, but not as good as the Arcane Star. There are many worlds like the Arcane Star that use elemental power to fight, and they are basically 1 minute of the Arcane Star. It is also in a huge alliance called the Arcane Alliance. So it's you guys from Magic Star. Gu Fan said slowly, with a relaxed tone. Since he was able to defeat them once before, he should be able to defeat them easily this time. Gu Fan, it's you guys. The Magic Star player who led the battle was named Mo Lujuan. He still remembered the scene when he and his wife fought against Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. Although Gu Fan only has 5 forbidden points, he is too difficult to deal with and very fast. He is simply a freak. Fortunately, in order to ensure the strength of the Arcane Alliance, Arcane Star gave him a powerful secret medicine, which can change the power of elements and make them fall into darkness. Dark power is a very powerful element. It can cause terrible decay power, and even absorb a lot of high-intensity damage. Originally, Mo Lujuan planned to use it when he met a strong man later. Unfortunately, he met a strong man on the first day. Among the 5 people, there is also a tall man with silver hair. The aura on his body is more obscure, and the pressure is even greater. This terrible power reminds Mo Lujuan of a terrible existence. 7 Forbidden Points. Only the 7 forbidden points can give him this strong sense of oppression. Although the power of darkness has great side effects, it has to be used. Just when he took it out, and wanted to inject it into his body. But he found that the dark seed in his hand had disappeared. Instead, there was a small piece of wood. With X1 looking at the wood in his hand, a flash of anger flashed in Mo Lujuan's eyes. He just remembered that Gu Fan had a powerful spatial ability, the power of reversal. Damn Gu Fan, give this seed back to me, it is not something you guys who have not practiced elemental power can use. Mo Lujuan said in horror and fear. If the truth was known by those guys from the Arcane Star, he would definitely die. This terrible dark seed can be given to others. Gu Fan held the new seed and looked at it curiously. Poor quality dark seed. Taking it will greatly increase the power of darkness, and other elements in the body will also be converted into dark power. However, due to its low quality, taking it will greatly reduce lifespan. Gu Fan intends to give this dark seed to Nalinya. As for himself, Xiao Shulan, and others, they will not take it. Converting other elemental powers in his body into dark power, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? The power of death and the power of hell, especially the power of the two combined with thunder and lightning, is simply invincible in the world. You didn't look at it well, who can you blame? The King of Death moved, he came to the front. Gu Fan, let me fight, I am very interested in this group of guys in the Arcane Alliance. Then you come, be careful not to give the other party a chance to surrender. Today's King of Death has changed again, probably because of the Lord of a Realm, his attributes are always changing. At this growth rate, the King of Death is also a scheduled 8 or 9 forbidden strongman in the future. It is worth mentioning that because the native world has 9 forbidden strongmen. So basically, the champion of each session is unlikely to be a player. Players who can get into the top 10 are already very powerful. Well, you are practicing the power of darkness? Why do you want to mix with humans? Lord Mo Lu threw a dark seed, but fortunately he still had one, and secretly ate it when Gu Fan couldn't see it. In fact, Gu Fan noticed it, but he didn't stop it. The reason was simple. He planned to see the strength of the King of Death. So far, the King of Death has never really taken action. Checking his attribute panel, most of them are question marks. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Gu Fan cannot guarantee that the King of Death will not be his enemy in the future. Lord Molo looked at the black gas that kept coming out of the King of Death. He asked curiously. However, soon, he and the other 4 players of Magic Star became solemn. Because the King of Death was not emitting the power of darkness, but a darker and more terrifying existence than the power of darkness. New elemental power? Lord Molo muttered to himself, with a flash of madness in his eyes. He must obtain this terrible power. Soon, the thick darkness gathered and surged wildly in Lord Molo's hands. Finally, it condensed into a giant dark sword, with wisps of dark mist lingering on the sword body. Lord Molo jumped high, and the sword wrapped in the power of darkness chopped down on the head of the King of Death. A black crack visible to the naked eye was cut in the air by the sword. This dark power is much stronger than me. Nalinya, who was watching the battle, sighed. But fortunately, Gu Fan got the seed. According to Gu Fan's ability, he would sooner or later use the seed to cultivate himself. Nalinya looked at Gu Fan with gratitude. Too slow. The voice of the King of Death was cold, without a trace of emotion. His right hand gently rested on the handle of the sharp blade at his waist. In an instant, a gray light flashed. The King of Death drew his sword so fast that it was almost invisible, and only a trace of afterimage could be captured. At the same time, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, the King of Death appeared behind Mo Lujuan like a ghost. Mo Lujuan and the 4-6 forbidden strongmen behind him suddenly froze, as if they were cast a spell of immobilization. Their eyes were full of doubts and confusion, and their faces still had the fierce expressions when they attacked. Mo Lujuan, ? Gu Fan stood not far away, staring at the King of Death, and was secretly alert in his heart. He could feel that this was probably the terrible skill that the King of Death had hidden on the attribute panel before. Death Silent Sword Slash. The King of Death spoke slowly, and his silver hair fluttered with the invisible airflow. The sharp blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, and then he slowly inserted it into the scabbard with an elegant and calm movement. Humph, pretending. Mola June came back to his senses, and anger surged in his heart. He kept reaching out to touch his body. He didn't feel any pain, nor did he find any wounds. He suddenly felt that he was being fooled. Afterwards, Lord Mola looked at the 4-6 forbidden warriors behind him, and attacked the King of Death again. The aura of the 5 people surged wildly, ready to give the King of Death a fatal blow. The King of Death seemed not to hear it, and did not raise his head, but just focused on returning the sharp blade to the scabbard. At the moment when the sharp blade was completely inserted into the scabbard, an invisible but extremely terrifying force broke out with him as the center. Lord Molu's body, as well as the bodies of the other 4-6 forbidden warriors, seemed to be cut off by an invisible sharp blade, exploded with a bang, and blood mist filled the air. The 5 bodies were neatly split in half, the incisions were as smooth as a mirror, and the internal organs and blood were scattered all over the ground. The scene was bloody and shocking. Kill 5-6 forbidden warriors in one move? Gu Fan was a little moved. He realized it deeply at this time. I'm afraid I underestimated the power of the King of Death. After dealing with Mola June and the others, the match continued. Back to the resting island. Xia Shulan complained a little. It seems that the time interval between matches does not allow us to sleep and rest. It has been going on for 3 months. The King of Death explained, this is a competition of endurance and strength. Let's take turns if the opponent we encounter is not strong. Yes, if the opponent is particularly weak, you can also let the cockroach wolf sister give birth to poisonous insect soldiers to solve it. The cockroach wolf sister, who had been paddling all day, nodded immediately after hearing Gu Fan calling her. Don't worry, master, if you need anything from me, I will definitely help. Then, in the next few days, the 5 people took turns to fight. If they encountered a weak one, they would just give it to the cockroach wolf sister's cubs. If they encountered an average one, the 5 people would take turns, and the other 4 would rest. As for copying, Gu Fan copied the Qilong sword. The cockroach girl has 5 swords in total, 1 for herself, and the other 4 are given to the children born on the battle island. It is worth mentioning that the children have to be reborn every time they fight. The remaining children after the battle will be teleported back to the dead world, because they do not meet the number of people. Of course, Nalanya and the King of Dead Silence also have them. The reason why the King of Dead Silence also took it is mainly because the feature of summoning Qilong is very convenient. Imagine encountering an enemy with 5 or 6 bands. In order to save physical strength, Gu Fan and his men, and the evil poisonous insect soldiers, took the Qilong sword, and summoned Qilong one by one. There is no need to fight at all, and the Qilong can defeat the opponent. In the early stage, it is still very easy. As for the critical hit, of course, it is given to the Dark Seed. The inferior Dark Seeds, under critical hits, become the best Dark Seeds. Not only do they have no side effects, they will not remove other elements in the body, and they will greatly enhance the power of darkness. A few days later, Gu Fan copied several more best Dark Seeds. One was fed to Nalanya, and one was fed to Cockroach Wolf Girl. Nalanya and Cockroach Wolf Girl successfully broke through to the 6th forbidden level. Especially Cockroach Wolf Girl, she had another prefix of darkness. The sexy lines on her whole body are all pitch black. Because she came to the 6th forbidden level, Cockroach Girl suddenly grew from a lowly to a queen. She is much taller, and the big wings behind her are also fluttering and getting bigger. The wolf ears and tail, in hell, and the power of darkness, have become extremely black. The beautiful eyes have also turned black, and her figure is even more sexy. Although Cockroach Wolf Girl has changed a lot, Xiao Shulan is relieved instead. Because she knew that her husband Gu Fan only liked Lolita like her, and how could she smell like a Lolita? Nalanya didn't change much, but the dark power became stronger. Maybe because they both had powerful dark power. Nalanya and Cockroach Wolf Girl also became friends with each other, discussing the use of dark power. Gu Fan, your pet's ability is very terrible. The King of Death looked at the Cockroach Wolf Girl, who had changed greatly, and suddenly said, "If it wasn't him, would you be so polite to me?" Gu Fan looked at the Cockroach Wolf Girl he had cultivated so far. Now she has become the 3rd person in Gulanhao. Even Nalanya, who is also a 6th forbidden, is not her opponent. You know, after obtaining so many gene fragments and various energy supplements, the Cockroach Wolf Girl also has a terrible skill, werewolf transformation. That's right, but if you can't control this terrible existence, it will become a disaster for the entire race. The King of Death hesitated for a while, and suddenly expressed his thoughts. Chapter 318. The reason is very simple. Zergs are very scary. Not to mention, Gu Fan gave all the good things to Cockroach Wolf's sister. Let Cockroach Wolf's sister grow from a small Karami with only a few hundred health points to a scary 6 forbidden creature with various terrible resources. In addition, the characteristics of Zergs allow Cockroach Wolf's sister to give birth to 5 forbidden insect soldiers that are only 1 level lower than her. It's okay now, but what if Cockroach Wolf's sister breaks through to the 7 forbidden level, or even the 8 forbidden level? However, fortunately, Zergs have some limitations. No matter how powerful the Zerg is, it just keeps hovering at the level of 4 or 5 forbidden levels. It's just that this race, because of its ability to reproduce, occupies a dominant position in the middle level. Therefore, it is also very difficult to cultivate it. Anyway, Gu Fan thinks that during this period, all the good things have been given to Cockroach Wolf's sister. However, he is worried about the King of Death. Gu Fan just smiled. Don't worry, I raised her, not to mention, I have multiple times the power of various blood potions. She knows very well that if I can raise a Mother Queen, I can naturally raise 2, 3, or even 4. She is not the only one. Gu Fan's confidence made Xia Shulan's eyes shine. She just likes Gu Fan's look, so handsome. You can handle it well. The dead king looked at the simple cockroach wolf girl, who was still holding hands with Nalanya, and claiming to be a lifelong best friend. He sighed, it's really rare for such a dangerous Zerg loyal to its own genes to be raised like this by you. Soon, it was the second day. On the first day, we had already matched at least 10 times. Later, the intervals between matches became longer, because strong people are more likely to meet each other. At the same time, the chat channel was full of complaints. I didn't sleep well yesterday, and I have to participate in this competition today. I am really speechless, my family. That's right, I heard that this competition has been going on for almost 10 games, and many players have been eliminated. The number of players from all races is really huge. At least half of the players will be eliminated in one match. How long will it take to match to the end? Didn't you read the rules before? According to the rules of previous years, it will take at least 3 months. By the way, who was the first and strongest player camp in the last session? Do any of you know? I know that the first place in the last session was the power of the heaven. The heaven is also one of the most powerful forces, and there are many 9 forbidden creatures. The heaven realm is here. Is there anyone who can tell us what kind of power the heaven realm is? There are no immortals, right? Forget about immortals. I remember that there are a group of people who call themselves angels in that world, and the lord of the heaven realm seems to be named Gabriel. As for the number 1 player power, it must be the powerful arcane star, which has many elements and each is very powerful. It is still in the matchmaking process. Gu Fan looked at the heaven realm power mentioned in the chat channel curiously. Then he asked the King of Death, what kind of power is the heaven realm, and is there any opposition between it and the hell realm? As the original world that was merged into the 10,000 races some time ago, the death realm should have a certain understanding of this aspect. As expected, the King of Death said, according to the information we have collected from the death realm, the hell realm was originally one of the 9 forbidden worlds, and the lord of the hell realm was named Abaddon. And the hell realm was once a part of the demon realm, but later broke away. The angel realm launched a fierce attack on the hell realm, further weakening it. After several defeats, as well as the 9 forbidden worlds and the 8 forbidden worlds being killed, the hell realm once became a second-rate native world. Seeing the King of Death talking about the hell realm, Gu Fan became curious again and asked, but isn't the hell realm a new native world like the death realm and merged into the 10,000 races world like the blue star? I haven't finished yet. As the King of Death explained, Gu Fan finally understood why. It turned out that the hell realm was once on the verge of extinction. Later, it was the cube main world that took action, hibernating the hell realm, resting it, and then throwing it into the new blue star area. Now, although the hell realm is not fully recovered, the whole world has achieved a new development. Gu Fan, you have to be careful. You and your subordinates all have the power of hell. Although it is useful and powerful, if you are touched by those hypocritical guys in the angel realm, you will definitely not end well. The King of Death sneered, but why am I telling you so much? You wanted to use this power to deal with our dead silence realm. Gu Fan was a little embarrassed when he heard it. Who told you that the dead silence realm always brings me trouble? The dead silence Sky Island at the beginning, plus the Witch Sky Island. The King of Death shrugged his shoulders. This is the way the dead silence realm expands. If you were the master of a world, you would also do these things for the development of your own world. Nalanya looked at the King of Death with some resentment. She knew that many of her relatives and friends died because of the erosion of the power of death. The King of Death also indirectly destroyed the entire Witch Sky Island. Today's Witch Sky Island has become a brand new Death Sky Island. However, what can a little Kurami like her say? Originally thought to be a strong man in the world, when he went out, he found that he was just a weak chicken in the vast ocean. Later, Gu Fan learned from the King of Death. The world that reaches the 9 forbidden realms is very rare, except for the heaven and the former hell. There are 3 more worlds: the underworld, the demon world, and the abyss. The lord of the underworld, Hades. The lord of the demon world, the demon king Satan, named Lucifer, was once a general of one of the heavens, with the strength of the 9 forbidden realms, and later fell into the demon world. There are 7 such demon king level existences. The lord of the abyss, Isajurta, is also an extremely powerful 9 forbidden creature. Whether it is the lord of the abyss, the underworld, the demon world, or the heavenly world. Currently, the 9 forbidden masters of the 9 forbidden worlds are constantly preparing to break through to the 10 forbidden. The most likely first to break through to the 10 forbidden is the lord of the heavenly world, Gabriel, or the lord of the demon world, Lucifer. What about the 10 forbidden? I heard that the 10 forbidden seems to be the limit of the strength of creatures? The King of Death shook his head. God knows. The most powerful of your 10,000 races players is only the 8 forbidden, plus the native worlds hidden in various places of the 10,000 races. It is only the 9 forbidden. 10 forbidden is not a realm that we 10,000 races consider. Xia Shulan was also confused by what she heard. She pointed at us. Wait, you said, in 2 or 3 months, will we match the 4 worlds you just mentioned? The Silent King nodded. Yes, but fighting is the best way to train people. Maybe in 3 months, you too can reach that level? Gu Fan's mouth twitched. He was cheating, but not that big, right? Unless he was lucky all the time and got what he wanted, the basic attributes also became very powerful. Otherwise, Gu Fan didn't know how to deal with the existence of the 9 forbidden. However, there are still 90 days. 80 copies, 10 critical hits. Maybe there is a chance? Soon, the match began. From today, the 5 people will take turns to fight. Gu Fan was killing most of the time yesterday, so it was Xiao Shulan's turn. I saw that the 5 big men with 3 forbidden on the other side looked at them with disdain. In particular, a sexy little loli, holding a sword, came to the front. The little loli has a delicate and cute face, and is delicate and beautiful, but a pink long skirt outlines her figure, which is very sexy. This contrast is simply superb. The 3 forbidden big man in the lead said 3 women? Don't you have anyone to send? You actually sent 3 women to fight. I am really laughing my head off. He laughed loudly, and looked at them with unscrupulous eyes. The weaker you are, the more you have no taboos against powerful creatures. The so-called ignorance is fearless, that's it. However, in the perspective of these 5 big men, the little loli just jumped and came to the air. In their surprised eyes, terrible magma fists carrying the power of hell hit them. No, wait! We are willing to surrender. Feeling this terrible heat, the big man in the lead wailed in pain, hoping to surrender. Unfortunately, the magma fist was faster, and soon burned them all to ashes. What a bunch of bastards. Xia Shulan touched her hand with a disgusted expression. My little Shulan is awesome. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan and praised her. Husband. Xia Shulan rubbed against Gu Fan's arms, and her expression quickly changed from cold disgust to dependence. Gu Fan thought of the bastard Xia Shulan had just mentioned. Ahem, wife, it seems like you haven't called me a bastard for a long time. Xia Shulan, the other 3, even the cockroach wolf girl, who is usually more abstract than Xia Shulan, couldn't help but twitch her eyebrows. In this way, today, Xia Shulan easily solved all kinds of enemies, with the powerful magma and other abilities. It can only be said that there are really many creatures with 2, 3, and 4 forbidden levels, and they are basically at this level. On the 2nd day, the 3rd day, the 4th day, and the 5th day, the 5 people took turns to solve the enemies. Rest the rest of the time. Gu Fan gave the copy to the number 4 longevity potion that can deduct 200,000 health points. Some copies were also given to the king's upper-grade treasure chest. In this way, this pattern was maintained. 20 days later, the king's top-grade treasure chest and the emperor's lower-grade treasure chest came out. Everyone looked at the emperor's lower-grade treasure chest curiously. The emperor's weapons and armor have reached my level. The Silent King sighed. Sure enough, it's only been 20 days, and you have reached this level. Gu Fan, maybe you really have the possibility of reaching the top strength in 70 days. 70 days, 7 critical hits, I can only say that there is this opportunity, but it still depends on luck and what can be opened in the treasure chest. These days, the enemies encountered were not strong and were easily dealt with. After copying the Emperor's lower-grade treasure chest, one of them was given to Xiao Shulan to open. Soon, a burst of red light appeared. Obtain the Emperor's middle-grade weapon, the Light Staff. You can use the power of light, and the powerful power of light will cause 70,000 damage. Note, holding the Light Staff will be hostile to light-related enemies. What are light-related enemies? Xiao Shulan asked curiously while holding the staff. It's the group of hypocritical guys in the heaven. The dead king explained. Similarly, there are other mages who hold light elements or other mages related to light elements, and the same is true. Gu Fan suddenly remembered Luo Pingdao, who was beaten to death by himself and Nalinya. Xiao Shulan held the light staff, the big stick, and was reluctant to let go. Then he gathered his power at the head of the staff, and soon the white light gathered in it, but because Xiao Shulan held the withered tree. Soon, a few black lines appeared in the light. The power of light and the power of hell can actually be combined together. The tree withered after being hit by a critical hit is not simple. Gu Fan also saw the energy contained in it. With the blessing of the power of hell, it is probably now 100,000 points of damage. Something is wrong. The King of Death quickly covered his hands with powerful power of death and protected everyone. The next moment, a light wave mixed with the power of light, and the power of death suddenly exploded. Gu Fan threw a stone block in the air in an instant, and then exchanged the position of this power with the stone block. Boom! The terrible power appeared in the air. Not very stable, it can only last for 2 or 3 seconds at most. Gu Fan came to the conclusion and looked at the staff at the same time. Fortunately, it was of the Emperor quality, and the staff was still intact. At this moment, the match was successful. Gu Fan gave the last copy he had saved to the staff. It was his turn today, and he planned to try this light power himself. Soon, the 5 people came to the battle island. The aura of the 5 people in front was very strong. I'm afraid we don't have to come one by one this time. The King of Death said, the opponent is not simple, and we encountered a tough guy. It's normal to encounter a tough guy in 20 days. Gu Fan was not surprised, but said calmly. The 5 people who slowly appeared on the opposite side were not white humans, but 3-eyed people who were at the top of the battle power rankings. They were tall, more than a head taller than ordinary humans. The aura of oppression was all over their bodies. The bronze skin was rough and cracked, with ravines everywhere. The most eye-catching thing was the third eye growing vertically in the center of the forehead of the 3-eyed tribe. The eyelids were covered with fine bloodshot, like an invisible net, tightly wrapping the eye. The eyes radiated scarlet light. At the same time, each 3-eyed tribe member exuded the strength of the 7 forbiddens, and the spears in their hands were all weapons of the Emperor level. The strongest of the 3-eyed tribe, Yang Jian. Gu Fan looked at the 3-eyed tribe leader, and said in a serious tone. It's me, you are the new dark horse of the human race, Gu Fan, nice to meet you. Yang Jian said in a flat tone, with scarlet eyeballs on his forehead constantly turning weirdly. Chapter 319. Looking at the strange scarlet eyeballs. Everyone felt a little numb. This 3-eyed tribe seems a little strange. That scarlet eyeball, will it shoot a ray? Yes, I am Gu Fan. You are one of the most powerful forces of the 3-eyed tribe. You are really unlucky. Gu Fan was about to continue his business touting, but he found that Yang Jian had disappeared. He flashed to Gu Fan, and the eyeballs on his forehead burst into red light. Don't waste time. I really want to see how strong you, the human genius, are. However, Gu Fan was faster than he thought. A dark purple thunder immediately pierced through Yang Jian's chest. The battle was about to start. Since Gu Fan planned to fight with the chief of the 3-eyed tribe, the King of Death chose the opponent's second in command. Suddenly, under the powerful power of death, the opponent's second in command felt a huge pressure. Damn it! He shouted a few times to express his dissatisfaction. Patriarch, why do I want to fight the strongest one on the other side? The appearance and aura of the King of Death are obviously much higher than Gu Fan. Wait, don't worry, wait until I deal with this human pride, I will help you. The leader of the 3-eyed tribe shouted. The opponent's second in command was constantly suppressed by the King of Death. One of the other 3-eyed tribesmen was also suppressed. At this time, the cockroach wolf girl directly exploded into a werewolf form. Her figure was sexy and bigger. Because they are both humanoid creatures. The 3-eyed tribe members she fought against were stunned. The cute cockroach's antennae and wings looked at the other 3-eyed tribe member with lustful eyes. A flash of anger and disgust flashed in the cockroach wolf girl's eyes. She suddenly burst out with great power, and then slashed at the other party with a sword. A Qianglong was also summoned. Yes, It happened to be the Qianlong sword given by Gu Fan. Not only that, Gu Fan gave a lot of Qianlong swords. The three-eyed tribe also drew out their swords, and then blocked the terrible attack of the cockroach wolf girl. The girl is not bad. The Qianlong on the side kept harassing him, causing the three-eyed tribe to have to deal with the Qianlong first. The next moment, several eggs suddenly spit out from the cockroach wolf girl's mouth, and suddenly turned into evil poisonous insect soldiers. This scene made the three-eyed tribe member's scalp numb. Originally, he wanted to see if he could conquer this cockroach wolf girl with his own charm. As a result, this scene completely dispelled his thoughts. Isn't this too bizarre? It's like a man who likes the girl in front of him doing something indecent, blowing his nose and standing upside down and running diarrhea. No matter how much he crushes, he will dispel any feelings of liking her. In fact, this is the new ability of the cockroach wolf girl. She can first put the cultivated eggs into her abdomen. Because when they are eggs, they are not individuals yet. When it is necessary to fight, spray them out, and you can suddenly summon a large group of evil poisonous insect soldiers. Of course, there can't be too many. No more than 10 at most. It's just a 5 forbidden insect. At the same time, the three-eyed tribe of the Qianlong was dealt with, and they were ready to attack the cockroach wolf girl again. The cockroach wolf girl suddenly gave these 8 evil poisonous insect soldiers 1 insect and a terrible Qianlong sword, and the power of the Qianlong sword was obvious to all. The evil poisonous insect soldiers, who were originally unable to break through the defense, after holding the Qianlong sword, it should not be difficult for them to break through the defense of the 7 forbidden strongmen. Exactly the same emperor-level weapons. Why, there are so many! The three-eyed people were shocked. He looked at this scene in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Children, summon the Qianlongs, and then follow me to kill him. The cockroach wolf's sister is a cute pet in front of Gu Fan. But in front of others, she is like a queen. The genes of the queen mother tell the cockroach wolf's sister that she must maintain her dignity in the face of the enemy. The three-eyed people looked at the large group of Qianlongs rushing over, plus the evil poisonous insect soldiers holding the Qianlong sword, and the werewolf cockroach wolf's sister with similar attributes to himself, and he felt unstoppable timidity in his heart. On the other hand, Nalanya obviously did not have a strong ability. She continued to gather the terrible ability in her hands, the dark power of hell, and the corrupt power continued to surge all over the body of the three-eyed people. It's a very tricky power, a user of dark elements. You are a genius but still too young. If you are a 7 forbidden, I am definitely not your opponent. Nalanya's eyes flashed with anger. She has grown as much as possible during this period. But facing a real 7 forbidden strongman, she is still a little powerless. Fortunately, she still has 2 Qianlong swords. She waved the Qianlong swords, and 2 Qianlongs ran out. However, while constantly attacking the three-eyed man, Nalanya also assisted on the side, using the terrible power of dark elements to attack the three-eyed man. For a while, the three-eyed man was a little overwhelmed, but the advantage of the 7 forbidden soon became apparent. He began to suppress the 2 Qianlongs and Nalanya. Xiao Shulan was a little unstable. After all, she only had 1 killer weapon, which was the light staff. The 7 forbidden three-eyed man, who was chasing her, was very powerful. Fortunately, she was very fast, and kept using the moon cloth to dart around in the air. Ah, human! I'm going to kill you! The three-eyed man, who was caught in the red temperature, had a red light burst out on his forehead. However, Xia Shulan just twisted and dodged this powerful blow. She turned her head and made a face. The 3 eyeballs of the three-eyed man suddenly widened, and he was extremely angry. But what greeted him was the powerful power of the light staff. The power of light. Several light balls suddenly hit the three-eyed man, causing him to suffer a lot of damage. Humph, nothing more than that. Xia Shulan kept kiting, and the three-eyed man kept getting furious. Soon, she stood still, panting, looking pitiful. Have you exhausted your stamina? He. The three-eyed man was overjoyed. He wanted to play with this little female ghost. Then eat her. The damn little female ghost actually used the light staff to hurt him like this. Fortunately, his defense is not bad, plus some recovery skills, otherwise he might really die by kite. Tell me, how do you want to die? The three-eyed man said viciously. You've been fooled. Xia Shulan's cherry lips drew a mocking smile. Soon, the power of light and the power of hell continued to gather above the staff. Light prison ball. The terrible light prison ball, with a damage of up to 100,000 points, was shot out by Xia Shulan, and then hit the three-eyed man hard, feeling this terrifying power. The three-eyed man shouted, No! Chapter 320. When the staff of light merges with the power of the withered tree of hell. It is more than just a matter of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. After the powerful power of light merges with the power of hell, it turns into ashes. The light ball that merges the two powers explodes in the body of the three-eyed man. The exaggerated damage of more than 100,000 points killed the three-eyed man, who was already at low health, becoming the first player to kill the enemy on the scene. The other three-eyed people looked at Xia Shulan in disbelief. This guy with the aura of the 5 forbidden things actually killed the three-eyed man with the 7 forbidden things. Gu Fan also looked at Xia Shulan curiously. But he soon understood how Xia Shulan defeated him. With the powerful power of the Staff of Light and the Wither Tree. But this is not the point. The point is Xia Shulan's speed, which is very fast. Through development, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan now have at least 30,000 or 40,000 health points after wearing the equipment. Xia Shulan's sense of sight and hearing makes her speed at least 30,000 or 40,000. At this speed, it is normal to take a walk around the three-eyed man with 7 restrictions. And the King of Silent Silence also defeated the other three-eyed man very quickly. Xia Shulan and the King of Silent Silence both freed up their hands. Among them, Xia Shulan freed up her hands to help Gu Fan. The King of Silent Silence helped the anxious Nalanya. And the Cockroach Wolf Girl kept suppressing the opponent. Many 6 restricted Kailongs and the evil Gu insect soldiers holding Qilong swords cooperated with the 6 restricted Cockroach Wolf Girl to suppress the three-eyed man. Under the group attack, the three-eyed man could not handle it at all, and the Cockroach Wolf Girl naturally did not need help. With the mutual cooperation of the 5 people, they finally besieged Yang Jian together. Yang Jian was shocked and angry. Damn it, Gu Fan, how can your opponent be so strong? What surprised Yang Jian even more was that Gu Fan was particularly strong. His health value has reached 180,000, and his attack power and other 2 attributes are also above 40,000. His skills are also very powerful. Earlier, Yang Jian used a red light with a damage of more than 150,000 to attack Gu Fan. Unfortunately, Gu Fan was too fast and dodged the red light in an instant. However, not only was he fast, but the thunder full of hell also hit Yang Jian seriously. Now Yang Jian is already at the end of his strength. Not to mention the help of the other 4 people. Don't you surrender? Gu Fan was a little curious. Kill me, Gu Fan. I'm sorry for the three-eyed tribe. I actually lost to you humans. I will go back and have no face to face the elders of the three-eyed tribe. Seeing this, Gu Fan held the Qilong sword in his hand and chopped off Yang Jian's head with one sword. After defeating all the three-eyed people, Gu Fan and his friends returned to the resting island. Shulan, I didn't expect you to be the first to kill the opponent. Gu Fan praised. Well, that's because of the light staff given by my husband. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan and said excitedly. After so long in the game, Xia Shulan can be said to have her own shining points. Then, the following time, the 5 people encountered enemies one after another. Most of the enemies were easily solved. There were also a few sensible players who chose to surrender when they saw that they could not beat Gu Fan and his friends. It is worth mentioning that on the 40th day, Gu Fan and his 5 friends also met the human emperor. Yes, it was the new emperor Gu. Gu Xindi's forces are naturally 7-7 forbidden. However, shockingly, Gu Xindi failed. He was barely defeated by Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Defeat the human emperor and become a new human emperor. HP will increase by 50,000 points. Attack speed and defense will increase by 20,000 points. The prompt sound also rang beside Gu Fan's ear. This also means that the human emperor has changed hands and has become Gu Fan, who has broken through to the 6 forbidden. However, Gu Fan did not kill the human emperor, but let him surrender and leave. The content on the chat channel was that everyone was surprised to learn that the newly promoted human Tianju had defeated the most powerful human. Human emperor changed hands? Gu Fan actually became the new human emperor. This is really too exaggerated. I remember that Gu Fan seemed to be a blue star person before. He was only 4 forbidden before. How could he defeat the 7 forbidden human emperor so easily? Yes, and this 7 forbidden human emperor is not an ordinary 7 forbidden. I heard that he relied on his wife to barely defeat her. Yes, according to the human emperor, it was not easy to kill Gu Fan, but because of Xia Shulan's talent, Gu Fan stood up again. Oh my god, this is too shady. Isn't it? But how did Gu Fan defeat the human emperor with the help of others and become the new human emperor? Everyone speculated, perhaps only the parties involved knew everything. At this time, on the rest platform in the villa, Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, and the two kept hugging each other, feeling each other's beauty and breath. Obviously, Some special sparring had just been completed. Xia Shuan asked curiously, "Husband, why do you think the human emperor suddenly gave you the title of human emperor? It's obvious that he was defeated by the two of us. I'm really curious." Gu Fan touched Xia Shuan's head, and his thoughts went back to a few days ago. At that time, Gu Xindi had terrible equipment and a powerful human emperor sword. The power of the human emperor sword is obviously the best of the emperor level, and even reaches the emperor level. But he still chose to let them go. Yes, Gu Xindi saw the potential of Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, and planned to rely on his own letting them go to make them the new emperors of the human race. Is the human race very powerful? Indeed, among all the races, the human race is one of the few, and the strongest has reached the 7 forbiddens. But in the vast sky, it is still too weak. There is the heaven above, the devil hell below, and even the abyss. For this terrible native world, the human race is just food. Gu Xindi knows that Gu Fan is very similar to himself. When he first crossed over, his first talent was S-level critical strike, so he could critical strike everything he encountered, but there was a limit. After critical strike, he could not critical strike again. Gu Fan was able to grow so fast, so he must have a powerful, simple, and terrifying talent that was as powerful as a cheat. For the hope of the human race, Gu Xindi pretended to be defeated by Gu Fan and Xia Shuan. In fact, Gu Xindi could not defeat Gu Fan and Xia Shuan, and Gu Fan and Xia Shuan could not defeat Gu Xindi. The terrifying speed of Gu and Xia, as well as Gu Xindi's terrifying shield, defense ability, and the aura of the emperor who protected him, were all very good means. After Gu Xindi was defeated, he naturally gave his title of emperor to Gu Fan. Let Gu Fan become the new emperor of youth. From the very beginning, he continued to condense the aura of the emperor. The aura of the emperor can bring a lot of help to Gu Fan. And the powerful title of the emperor. Chapter 321. Human Emperor Title. After wearing it, you will continuously condense the Human Emperor's aura, which will increase your damage and provide more defense. 1 point of Human Emperor's aura equals 1/1000000 damage increase. 1 point of Human Emperor's aura equals 1/1000000 damage reduction. Current Human Emperor's aura, 13 points. Some special actions, or the passage of time may increase the Human Emperor's aura. Special actions, the passage of time? Gu Fan didn't quite understand the description of this title. However, soon, the King of Death gave the answer. He is the Emperor of the Death Realm, and has a similar title. It's very simple. It's to maintain the dignity of the race, to enhance the confidence of the race, or the admiration and recognition of the human race for you. The King of Death explained, the previous human emperor definitely let you go. He even used less than 30% of his power on you. The King of Death saw that Gu Fan's face was not very good, and continued to explain, you don't have to be unhappy. I am the king. Don't I know? Why did the previous three-eyed human king delay you for most of the time, while Xia Shuan and I could defeat each other? Is it because you are weak? Wrong. It's because your opponent, the leader of the three-eyed people, is the three-eyed human emperor of the three-eyed human race, and has the corresponding title. Because of this, he is more powerful and more terrifying than ordinary three-eyed people. Gu Fan quickly remembered the strength of the previous three-eyed man. And I don't know how long the human emperor has been there, but it is obvious that the aura of the human emperor is at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points. Under this kind of damage increase, damage reduction and the attributes that are stronger than you were defeated by you. Don't you think it's too abnormal? Gu Fan held the Staff of Light in his hand. Through copying, the 5-man team all had the Staff of Light. Under the power of the Wither Tree, each person could burst out more than 100,000 damage. But what the King of Death said was not wrong. The human emperor had obtained the title for so long, and worked hard for the human race. The amount of human emperor's aura he obtained was definitely a considerable value. 500,000 points of human emperor's aura can reduce 500,000 per million, which means at least half of the damage is reduced. More than 100,000 points of damage, attacking the human emperor, is equivalent to only 50,000 or 60,000 points. The human emperor himself has a lot of defense, 40,000 or 50,000, which must be normal. So, in this way, the powerful Staff of Light, using the light prison ball to attack the human emperor, can only cause a maximum of 10,000 or 20,000 damage. Gu Fan understood the intention of the human emperor through the analysis of the King of Death. Gu Xindi, he wants me to become the new human emperor and accumulate the human emperor's aura as soon as possible. Xia Shuan also widened her eyes. I finally understand why I can defeat the human emperor with Gu Fan, and why the human emperor is so powerful and famous on the leaderboard. There are many people in the human race, and there are many people who worship the human emperor, which makes the ability of the human emperor title very powerful. Gu Fan nodded. I understand. After this game is over, I have to expand my territory wantonly, absorb the human race, let the human players worship me, and provide me with the human emperor's aura, and I will also bring a new noble status to the human race. As soon as the voice fell, the human emperor's aura rose to a few points again, although it was very slow, but it rose after all. However, a terrible idea appeared in Gu Fan's mind. Can the title be critical? It probably won't work if you copy it. Gu Fan has copied the skills in his body, but it's useless. Once you master this ability, it belongs to you. If you copy it again, it's just like that. It's different if you crit. Where do the morale of the king, the morale of the sun, and the morale of the moon come from? It's nothing more than one crit after another. It's not possible now. The number of human emperor's aura is too small, and the crit doesn't have much effect. Let alone 1%. It's less than 1/10,000th. What kind of title is it for crit? Then, the matching time came again. The 5 people held the Qilong sword in one hand, and the light staff in the other, and there was the black dragon Barret behind them. Gu Fan also provided the black dragon Barret to the King of Death. According to the strength of the King of Death, the damage of the black dragon Barret is at least 80,000 points. If it causes critical power, it will be more. After the matching was successful, Gu Fan and the other 5 came to the battle island. After the light curtain disappeared, a surprising team appeared. 5 guys wearing armor and holding magic wands, who looked like high-tech wizards, appeared in front of them. The players in front surrendered immediately. We are players from the Arcane Star. If we continue to challenge, we will offend the Arcane Star. Our Arcane Star even has a close relationship with the Heaven Realm. The leading player exudes the cultivation of the 7 Forbiddens. He is not the most powerful player on the Arcane Star, but an excellent upper-level player. Their forces are also one of the forces of the Arcane Star. If it were normal, according to what he said, the enemies who knew the time would have surrendered long ago. But Gu Fan was different, looking at them coldly. Jia Odin, it turns out to be you, an excellent player of the 7 Forbiddens. Gu Fan quickly recognized that he was on the leaderboard. Huh? You know me, that's easier to deal with. You should be a human. Judging from your dress, you don't have any special abilities. Jia Odin looked a little disdainful and shouted arrogantly. Yes, I am a human, and my name is Gu Fan, the new emperor of the human race. As soon as Gu Fan finished speaking, Jia Odin suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was very arrogant, and usually too lazy to investigate other races. During this period, Jia Odin only heard that the human race had replaced a new emperor, whose strength was only 5 forbidden, but his strength was very terrifying, and he defeated the old emperor of 7 forbidden. Jia Odin paid a little attention to this incredible news. It was because of this attention that he was surprised. So that's it, the new emperor? I'm very curious. How did you defeat the old emperor? If you are curious, try it yourself, you will know. Chapter 322. Humph, you are just a human of the 5 Forbiddens, yet you are so arrogant. Jia Odin had a look of disdain on his face. A stream of dark blue lightning gathered in his hands. Thunder Fury. He cultivated the element of thunder, and mastered many skills related to the element of thunder. Now Jia Odin wanted to use this violent and terrifying thunder to crush Gu Fan with one blow. However, you are still too young to play with thunder with me. Gu Fan laughed, and the thunder infused with the power of hell was created by Gu Fan. 2 powerful thunders kept bombarding each other. They surrounded each other, one was purple-black, and the other was the original dark blue, like 2 pythons wrestling together. Die, Gu Fan! Jia Odin roared. He was also extremely confident. Generally speaking, the mages on the Arcane Star should constantly cultivate various powerful elements. But Jia Odin only cultivated thunder. He thought his thunder was much more powerful than Gu Fan's. However, it was indeed the case. Gu Fan's face changed. The thunder he created was actually broken by Jia Odin. The dark blue thunder actually broke the thunder of hell. How could this happen? Gu Fan muttered to himself. Soon, he picked up the light staff beside him, and hit the dark blue thunder with a light prison ball. The terrible power of thunder and light prison ball continued to intertwine. In the end, the terrible shock waves swept across the entire battle island. Is it strange? I am a strong man of the 7 Forbiddens. It is normal for me to resist your thunder with the breath of hell, right? Gu Fan calmed down. Thunder is just a part of his ability. It is normal that the power of thunder is surpassed by Jia Odin. Jia Odin's strength is good. Fortunately, in addition to thunder, Gu Fan is also very strong in other aspects. Not long after, Jia Odin was defeated. With a light prison ball with thunder, Jia Odin was killed on the spot. The other 4 were also dealt with by his side. Nalanya was still struggling, and needed the help of the Silent King who was freed. After defeating him, Gu Fan sent this matter to the chat channel. Gu Fan. Everyone, I am the new human emperor. Jia Odin of Arcane Star mocked our human race, and has been killed. Picture the next moment after Gu Fan finished sending, the chat channel was in chaos. Oh my god, this new human emperor is powerful. It's so easy to kill Jia Odin. I heard that he seemed to be one of the strong men of Arcane Star, but he was defeated so easily. Indeed, it was too incredible. Since the new emperor could defeat the old emperor, he naturally had great potential and strength. It was normal for Lord Gu Fan to kill Jia Odin. Yes, I thought so too. Everyone was praising him, and Gu Fan found that his emperor aura began to rise. All this was because Gu Fan began to be recognized by the players. So, in the next game, every time Gu Fan defeated a strongman, he would take a photo and put it on the chat channel to show off. Over time, the emperor aura has broken through 1000. The game lasted until the 70th day. Through long-term replication and critical hits, the strength of Gu Fan and the other 5 has been greatly enhanced. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's true strength has broken through to the 6th forbidden level, and creatures of the 7th forbidden level will no longer be their opponents. Unfortunately, Gu Fan encountered an 8th forbidden strongman in the battle on the 71st day. Yes, it was the Lord of Hell. The power of Hell that Gu Fan was proud of could not cause too much damage to the Lord of Hell. In order to prevent being killed by him, or to hurt Xiao Shulan and his partners, Gu Fan finally chose to surrender. Yes, although Gu Fan's strength has developed very strong, none of the forces of the 7 forbidden levels are Gu Fan's opponents. But this does not mean that Gu Fan can fight those old monsters in the original world. Being able to persist for 71 days is already a very demonic achievement. Especially for the first time. The King of Death also commented that although he did not win the championship when he came to Gu Fan's team, he still impacted the ranking that did not belong to him because of Gu Fan. Yes, because of the judgment of the game system during this period. Gu Lan's power ranks first in the 7 forbidden. You know, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are both strong in the 6 forbidden. After the competition, the Gu Lan ranks first in the 7 forbidden. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are rewarded with any attribute points x 100,000. The two were extremely excited and added attribute points to their health points. Soon Gu Fan broke through the 7 forbidden. Xia Shulan followed closely, and both of them had new strengths. The next moment after Gu Fan broke through the 7 forbidden, the King of Death sighed and said, "Now it seems that I am no longer your opponent, Gu Fan." The King of Death sighed, as he looked at Gu Fan's new changes. "So what are you going to do now?" Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, and he looked at the King of Death with caution. As the Emperor of the Dead Silence realm, he was very afraid that the King of Death would suddenly attack him. The limit of the King of Death's strength has always been a mystery. Previously, he did not seem to have used his full strength on the battlefield with the Hell Realm, which made Gu Fan very puzzled. What is the strength of the King of Death? I plan to completely submit to you. The black light that originally came out of the King of Death turned into white light. He really wanted to submit. Before you have fully grown up, I will use my vision to find a new way out for the Dead Silence realm. Gu Fan smiled, very happily. Okay, I agree. The King of Death's submission is detected. The King of Death is detected to be completely surrendered. The Dead Silence realm will become the new territory of player Gu Fan, and player Gu Fan will become the new King of Death. Player Gu Fan will completely master the power of death. Obtain new skills. Deathly Silence Sword Slash. Use the powerful power of Deathly Silence. Surround the tip of the sword, and slash, causing terrible slash damage of 150,000 points. Only my Deathly Silence City. The area around 100 miles turns into a Deathly Silence City, constantly summoning Deathly Silence people to fight for itself. Advanced Deathly Silence. Creatures infected by the King of Deathly Silence will gain terrible power, and will not lose their minds. Deathly Silence Annihilation Spear. Use the power of Deathly Silence to surround the spear, and one shot causes 120,000 points of damage. There are so many skills related to the Deathly Silence realm that Gu Fan obtained. Although his eyes were still calm, his heart was full of joy. Although he did not get the first place, he obtained the complete submission of the King of Deathly Silence, all his skills, and a new territory, the Deathly Silence realm. This is really great. Soon, the reminder sounded again. It is detected that you have become the King of Death and obtained a new title, the King of Death. King of Death. After wearing it, you will continue to condense the breath of the King of Death, which will increase your damage and provide more defense. 1 point of the King of Death equals 1.5 damage increase. 1 point of the King of Death equals 1.5 damage reduction. Currently, the King of Death, 7 points. It is worth mentioning that the King of Death has 100,000 points of breath. The King of Death has only 7 points of breath, which is because it has just been obtained. King, I will be your people. The King of Death knelt on one knee, his eyes full of submission. Gu Fan is now no weaker than the Lord of Hell. If he can get the help of his little wife Xia Shulan, defeating the Lord of Hell will not be a problem. In a blink of an eye, another half a year has passed. In the past 6 months, Gu Fan moved his base camp to the center of the Dead Silence Realm, the Dead Silence Hall. The entire Dead Silence Hall was also well transformed by Gu Fan. From now on, the Dead Silence Hall has become the base of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. The two do not know that at the same time, the affairs of the Dead Silence Realm are still handed over to the Dead Silence King. Under the leadership of Hu Xiongwa, the Gulen has also occupied more and more sky islands. Humans can land on some sky islands for free, but occasionally hand in fishing supplies, or participate in work and mining, and the treatment is of course good. Not only does it comply with the 8-hour labor law, but also under the governance of Hu Xiongwa's team, a series of perfect and reasonable bills have been given. In the past 6 months, the Qilong sword has been continuously critically hit as the Emperor Qilong sword. The king's robe was also crit continuously, and turned into the emperor's robe. The light staff was also crit continuously, and turned into the emperor's light staff. The king's morale was crit continuously, and turned into the emperor's morale. And so on. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's realm also reached the 9 Forbidden Realm. The naked health value was close to 1 million, and with the help of equipment, it even exceeded 1 million. The cockroach wolf girl also broke through to the 9 Forbidden Realm. With the blessing of the emperor's morale, she could even reach a new realm, the 10 Forbidden Realm. The same is true for the Gu insect soldiers under her command. They are at the 8 Forbidden Realm, and with the blessing of the emperor's morale, they are also at the 9 Forbidden Realm. The other subordinates are at least above the 7 Forbidden Realm. The Snow Girl reached the 8 Forbidden Realm, but unfortunately, the Snow Girl's bloodline is still not clear. She is very special, but Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are not sure why she is special. No matter what, it doesn't matter anyway. The important thing is that everything is getting better, that's right. 10 days later, Mayank gave birth to a child. The baby was a girl, so Gu Yuner and Jiang Ming named her Jiang Shue. Originally, they planned to name her Jiang Pengan if it was a boy. Jiang Shue was not good looking when she was born, and looked like a monkey, but when she grew up, she would definitely be a beauty. 2 months later, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan led the cockroach wolf's sister, and the evil poisonous insect soldiers, to attack the Hell World. The master of the Hell World was quickly defeated. But he was unwilling to surrender. After Gu Fan killed him, the Hell World and the Dead World were merged, and the 2 original worlds would become Gu Fan's territorial worlds. Gu Fan renamed it Gu Lan World. As the name suggests, it is the world of Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. As for the original Dead World and Hell World, they were named Dead World and Hell World, and they were downgraded. In the same year, Gu and Xia broke through to the 10 Forbidden Realm, a new realm. All the 7 Forbidden and 8 Forbidden Worlds surrendered to Gulen Realm, and became part of Gulen. The Heaven Realm, the Underworld, the Abyss Realm, the Demon Realm, the 4 9 Forbidden Worlds began to attack Gulen Realm. They were dissatisfied with being ruled by a mere human. Gu Fan personally took action to suppress them. Gabriel, Roxifa, and other 9 forbidden strongmen were all suppressed by Gu Fan. What about the other hand? Of course, he was hugging Xia Shulan. The 2 of them stayed together all the time. Anyway, whenever they had the chance, they would do this or that, things they both liked to do. Watching her husband fight all the 9 forbidden strongmen alone. She was so excited that she was crazy about love in her heart. My trash husband, so handsome. After taking care of all the 9 forbidden strongmen, Gu Fan has unified the world since then. The entire block world, whether it is the native world, the players, or those living on the Sky Island, all belong to Gu Fan's territory. Player Gu Fan is detected, becoming the first person in the block world, conquering all the land in the block world, the native world, the Sky Island, and all the residents and players. Reward Gu Fan with a new title. Reward Gu Fan with the title, Gu Tiandi. Gu Tiandi, you are a man of high ambitions in the block world. When you meet other players and native residents, they will have an unstoppable respect for you. You will master the truth of the block world and all the power, waiting for the next player or resident to defeat you. Health value increased by 50 million points. Defense, speed, and attack are all increased by 10 million points. Lifespan increased to infinity. Xia Tianho, you will be my only beloved wife, and you and I will rule the world. Reward Xia Shulan for the title. Xia Tianho. You are the only wife of Zhi Gaoyi in the cube world, and you will become the empress of the world. Except for Emperor Gu Tian, other creatures will lower their heads and dare not look directly at your face when they see you without your permission. Health value increased by 50 million points. Defense, speed, and attack are all increased by 10 million points. Lifespan increased to infinity. I will always love you, Emperor Gu Tian, and be with you for the rest of my life, forever and ever. Looking at the cheesy words of the title, Xia Shulan's mouth twitched. Fuck, is this title poisonous? So embarrassing? Originally, Gu Fan was immersed in this beautiful moment, and was speechless by Xia Shulan's sudden swearing. He rubbed Xia Shulan's little head. Okay, little darling, you are the queen mother of the country, how can you swear casually? Xia Shulan rolled her eyes at Gu Fan, stuck out her tongue and said, Okay, then Emperor Gu Tian, remember not to let me call those impolite names at night. Gu Fan was silent. He held Xia Shulan and flashed to the top of the cube main world. The top of the void was extremely far away. Except for Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, no players or residents could reach this place. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan deeply in his arms, and whispered to Xia Shulan's earlobe, Queen, that won't work. If you don't call me a scumbag, it's meaningless. Xia Shulan blinked her beautiful eyes, and she became confused when she was deeply in love, scumbag husband. A week later, Gu Fan held Xia Shulan with a satisfied expression and looked at this false void together. There is obviously the sun and the moon, but it was impossible to reach it, as if it was a post posted above. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan knew that the block world was fake. No, rather than being fake, it was not the end. The block world has been cleared. Players Gu Fan and Xia Shulan can choose to live here forever, or choose to conquer a new world. Conquering a new world will retain talents and existing equipment, and will also start over. Players Gu Fan, Xia Shulan, what is your choice? Little darling, what do you say? Gu Fan rubbed Xia Shulan's head and asked gently. I choose to play with you for tens of thousands, no, hundreds of millions of years. The block world is so big, I haven't gotten tired of playing yet. I want to enjoy it with you for hundreds of millions of years. In all places, all corners? After understanding, Xia Shulan bit her lip and lowered her head. Okay, when we have enough fun, we will go to a new world. I love you, Xia Shulan. I love you too, husband. Chapter 323 Extra. Unconsciously, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan have been in the cube world for 3 years. Because Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are both the highest level of the entire cube world, beyond the 10 forbidden, very powerful. In addition to the increasingly accumulated replication, critical hits, and replication critical hits, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan's health points have reached more than 1 billion. The subordinates and servants under their command are all beyond the ordinary 10 forbidden existences. And the ant, Gu Yun'er's daughter, has grown up, from a wrinkled baby just born, to a beautiful and lovely little girl. At present, the ant's family of 3 lives in the Dead Silence domain, which is also the safest place. Because of Gu Fan's residence, the Dead Silence domain has become the most powerful region beyond the world. After playing around the world, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan returned to the Dead Silence domain, the Dead Silence Hall, hand in hand. At this time, sitting on Gu Fan's throne, there was a little girl who was having fun. If someone saw her, they would be shocked. Because the person on the throne was none other than Gu Fan's sister Jiang Shue. And she was his only sister. Gu Fan's 2 elders were only his aunt and uncle. During this period, Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were not only playing, but also looking for their parents, especially Xia Shulan's. After all, before crossing, Gu Fan's parents had disappeared, but the 2 of them couldn't find them at all. Although Xia Shulan was very disappointed, if she was really powerful enough, she might have the ability to revive or find her parents. After seeing Gu Fan and Xia Shulan, the little girl on the throne waved her hands and shouted in joy, Gua Gua, sister. She jumped down, her white and tender little feet kept running, and then threw herself into Xia Shulan's arms. Woo woo, sister, I miss you. Jiang Shue whimpered and said coquettishly. Sister misses you too. Although Xia Shulan was usually black-bellied and said whatever she wanted, she was still full of maternal love when facing this clingy little cutie, and she held her in her arms and rubbed it hard. Well, my husband usually holds me in his arms and rubs me. I am holding my husband's sister now. It's even. Xia Shulan said cunningly. Gu Fan hugged the two of them gently. Jiang Shue, who had rubbed in Xia Shulan's arms, also hugged Gu Fan's thigh, looking dependent. Okay, Shue, don't disturb your brother and sister. A beautiful woman came in from the door of the hall, holding Jiang Shue, and said with some anger, Mom, it's been a long time since I last saw Guoguan's sister. Jiang Shue hugged the beautiful woman and laughed. Yes, this beautiful woman is Gu Fan's aunt, Gu Yuner, who is now also a strong man of the 10 Forbiddens, and her strength is very strong. Looking at the warm appearance of the mother and daughter, Gu Fan's eyes flashed with tenderness for a moment. And envy? Xia Shulan was sharp-eyed and quickly saw this. She blushed and tapped Gu Fan's arm. Husband, do you think we should have a child? Look, we have been invincible for 3 years, isn't it time? Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan. Although he was happy, he had to follow Xia Shulan's opinion. Have you thought about it? Little darling, you are only 24 years old now. What's wrong with being 24 years old? We are all invincible in the world. Xia Shulan scratched Gu Fan's nose. Or, is your rubbish husband afraid to give birth? Afraid of becoming a father and taking responsibility? Or, your husband doesn't want to see me in another state? After speaking, Xia Shulan puffed out her belly and smiled. Gu Fan was speechless. Looking at Xia Shulan, who was looking at him seriously, he knew that Xia Shulan was serious. This way, there was no need to worry. Okay, give birth vigorously, 108 children. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, feeling her extremely soft body. So, in the following time, he was always thinking about her. Chapter 324 Extra. A month later, Xia Shulan squatted on the sink and retched, while Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan with a distressed look on his face. Xia Shulan, what's wrong with you? I don't know, hiccups, maybe I'm pregnant. Isn't it said that pregnant women will retch, and we have been almost all the time during this period? Because the higher the life level, the harder it is to get pregnant. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan have both become strong people who have surpassed the 10 Forbiddens, and have become stronger and stronger as time goes by. It's possible. I bought a pregnancy test item in the trading market, Gu Fan said, and after buying it, he tested it a little. Player Xia Shulan is pregnant, female. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan are very happy, so they only need to be pregnant for 10 months to give birth to their beloved. Gu Fan hugged Xia Shulan, with satisfaction in his eyes. How can I not be satisfied when my woman gives birth to a child for me? Xia Shulan hesitated for a moment. Husband, it's just that I don't seem to have a son. After all, before crossing over, most men in Yin country of Blue Star like to have sons to carry on the family line. So Xia Shulan had some concerns. But Gu Fan smiled. We all have endless lifespans. Do we still need to carry on the family line? Whether it's a son or a daughter, as long as it's yours, I like it. A daughter is also good, so cute. Give your husband a little Shulan. Xia Shulan hugged Gu Fan, and kept rubbing her little face against Gu Fan's chest. You're already over 20, but you're still like a child? Gu Fan said, touching Xia Shulan's head lovingly. What's wrong with the child? Don't you find it exciting? Xia Shulan whispered in Gu Fan's ear. Do you want to try it? I'm in this state? Gu Fan was speechless. Xia Shulan and himself are now beyond the 10 forbidden existences, and the current longevity potion has reached several generations. 10 months passed in a blink of an eye, and a burst of crying sounded from the delivery room. And Gu Yuner hurriedly called Gu Fan in. She had experience in giving birth, so she naturally came to help with the delivery. Gu Yuner was also the closest relative, so Gu Fan was relieved. It's a girl. Gu Yuner held the wrinkled, monkey-like little guy and handed it to Gu Fan and Xia Shulan. Xia Shulan opened her weak eyes, and took a look at the fruit of her and Gu Fan's love. Hubby, can you name our child? Gu Fan thought for a moment. Then let's name her Gu Xiaoyi. It means that our child is as gentle and lively as summer, and will have someone to rely on throughout his life, and will be worry-free. Also, it has our surname. Xia Shulan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Okay, Xiaoyi, baby Xiaoyi, you will be the happiest baby in the entire cube world. Gu Fan smiled, hugged Xia Shulan and her daughter, and said, No, Xiaoyi is the second happiest baby, and the happiest baby is you, my little Shulan. Hubby moi. Gu Yuner saw that the two began to love each other again, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She glanced at the two, and quickly turned around, and left to give the three of them some space to be alone. Time passed quickly again, and Gu Xiaoyi grew up very fast, and looked almost exactly like Xia Shulan when she was a child. She also had Gu Fan's characteristics, with a high nose bridge and big eyes, and was very cute. Moreover, Xiao Xiaoyi had the strength of the 5th forbidden level when she was born. When she was 10 years old, she had reached the strength of the 7th forbidden level. Even the King of Death was no match for her. Gu Fan and Xia Shulan were also in their 30s.